Chapter 1045. Li Zixuan did not look down on the women in the brothel, but he did not like them either. Fang Fian was indeed beautiful, but he was not the kind of loser who could not move when he saw a beautiful woman. To be honest, ever since Fang Fian entered the house, he was only admiring her voice and beauty. He did not have any improper thoughts about Fang Fian. This was because he felt that women who lived in that kind of environment would not be simple. She was not his cup of tea, and he would find it troublesome to marry her. He did not like trouble. He liked a simple woman like Han Yushi. Besides, Han Yushi's beauty might not lose to Fang Fian's. Li Zixuan was very satisfied with his current life. He asked Fang Fian to come over because he wanted to bring the song, Dedication of Love, from his previous life to Tang Dynasty and spread it all over the country. This was because this song could evoke the kindness in many people's hearts. My lady, we are in luck this time. Fang Fian left the Li residence in a carriage and headed to Peace Square. On the way, her personal maidservant said happily. What kind of luck? Fang Fian was still intoxicated by the melodious melody. After hearing the maidservant's words, she asked subconsciously. He. Now that the Duke of Yong has taken a liking to you, you don't have to worry about being taken advantage of by those stinky men anymore. Isn't this considered luck? The maidservant said with a smile. Fang Fian suddenly came to her senses. Her cheeks immediately turned red. She rolled her eyes at the maidservant and said, Kai, don't talk nonsense. Which eye of yours saw that the Duke of Yong was interested in me? If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. He. Then I won't talk about it, I won't talk about it. The maidservant thought that her lady was shy and hurriedly begged for mercy with a smile. However, Fang Fian knew herself best. She did not see any lust in Li Zixuan's eyes when she was in the Li Zixuan's house. Moreover, Li Zixuan had treated her to the main hall of the mansion, which explained the problem. From the beginning to the end, Li Zixuan did not have the slightest interest in her. Others might not believe it, but Li Zixuan's purpose of inviting her over was most likely to simply let her learn the song, Dedication of Love. To be honest, Li Zixuan was young, promising, handsome, talented, and knew how to take care of women. After all, he had the title of Friend of Women. Fang Fian was a little attracted to him. However, from Li Zixuan's cool and clear eyes, Fang Fian understood that it was impossible between them. Moreover, she was just a prostitute in a brothel. She was not worthy of marrying into a big family like the Li family. Therefore, Fang Fian could only smile bitterly in her heart when she heard Kai-er's words. Since ancient times, beautiful women were often ill-fated. As a prostitute, she felt that the best ending for her was to obtain her freedom and live out the rest of her life peacefully by herself. The first news of the day on Datong Daily had completely aroused everyone's interest and curiosity about coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. As soon as the East Market opened, the commoners flocked to the Strange Taste Pavilion. In an instant, there was a very long line in front of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Shopkeeper's son didn't disappoint his customers. He placed 7 to 8 coal stoves in front of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Each stove was filled with 3 burning honeycomb briquettes. On top of the stove was a kettle that was boiling hot water. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, these are the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. It is extremely convenient to use them to boil water and cook rice. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look first before you decide whether to buy or not. Shopkeeper's son yelled at the top of his lungs. So this is what a coal stove looks like. It looks like it is very convenient to boil water. It is said that it can burn for a day at most 4 pieces of coal. I don't know if that is true. Hearing someone ask this question, Shopkeeper's son smiled and said, Ladies and gentlemen, please be at ease. Our Strange Taste Pavilion has never sold fake goods, nor have we ever boasted. Actually, when you use this coal stove, you will find that it saves more coal than you think. Furthermore, this coal stove is especially convenient when you want to change honeycomb briquettes. Here, words alone are no proof. This old man will give everyone a demonstration. After saying this, shopkeeper's son asked someone to bring over a pair of fire tongs. He found a coal stove that had been burning for a long time, lifted the kettle from the top, and then inserted the fire tongs into the stove. The crowd only saw him press down hard, and a burst of crackling sounds could be heard. That was the sound of the honeycomb briquettes being crushed under the stove. Shopkeeper's son took out the fire tongs and removed the ventilation cover under the stove. Then, he used the fire tongs to dig out the crushed coal. After that, he picked up a new honeycomb briquettes and placed them into the stove. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, changing coal is as simple as that. Shopkeeper's son handed the fire tongs to the servant and turned around to look at the customers in the queue with a smile. The whole process didn't even take half a cup of tea's time. Seeing this, everyone was shocked again and again. This coal stove is really too convenient. That's right, these 200 copper coins are really worth it. Shopkeeper's son, don't say any more, quickly start selling. No matter what, I want to buy a coal stove today. How can Strange Taste Pavilion's products be bad? Even if it's bad, I still want to buy it. I'll just treat it as supporting Marquis' charity. At the back of the queue, a large man impatiently shouted. Immediately, countless people followed behind him and responded, that's right. Shopkeeper Lou, don't say any more, quickly start selling. The people in front aren't willing to buy it, but we are. That's right. They don't believe in Strange Taste Pavilion's products, but we do. Whether it's good or bad, we still want to buy it. Who says I'm not buying? Shopkeeper Lou, quickly start selling. I want to buy a pair of stoves and 200 honeycomb briquettes. Seeing this, Shopkeeper Lou decisively announced the start of the sale. This time, the workshop had started preparing the stoves and honeycomb briquettes a few days in advance. They had prepared a sufficient supply, so he didn't have to worry about running out of stock. Speaking of which, the workshop's blast furnace had already been completed 4 days ago. On the same day, they had started refining steel. The iron ore, coal, and sulfur ores in Yifan County were all being transported to the workshop in an unending stream. Now, the new workshop had basically said goodbye to the predicament of a shortage of raw materials. With the raw materials, the workshop could produce the stoves and honeycomb briquettes at full capacity. The production speed was terrifying. Every day, they could produce at least a few hundred stoves and hundreds of thousands of honeycomb briquettes. Moreover, as the process matured, the production speed would only increase. As for the production of bicycles, the workshop had temporarily put it on hold. Firstly, the stoves and honeycomb briquettes were life-saving items. Secondly, it was winter now, so there weren't many people willing to ride bicycles. If they produced more bicycles, they might not be able to sell them. Of course, the last reason was completely based on Li Zishuan's own subjective assumptions. In fact, even in winter, the number of people who wanted to buy bicycles didn't decrease at all. Every morning, there were still people riding bicycles in the cold wind, blindly comparing themselves, on Vermilion Bird Street. Chapter 1046. Datong Daily's second piece of news today completely aroused the enthusiasm of people to do charity. The original workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion was completely surrounded today. As today was the first day of the Warm Tang Foundation's establishment, Empress Zhongsun, as the president of the foundation, naturally had to make a trip. Under the protection of the palace guards, Empress Zhongsun led a group of palace maids into the workshop of the curious pavilion slowly. This place had already been cleaned up yesterday. And now, the original materials and equipment in this workshop had all been transferred to the new workshop in Plum Village. A few families that were close to the Li family had also sent people to help. For example, Madame Qing of the Qing family, Madame Yuqi of the Yuqi family, Madame Qin of the Qin family, and so on. Basically, the matriarchs of the families had personally come. These noblewomen usually had nothing to do at home. It was rare for a public welfare foundation to appear in Cheng and city, and the person in charge was someone they knew. This kind of work that could not only help acquaintances but also accumulate virtue and do good deeds, and the work was not complicated, how could they not come? They all rushed over as soon as they heard the news in the morning. With them by the side to help command and dispatch, the burden on Han Yushi's shoulders instantly became much lighter. So much so that when Empress Jongsun arrived, everything that should be prepared in the workshop was already prepared, and they were just waiting for people outside to donate money. Greetings, Your Majesty. Empress Jongsun's phoenix carriage arrived, and Han Yushi and a group of noblewomen in the workshop all bowed and saluted. Empress Jongsun smiled and said gently without any airs, "No need to be so polite. Hee, it's so lively today. All the Duchess madams are here." Madame Qin smiled and said, "We're all idle people at home. We heard that Yushi has a work that can accumulate virtue here, so we discussed it and all came to help." Madame Qing agreed and said, "Although I often go to the temple to burn incense and worship Buddha, after hearing about this Warm Tang Foundation, I still feel that this is more practical. In the future, I won't have to go to the temple every few days." Empress Jongsun nodded and said, "Compared to the illusory heavenly merit, the Warm Tang Foundation's actions of directly helping the people can be seen and touched. It is indeed more practical. This Empress thanks the Duchess madams for coming to help today. Your Majesty is too polite. This is what we should do," everyone hurriedly said. Empress Jongsun smiled, then turned to Han Yushi and said, "Yushi, I usually have many matters to deal with in the palace. In the future, you will have to take responsibility for many matters here. If there's anything you're unsure of, just send someone to inform me." Han Yushi was still a little reserved in front of Empress Jongsun. After all, they didn't interact much. Moreover, the other party was the high and mighty mother of a country. Hearing this, she bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Empress Jongsun walked over and grabbed her hand. Smiling gently, she said, "You little girl, I am now the president of the Warm Tang Foundation, and you are the vice president. In the words of men, we are colleagues. Why do you need to be so reserved? You're Marquis of Yong, and isn't as obedient as you are in front of His Majesty and this princess, ha." Li Zishuan, who had just walked through the gate of Yanhuang College, inexplicably sneezed. This fellow couldn't help but think to himself, "Looks like the weather is indeed getting colder. This young master, have the strength of a martial arts master, but I still can't withstand it." In the original workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Han Yushi heard Empress Jongsun say this, and the reservations in her heart instantly disappeared by half. She smiled slightly and said, "Your Majesty is right. Yushi doesn't know much about the world. In the future, I hope Your Majesty can give me more guidance." Empress Jongsun smiled and said, "Speaking of experience, although the Marquis of Yong is young, he is like an old fox who has lived for who knows how many years. On this point, why do you still need to consult this Empress? All right, no more jokes. From now on, this will be the headquarters of the Warm Tang Foundation. Yushi, if you lack manpower, just tell this Empress. Now, let the people outside who are waiting to donate money quickly come in." Han Yushi smiled and agreed. To be honest, she really did lack manpower right now. If it weren't for the Qing family, Yuchi family, Qin family, Miu family, and Li Jing family's madams bringing people over to help, with the current situation, with the people she brought from the Li family, she really wouldn't have been able to handle it. However, these dukes' madams definitely couldn't come over to help every day. Now that Empress Jongsun said this, Han Yushi's heart immediately calmed down a lot. She ordered the servants to open the door of the workshop, and the people outside consciously lined up and began to donate money one by one. Small donations like a few hundred copper coins and a few strings of coins were basically counted in person. As for large donations like 100 strings of coins, they would be specially brought to another place and counted on the spot by a dozen or so experienced warehouse workers. This wasn't done for the sake of special treatment, but to save the entire line's time. My master wants to donate 10,000 strings of coins. The money is all in the cart behind. Please send someone to count it. The moment the manservant at the front of the line spoke, he immediately shocked everyone. Han Yushi, Empress Jongsun, Madame Cheng, and Madame Qin, who were standing in the corridor and talking, all looked over in unison. 10,000 strings of coins. Just looking at the number might not move all of them, But what was this 10,000 strings of coins used for? This was for charity, not for business. To put it bluntly, it was a gift. Other than people like Li Zishuan who were extremely wealthy and didn't think much of money, there probably weren't many people in the entire Tang Empire who would be willing to take out 10,000 strings of coins to give away for no reason. This little brother, may I ask who your master is? In the courtyard of the workshop, there were several tables set up today, and the people naturally lined up in several lines. The person in charge of the line that the manservant who said he wanted to donate 10,000 strings of coins was Wang Zhong. Old Wang stared and asked. That manservant was still considered polite. He cupped his hands and then replied loudly, "Steward Wang, my master's surname is Chow, and he avoids literary works. He can be considered old friends with the Marquis of Yong'an. My master said that the current emperor is so considerate of the people, and the Chow family is also willing to share the emperor's burdens. So it's Boss Chow. Boss Chow is deeply righteous. This old man admires him. This little brother, please come in. There will be someone in charge of counting the coins." Wang Zhong came to a realization and then had someone bring the manservant to the backyard. "Chow Wendong. This empress has heard of him. I didn't expect there to be such a deeply righteous person among the merchants." In the corridor, Empress Zhongsun whispered softly. Then, she looked at the time and said, "Yushi, and the duke's madams, this empress still has some matters to attend to, so this empress will leave first. Thank you for your hard work here." No one had any objections. Empress Zhongsun led her people and left through the back door of the workshop. Chapter 1047. After Empress Zhongsun left, Han Yushi, Madame Qin, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Although Empress Zhongsun appeared approachable, it was inevitable that they would feel pressured when they were with her. "Yushi, this Boss Chow is really generous. He actually took out 10,000 strings of cash all of a sudden. Compared to him, Godmother is really stingy." Madame Qin lamented. After they saw the newspaper this morning, not only did they come over to help, but they also followed behind to donate some money. Most of them were hundreds or thousands of strings of cash. Although it was not a small amount, it paled in comparison to Chow Wendong's 10,000 strings of cash. "Godmother, you can't say that. My husband once told me that no matter how good or small it is, as long as there is sincerity, then it is true kindness. Once the heart is touched by kindness, it will be immortal." Han Yushi held Madame Qin's hand and explained with a smile. "Haha. Sister, listen, this child Xiao Xian is really talented. Everything he says is so reasonable. Unlike my family's Chou Nyo, who is always reckless." Madame Qing patted Madame Qin's arm and said with a smile. "Auntie, you must be joking. Big brother Chou Nyo is a person who values friendship and righteousness. He is also my husband's good brother. How is he reckless?" Han Yushi hurriedly said. Madame Qing immediately beamed and said, "Haha. Yushi, don't speak up for that kid. As his mother, how can I not know what kind of person he is?" Although she said this, the smile at the corner of her eyes could be seen by everyone. After a while, everyone's good impression of Han Yushi couldn't help but increase. This was also a popular policy among the ancient aristocrats. Through the friendship between the mistresses, the relationship between the two families would become stronger. As they spoke, many people had already donated their money. According to the rules set by Li Zishuan, anyone who donated money to the foundation, no matter how much they donated, would receive a special certificate from the Nuantang Foundation. In fact, instead of calling it a certificate, it was more appropriate to call it a donation certificate. However, Li Zishuan gave it a better name, the Certificate of Honor for Doing Good. Before today, the workshop had prepared a lot of templates for the Certificate of Honor. The name, donation amount, and donation date were all left blank. After receiving the donation, the staff of the Warm Tang Foundation would fill in the donation information on the Certificate of Honor template and ask the donor to sign and put their thumbprint on it. Then, the foundation would stamp it with a special seal. There were 2 copies. One would be given to the donor as a souvenir, and the other would be kept in the foundation's records for monthly audit. In fact, every donation received was recorded in detail in the foundation's account books. The reason why the foundation kept records was to keep an extra evidence for future audit. This way, not only could it prevent people from falsifying the accounts to a certain extent, but it would also make people more convinced. After the citizens donated their money and received the certificate of honor from the Warm Tang Foundation, not only did they not feel the disappointment of losing money, they even felt a trace of satisfaction. Hey! This little thing was quite pretty. But what were the words written on it? What kind of honor? Pfft! Wang Matzi, you're so embarrassing. That's the certificate of honor for doing good. You can't even read. What's the use of that thing? Why don't you give it to me? Tui. Why should I give it to you? I can't read, but my Sanmao can. I'm going to give this to that kid to prove that his father did a lot of good in the past. After donating their money, the citizens were delighted with the certificate of honor for doing good. They now had something to brag about. At this moment, a scholar-looking middle-aged man suddenly said to Wang Zhong and the others, His Highness the Crown Prince donated 3,000 strings of cash. Steward Wang, please have someone count it. Once this was said, the surrounding people were shocked again. His Highness the Crown Prince? His Highness the Crown Prince also sent people to donate money? Haha. His Majesty is benevolent, and the Crown Prince is also benevolent. Our Tang dynasty will only get better and better. The citizens' happiness instantly soared. But what happened next made the commoners' hearts burst with happiness. Princess Changel donated 3,000 strings of cash. King of Wei donated 3,000 strings of cash. King of Han donated 1,000 strings of cash. Hejin County donated 5,000 strings of cash. Concubine Yang, Concubine Yin, Concubine Yang, and Concubine Wei donated a total of 4,000 strings of cash. After finding out about the existence of the Warm Tang Charity Fund, all the important figures in the royal family sent people over to donate money. This was because even their boss, Li Er, had donated money, so how could they not do anything? Moreover, this was a great opportunity to raise the reputation of the royal family. Apart from the royal family, the wealthy merchants also donated generously, especially the members of the Flame Yellow Chamber of Commerce. They donated the most money. Needless to say, Chao Wendong donated 10,000 strings of cash. Apart from that, Feng Zhihua donated 5,000 strings of cash, Liao Shifan donated 3,000 strings of cash, Zhang Jingyang donated 3,000 strings of cash, Lin Wenyuan donated 3,500 strings of cash, and Wang Rinbiao donated 10,000 strings of cash. These merchants and landowning households were the first to stand with Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan established the Warm Tang Charity Foundation, they were also the first to respond to the call. The effect of them taking the lead was undoubtedly very beneficial to the foundation's development. Under the influence of Li Er and the other members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, many commoners who were not from wealthy families had also come to donate money. Although it was a small amount, many a little makes a mickle. There were over 1 million permanent residents in Cheng and city. If these people worked together to do something, then the accumulated power was definitely not something to be ignored. This was not the end. In the afternoon, at the original workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion, the headquarters of the Warm Tang Charity Foundation, there was a small wave of people who came to donate money. This was because when the civil and military officials heard about the charity storm in Cheng and city, they all sent people to express their sincerity, regardless of whether their families were rich or not. Because Li Er had taken the lead in donating money, if they did not do anything, wouldn't that be not giving old Li face? Of course, the political environment in the early days of the Tang dynasty was very clear, so there were still many civil and military officials who sincerely wanted to do good. Duke Zhao donated 3,000 strings of cash. Elder Shao donated 2,000 strings of cash. Left Minister Wei donated 100 strings of cash. Among the thousands of strings of cash, 100 strings of cash suddenly popped out. Everyone was stunned, but strangely, no one mocked the donor for being stingy. Wow! Left Minister Wei is so generous this time. He actually donated 100 strings of cash. Yeah. I remember when Marquis Yong An's wedding, Left Minister Wei only donated 5 strings of cash. Heh. Looks like Left Minister Wei really cares about the commoners. Of course. Chapter 1048. South of Chang'an City, and Le House, Lin family's front yard, main hall. Dad, why did we only donate 3,500 strings of cash? I heard that the Chow family donated 10,000 strings of cash. Lin Hao said with a hint of dissatisfaction. From his tone, it was clear that he was disdaining his father for donating too little money this time. He was truly the foolish son of a landlord. Lin Wenyuan's face darkened when he heard that. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Bastard. So what if it's 3,500 strings of cash? Is 3,500 strings of cash too little? Our 3,500 strings of cash can definitely be ranked in the top 20 of the donations received by the Nguyen Tang Foundation today. Lin Hao was not afraid of his father. He pursed his lips and said, "No, Dad. What I mean is that since our family is doing business in Tang Dynasty, we should do something for the people of Tang Dynasty. We have to be a righteous merchant in the eyes of the people. Only then will the people take care of our family's business. Dad, look at the reputation of the world's righteous merchant that His Majesty personally bestowed upon him." Lin Wenyuan's face darkened. He immediately felt that his son's words made sense. In today's era where Datong Daily could quickly transmit information, if he could leave his name on the newspaper by donating money and it reached Li Er's ears, he might even be bestowed the title of Righteous Merchant of the World. Even if Li Er did not give him the title, his benevolence and righteousness would spread to the ears of thousands of people through the newspaper. At that time, the Lin family would have a reputation. Would they still have to worry about their business? But, have you finished the homework Han Xiao gave you a few days ago? If you haven't, then hurry up and do your homework. If you can't get into Yanhuang College next year, you'll see how this old man will deal with you. Lin Wenyuan was silent for a moment, then scolded Lin Hao with a straight face. Dad, if you want to do homework then do it. Why are you being so fierce? Besides, when it comes to exams, man proposes, and God disposes. There's no point in forcing me. Hey! Don't hit me. I'll go, okay? Lin Hao still wanted to pester his old man for a while longer, but he saw that Lin Wenyuan was about to get up and hit someone. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. Immediately, this guy didn't say anything and turned to leave. Humph. Stinking brat. Lin Wenyuan clapped his hands and snorted. A moment later, he shook his head and sighed, alas. This old man also wants to donate more money. However, the current Lin family did not have that much money in their accounts. Only this kid is carefree and doesn't know the taste of worry. A large portion of the Lin family's wealth was now spent on the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's business. But up until now, Lin Wenyuan had only received 4 bicycles from the Chamber of Commerce, which only added up to a few hundred strings of coins. Compared to the money he had invested, the rate of return was too low. Therefore, most of the Lin family's wealth was tied up in the Chamber of Commerce. There was not much cash flowing in their accounts. Lin Wenyuan had really tried his best to raise 3,500 strings of coins this time. However, Lin Wenyuan was not worried about his family's business. He was waiting for the next cycle of bicycle production. When that time came, just by selling bicycles, he would be able to recoup his costs. Master, why did you donate 10,000 strings of coins all of a sudden? Even if you're doing a good deed, you shouldn't do it so generously. In Chow Wendong's house, Chow Wendong's wife was complaining unhappily. Madam, this old man has his own plans. You don't have to worry about this. Chow Wendong was unmoved and frowned. The woman wanted to say something but was interrupted by Chow Wendong. Madam, let me put it this way. This old man donated 10,000 strings of coins to do a good deed and also to test my luck. Test your luck? What luck? Haha. Madam, don't forget who the president of the Warm Tang Foundation is. That's the current empress. If this old man is noticed by the empress because of this 10,000 strings of coins, His Majesty will be happy and reward our Chow family with the title of Righteous Merchant of the World. Then, madam, do you still think this 10,000 strings of coins is not worth it? Chow Wendong slowly explained his plan. Previously, Feng Zhihua had been rewarded with the title of Righteous Merchant of the World by Li Er because of his meritorious service at sea. Chow Wendong was no exception. Although his family was richer than Feng Zhihua's family, the title of Righteous Merchant of the World was not something that could be measured with money. Scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants were destined to have a low social status. If they could get the official title of Righteous Merchant of the World, their status would be different. Madame Chow was also tempted, but she hesitated. But what if Her Majesty and His Majesty don't reward us? Chow Wendong said expressionlessly, then just treat it as a good deed. Also, with this 10,000 strings of coins, we can show our faces in the newspapers, right? When the news of the Chow family's benevolence spreads, it will be good for our family's business. He had a good plan. People like Chow Wendong were not purely doing charity. However, Li Zishuan had already expected this type of person, and he did not dislike it. So what? As long as someone is willing to fork out money, no matter what their goal is, the Warm Tang Foundation will receive the donation. With money, we can help even more poor people. Do the three of you think this is not a good idea? Li Zishuan arrived at Yanhuang College early in the morning. After reading today's Datang Daily, Ma Zhou, Yan Silu, and Li Gang came to Li Zishuan to ask about the details of the Warm Tang Foundation. During the conversation, Li Gang suddenly raised his concern about the motives of the rich people who donated money. Ma Zhou also agreed, but Li Zishuan did not mind it at all. But this way, those with impure intentions can use this opportunity to gain fame and fortune. Yamacho, you can't encourage this kind of evil trend. The upright Li Gang could not stand such hypocrisy. He frowned and objected. Li Zishuan smiled. Mr. Li, you're wrong. I don't agree. Back then, Zigong did a good deed and did not accept any reward, but he was beaten up by the saint. Zilu saved people and received a cow as a gift, but was praised by the saint. I think these two allusions should be appropriate to use here, right? The two allusions came from the Analects of Confucius. Zilu saved people from drowning and received the gratitude of the cow. Confucius said, the state of Lu will save people from trouble. Zigong redeemed people and did not accept the Jin Yu mansion. Confucius said, the state of Lu will not redeem people. Zilu accepted and persuaded virtue. Zigong gave and stopped kindness. This was Li Zishuan's attitude towards charity. People who do good should be rewarded. This way, more and more people will join the ranks of doing good deeds. As for some rich people who put on a show by doing good deeds, Li Zishuan did not think it was a problem. As long as they paid the money, they could show off however they wanted to. Not only that, Li Zishuan would also provide a platform for those people to show off as much as they wanted. Because this was the only way to receive a large amount of donations. Chapter 1049. Fine. Looks like I've been too stubborn. It's for the good of the poor. I have no objections. In Yanhuang College, Li Gang finally sighed and accepted this reality. Yan Silu stroked his beard and smiled. Haha. I told you, Wenji, you're too focused. Everyone in this world is for profit. If we don't give some benefits to those who do good, how can this kind act be sustained in the long run? Li Gang nodded in agreement. Ma Zhou sighed. Marquis Foresight. I'm impressed. I can foresee that before long, the Warm Tang Foundation's scale will grow bigger and bigger. When that time comes, millions of people will benefit from Marquis' decision. Li Zishuan smiled and said, the most important thing now is not to discuss the Warm Tang Foundation but to prepare for the Academy's final exams. I've already told the three of you that I want to bring forward the final exams. Have the questions been prepared? The reason why the final exams were brought forward was because the weather was getting colder and colder. The academy's teaching buildings were made of cement, so it was still quite cold in the winter. The other reason was that Li Zishuan wanted to let some of the students participate in the Warm Tang Foundation's Warm Tang operation. It was a kind of experience for the students. Yen Silla nodded and replied, "The questions for each subject are out, but the students haven't had time to revise yet. Yamacho, do you want to consider delaying the exams for a few days?" Actually, the academy's classes for this semester were basically over. The only problem was that the students had not started revising for some of the classes. Li Zishuan shook his head. "No need. It's to see how well the students understand the various subjects. It's better if they don't revise. It'll show their true level. Today is Tuesday. Inform the students that the final exams will begin the day after tomorrow." This, Yen Silu was a little confused. What kind of twisted logic is this? Li Gang smiled. Haha. Kong Gui, you don't have to worry about the students. If they don't want to revise, then so be it. Besides, what Yamacho said might not be completely wrong. Since Li Gang said so, Yen Silu had no choice but to agree. Li Zishuan said again, "Mr. Yen, give me the test papers for each subject later. I'll take them home tonight and look at them." "Yes, Yamacho." After Li Zishuan left, Li Gang and Yen Silu immediately called for a meeting of the subject leaders. They conveyed the news that Li Zishuan was going to hold the final exam in advance the day after tomorrow to the subject leaders of the various departments. Wang Ji, Mo Huai, Su Hongji, Xiao Diyan, and the others were not particularly surprised. This was because when Li Gang asked them to come up with the questions 2 days ago, they had already guessed this possibility. However, they did not expect it to come so soon. The meeting was very short. After Yen Silu conveyed Li Zishuan's message, he announced the end of the meeting. All that was left was for the leaders of the various departments to relay the news to their respective homeroom teachers. As a result, when school was about to end in the afternoon, all 16 classes of Yanhuang College received this unfortunate news almost at the same time. What? The final exam is the day after tomorrow? Sir, we just finished all the courses last week. That's right. We just finished studying last week. We didn't even have time to revise. How can we take the exam? F***CK. Isn't this a scam? Who came up with this rotten idea? The students were all in an uproar. However, no one could change Li Zishuan's decision. After realizing that the exam would be held as scheduled the day after tomorrow, the students gradually quieted down. Silence meant acceptance of reality. Many students had already secretly planned to work overtime to revise for the next 2 days. Sure enough, when it was time for dinner today, the students ate exceptionally quickly. After dinner, most of them returned to the teaching building and took advantage of the fact that it was not yet dark to read for a while. When it was dark, they returned to the dormitory. Without washing their feet or faces, they took out their books and immersed themselves in reading. F***CK. It must be Yamacho who set us up. Only Yamacho would be so evil. In the dormitory, Ching Chimo muttered as he flipped through the classics textbook. Alright, Cho Nyo, it's useless to say more now. Why don't you read for a while before the lights go out? Qin Huayu advised. Look. There are 5 courses in just one day. Even if I don't sleep, I won't be able to finish them. Sigh, I guess I'm done for this time. I just hope the final results don't come out before the new year. I still want to have a good new year. The far-sighted Ching Chimo had already considered the problems after the exam. One could not help but admire his big heart. Qin Huayu shook his head and said, Cho Nyo, it's not good for you to give up on yourself like this. It's not like you're the only one who didn't revise. All the students are in the same situation. If you can read more before the exam, you'll have a better chance. You should hurry up and study. To put it bluntly, he was saying, don't give up on treatment. You can still be saved. Ching Chimo thought about it and felt that it made sense. He laughed and said, Huayu, what you said makes sense. All right, I'll study. Study. Hee hee. I might not be the one who gets the last place. Qin Huayu was speechless. So this guy's pursuit was to be satisfied as long as he didn't get the last place? Sun Zifan and Li Tai, the two guys who usually like to insult others, did not mock Qing Chumo tonight. That was because the two of them were fully focused on their revision. Similar scenes were happening in almost every dormitory. The dormitory, which was usually bustling with noise and excitement after school, was exceptionally quiet today. That was because the academy had a rule that when it was 9 o'clock, all the dormitory lights had to be turned off and the students had to go to bed. If anyone violated the rule, the consequences. Actually, many students had experienced the consequences of violating the rule. Those who had experienced the collective punishment of standing up that night would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, the students wished they could break the quarter hour into half to use. Who would have the time to gossip? As night fell, tens of thousands of lights lit up one after another. Because of the curfew in Chang'an, there were only patrolling marquises and night watchmen on the streets. Peace Square was the most special square in Chang'an City. It was the only square that did not have a curfew. It was brightly lit every night. Meng Jiao wrote in, after passing the imperial examinations, the past was filthy and unworthy of praise, but the present is debauched and unrestrained. Flushed with success, the horse galloped swiftly, seeing all the flowers of Chang'an in a day. He wrote about how proud he was of becoming the son of heaven's disciple. Speaking of which, this old man was also a refined person. After becoming a grand scholar, the first thing he did was to ride a fast horse to admire the flowers. He didn't admire peonies, nor did he admire morning glories. Instead, he went to Peace Lane to look for beautiful girls in the brothel. Tonight at Peace Lane, there was no proud scholar like Meng Jiao, who had just passed the imperial examination. However, tonight was destined to be an extraordinary night. Chapter 1050. Mama Hua, when will Miss Yen come out today? Yes. Usually, Yen would have come out by now. What's wrong today? Is Miss Yen sick? Mama Hua, I know an old imperial physician with superb medical skills. If you need, 100 Flowers Tower was a 4-story wooden building. It was brightly lit and crowded. In the hall on the first floor, many unrestrained young masters were hugging girls in revealing clothes with one hand and roaming around with the other. It was an unbearable scene. However, there were also many men in the hall who did not care about those common women. Instead, they were asking the procuress for Fang Fian's whereabouts. Yo! Ladies and gentlemen, please wait for a moment. Miss Yen learned a new song today and is dressing up now. She'll be out soon. The brothel keeper of the 100 Flowers Tower laughed so hard that her body trembled. It was a pity that she was already over 40 years old. If she were 10 years younger, she might have also charmed all the lechers in the tower. A new song? Great! We're going to have a good time today. Haha. That's right. We didn't come here in vain. Being able to listen to Miss Yen sing a song is really worth coming to this world. Everyone was excited when they heard that Fang Fian had a new song. They must have heard Fang Fian singing before. The waiting time was unbearable. The young masters drank the fine wine, but they felt that the wine in their cups had lost its flavor. However, they did not like the ordinary women beside them, so they could only drink cup after cup of wine into their stomachs. Fortunately, Fang Fian did not make them wait for too long. After about 15 minutes, Fang Fian's graceful figure finally appeared behind the stage on the first floor. She was wearing a light pink dress with a pure white veil over it, which accentuated her graceful figure. Her long hair was casually draped over her back. There was no decoration on her head except for a light blue ribbon that gently tied a lock of hair. She wore a pearl necklace on her neck. The pearls shone slightly under the light in the hall, making her skin as white as snow. She looked like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Her hands were soft, her skin was creamy, her collar was smooth, her teeth were like a gourd, her eyebrows were like moths, her eyes were beautiful, her eyebrows were like emerald feathers, her teeth were like shells, and her waist was like a bundle of silk. The lower half of her beautiful eyes were covered by a white, silk-like veil, but it still couldn't hide her alluring face. Her gaze was pure like water, occasionally carrying a hint of melancholy, giving people a feeling that they could only look at but not touch. It was intoxicating, and it was beautiful to the extreme. Lady Yen, Lady Yen, I love you. Lady Yen, I love you too. As soon as Fang Fian appeared, all the flowers in the hall paled in comparison. Compared to her, the other girls could only be considered as ordinary women. She was so pure and holy that people could only look at her from afar, not daring to take a step closer. The young masters in the hall immediately let out a burst of wailing and howling. Such a peerless beauty, it was rare for them to fight over her. Due to the veil, people could not see whether Fang Fian was happy or angry. People cheered and shouted, but she just stood on the stage quietly with her hands crossed under her abdomen, motionlessly looking at the crowd in front of her. After a long time, the cheers finally died down, and at this time, there were a few more tables on the stage. They were brought up by the servants in the brothel during the cheers just now. On the tables, there was a dark red, high-quality guqin made of paulownia wood and catalpa wood. Next to the guqin, there was also a green, hollowed-out glass cup. Fang Fian bowed slightly to the crowd, then she opened her red lips and said, "Young masters, Fian accidentally learned a song today, and I'm here to perform. If I don't sing it well, I hope you won't laugh at me." Her voice was very soft, and as sweet as honey, flowed into the ears of the crowd like aged peach wine. The young masters below the stage were intoxicated. "Lady Yen, you're too modest. If you don't sing well, then no one in Chang'an can sing well. Lady Yen, we'll love whatever you sing." "That's right. Lady Yen, quickly sing." In Sima Xiangru's Ode to the Upper Forest, there was a saying, "Long eyebrows are continuous, a slight smile is disdainful, and the soul is captivated, and the heart is happy." This was the current state of this group of people. The person they liked was the best no matter what she did. So what if she didn't sing well? As long as she was beautiful, everything would be fine. Fang Fian nodded slightly, then slowly knelt in front of the tables. Her white, jade-like fingers first plucked the strings. After she felt that the sound was mellow, she took a deep breath and began to sing. A beautiful and mellow melody spread from the center of the stage. Suddenly, there was no other sound in the hall except for the sound of the guqin. On the tables, green smoke curled up from the glass cup, exuding the fragrance of osmanthus flowers. This fragrance and the elegant sound of the guqin drifted out of the window with the wind and flew into the clouds. On the stage, Fang Fian was kneeling beside the guqin. Her jade-like fingers danced and plucked the strings of the guqin. Her jade-like slender hands danced rhythmically on the strings, making it seem as if a fairy was playing the guqin. After the beginning of the melody, she finally opened her mouth and sang, "This is the call of the heart, this is the dedication of love, this is the spring of the world, this is the source of life. Ah! As long as everyone gives a little bit of love, the world will become a beautiful world." Compared to the dedication of love sung by the modern Weiwei, Fang Fian's singing was more beautiful and lovely. This had nothing to do with her singing skills. The main thing was that Fang Fian's voice was mellow and pleasant to listen to, as clear as a silver bell. The original version's voice belonged to the lingering sound type. It was hard to say which was better, but Fang Fian's voice was more pure and lovely. In the modern world, she would definitely beat all the pure and innocent female celebrities. Since Fang Fian opened her mouth, the rich young men below the stage couldn't close their mouths. They didn't even realize that their saliva was flowing out. Firstly, it was because Fang Fian's voice was beautiful. Secondly, it was the first time they heard such a song that was different from the ancient songs. But they had to admit that it was really nice. Although the lyrics weren't very literary, the meaning in it was very thought-provoking. Everyone was intoxicated by the beautiful world described in Fang Fian's song. Even Fang Fian herself was intoxicated by it. As long as everyone gives a little bit of love, the world will become a beautiful world. What a beautiful hope. Unknowingly, the song soon came to an end. When the last note of the guqin sounded, the hall finally fell into complete silence. However, this was just the calm before the storm. Not long after, a wave of cheers erupted in 100 Flowers Tower. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. This song is so beautiful. The song was just like the person. The song was beautiful, and so was the person. Miss Yen, sing it again. Yes. Sing it again. Chapter 1051. In 100 Flowers Tower, Fang Fian sang Devotion of Love 3 more times in response to the crowd's strong demand. During this time, the 100 Flowers Tower was filled with thunderous cheers and excitement. Many people in Ping Kong Square heard the music and came to watch the fun. As a result, the number of customers in Ping Kong Square increased by several times today, making the other brothels in Ping Kong Square jealous. The name of this song is Dedication of Love. Only with love can you accept others, only with love can you respect each other. If everyone has love, they can forgive and not blame others. Love is silently contributing, not caring about whether there is a return. Love is resolving disasters, not bearing grudges. Today, Chang and City's Warm Tang Foundation is officially established. Fian hopes that everyone can contribute their love. Just like the song says, as long as everyone contributes a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. Good people will be rewarded. In the hall of 100 Flowers Tower, Fang Fian sang Dedication of Love 4 times in total. After the 4th time, she stood up and spoke slowly to the crowd. As she spoke, she could not help but feel a wave of sadness in her heart. If the Warm Tang Foundation was established 10 years earlier, her father would not have frozen to death in the winter of that year. She and her mother would not have been left to live alone in the world, and she would not have ended up in a brothel. If her father was still alive, no matter how poor her life was, she would still be the daughter of an innocent man. But now that things had come to this, the only thing she could do was to promote the Warm Tang Foundation so that more poor people would not end up in her current situation. When the torch was passed on, what others conveyed was the spirit, but what she conveyed was the love of the world. Good. Miss Yen is not only beautiful, but also kind. I have nothing to say. Tomorrow, I will donate 10 strings of cash to the Warm Tang Foundation. I will donate 100 strings of cash tomorrow as well. I will donate 100 strings of cash as well. I will donate 1,000 strings of cash. Waves of cheers came from the crowd. However, the procuress of 100 Flowers Tower was secretly stomping her feet. If these people donated money to charity, wouldn't the money spent on her tower correspondingly decrease? This kind of thing did not benefit 100 Flowers Tower at all. Instead, it had hidden disadvantages. Fortunately, Fang Fian didn't say anything else. She just thanked him and left. After that, the stage was given to the other girls in the 100 Flowers Tower. After all, Li Zishuan had given Mother Hua a political task. The girls in the tower had to sing Devotion of Love 10 times a day. The next day, on the front page of Datong Daily, it was no surprise that the Nguyen Tang Foundation's donation was published yesterday. The top 20 donors were directly highlighted and praised. The headline, no one knew if it was an accident or a coincidence, but it turned out to be, as long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. Just these 20 donations added up to nearly 150,000 strings of cash. Of course. The Marquis of Yong and's family donated more than 20,000 strings of cash. Ugh, so much money. According to the usual donation of 4 coal stoves and 200 honeycomb briquettes, how many coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes will the Marquis of Yong and donate this time? There are at least several 100,000 of them. But for every 4 coal stoves donated, the Marquis of Yong and will lose 200 copper coins. No matter how you look at it, the Marquis of Yong and has paid a huge price. Sigh. Who said it wasn't? But the poor people of Chang and City are lucky this year. They definitely won't be cold anymore. Of course. This is all thanks to the Emperor and the Marquis of Yong'an. Hey. Speaking of which, did you buy the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes at Chitsu Pavilion yesterday to test them? We tried them. It's so convenient to use them to boil water and cook. And a piece of coal can burn for a long time. From yesterday afternoon until now, the coal stoves at home have only burned 2 pieces of coal. Haha. That's right. I also want to say that the coal stoves are good. My second brother said that he's going to buy some coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes today. While the ordinary people were talking about the Enchanting Foundation and the honeycomb briquettes, some elegant people were shocked when they saw the headline. What? What the F***CK? Am I seeing things? Why is the headline the same as the lyrics of the new song that Miss Yenair sang last night? Wow. It's true. Could it be that the person who wrote the news also went to 100 Flowers Tower last night? What 100 Flowers Tower? What Miss Yenair? What new song? Brother Lu, Brother Chow, what are you talking about? Ha. Brother Yen, you didn't go to 100 Flowers Tower last night? I didn't go, something happened at home. Haha. I think your tigress didn't let you go, right? Bullsh *T. I'm the head of the family, how can that woman control me? Don't talk nonsense, tell me what happened. Haha. Keep bragging. But it's a big loss that you didn't go to 100 Flowers Tower last night. Why? Because Miss Yenair sang her new song last night, and it was really good. You don't know, but almost everyone in Peace Lane who was awake went to listen to it live. It was really a heavenly sound. Ha! What was it? Wasn't it just a song? Did it have to be so good? Besides, what does this song have to do with today's news? Hey! It has a lot to do with it. The title of this news is a line from yesterday's song. Don't you think it's a coincidence? That person picked up the newspaper, looked at the headline, and muttered, as long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful place. This. Brother Chow, how did you sing that song? Can you sing it for me? The young master opposite him instantly became proud, hee. You've asked the right person. I heard Miss Yenair sing it 4 times last night, so I already knew how to sing it. Listen. Cough cough. After that, he cleared his throat and started singing, this is the call of the heart, this is the dedication of love, this is the spring of the world, this is the source of life. Ah. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful place, ah. Stop stop stop. Stop F***king, it's too bad. Shut up. No, I haven't finished singing. Stop singing. I'll go to 100 Flowers Tower personally tonight. Listening to Brother Chow's singing is really terrible. Damn. What do you mean? Which part of my singing is not good? Come on, you. But to be honest, the tune of this song is quite special, I've never heard it before. And the lyrics are not bad. I'll go to the Enchanting Foundation later to donate some money, just take it as a bit of my love. Yo. Our great young master Yen still has such awareness? When did he become so kind? Damn you. I still have a conscience, unlike you, whose heart has already turned black. Damn. You're the one whose heart is black. I was already planning to donate money later. Chapter 1052. Husband, the total is out. Yesterday, our Enchanting Foundation received a total of 250,000 strings of cash. The warehouse at the Chitsu Pavilion workshop is almost half full. In the morning, after breakfast, Han Yushi held an account book and said happily to Li Zixuan. This could be considered her first career. She had always been walking on thin ice in her heart. In the end, after the first day, not only did she not make any mistakes, but she also gained a lot. This made her very happy. Li Zishuan pretended to sigh sadly. Sigh. 250,000 strings of cash. How many coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes do we have to give away for free? Han Yushi said angrily, Husband. Aren't we doing a good deed? Besides, you were the one who suggested this idea before. Why? Are you regretting it now? Li Zishuan laughed and said, Haha. I'm just teasing you. How can I go back on my word? Han Yushi rolled her eyes. She thought for a moment and said to Li Zishuan seriously, Husband, now that the donation has been paid, our workshop has to hurry up and prepare the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. Otherwise, people will say that we only accept money and don't do anything. Li Zishuan nodded slightly. He stood up and said with his hands behind his back, Don't worry, my wife. The workshop is already producing coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. Moreover, Faubert is still recruiting workers these few days. The farmers near Chang and city who are free have basically all been recruited to help. There are also some refugees from other places who are also being recruited to the workshop. Although those people don't have much skill, they don't need skill to make honeycomb briquettes. They only need strength. Han Yushi smiled and said, Yes. This way, not only can we speed up production, but we can also increase the income of the people. Husband, you are doing a good deed. Li Zishuan said half-jokingly, Hee hee. Wife, don't you think your husband is comparable to the great philanthropist of 9 lives now? Even if I want to die, the king of hell would probably be too embarrassed to accept me, right? Bah bah bah. Why are you talking about death for no reason? Hubby, you promised this concubine that we would be together for the rest of our lives. Han Yushi panicked and hurriedly covered Li Zishuan's mouth as she said angrily. Li Zishuan removed his wife's hand and laughed, Ha. Fine, fine, fine. But is a lifetime not enough? That's 2 lifetimes. Cough cough. While the two of them were speaking shamelessly, a dry cough suddenly came from behind them. Li Zishuan turned his head and saw Yi Fashion standing behind with an awkward expression. Cousin, I have something to talk to you about. I wonder if it's convenient for you now. Only God knew how Yi Fashion, who had just finished his breakfast, was feeling at this moment. However, it was impossible to tell what the child was thinking just by looking at his face. It's convenient. Of course it was convenient. Monk, come and have a seat. Li Zishuan had high hopes for this little cousin of his. Some important people had already shown that they were different from others when they were young. Yi Fashion belonged to this group of people. Han Yushi was a little shy at first when she was caught speaking sweet nothings. However, when she saw that it was Yi Fashion, her expression quickly returned to normal. After Yi Fashion came in, Han Yushi turned around to pour a cup of hot water. She smiled and said, Monk, let's sit down and talk. Come, it's cold. Drink some hot water. Yi Fashion took the cup and was flattered. Thank you, cousin-in-law. Han Yushi said, You're welcome. Yi Fashion then looked at Li Zishuan and said, Cousin, after yesterday, the Nguyen Tang Foundation should have received a lot of donations, right? Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's right. Preliminary calculations show that it's about 250,000 strings of cash. Even though he was mentally prepared, when he heard this number, Yi Fashion could not help but be shocked. He widened his eyes and said, So much? Then, cousin, when do you plan to use this money to officially do good deeds? Li Zishuan thought for a while and answered, In 2 days. Why? Monk, do you have any suggestions? Yi Fashion shook his head and said, I don't have any suggestions. Cousin, you have more experience in this area than I do. I just want to help you run some errands when the time comes. This can be considered as doing good deeds. Haha. No problem. Actually, when the time comes, there will be a lot of things to do. For example, investigating the poor farmers in the villages, delivering coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to them, and recording the accounts. All these require manpower. Monk, if you're willing to come and help, that's the best. I'll do my best. In the morning, when the morning court was about to end, Li Zishuan took the carriage and went to the palace again. After the eunuch reported his arrival, Li Zishuan met Li Er in the Ganlo hall. "What's wrong? You've been running to the palace recently. In the past, when you saw me, you couldn't wait to take a detour. What's wrong with you now? Have you changed?" Li Er raised his head and joked with him. Li Zishuan's face was instantly filled with black lines. He said gloomily, "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood me. You have a lot of things to do every day. You're responsible for the entire Tang Empire. If I were to disturb you for no reason, wouldn't I become a sinner of the Tang Empire?" Li Er laughed and said, "You're such a smooth talker. All right, let's cut the small talk and get down to business." Li Zishuan then said seriously, "Your Majesty, the Warm Tang Foundation received a total of 249,816 strings of coins yesterday. I plan to distribute coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to the poor in 2 days' time." Li Er was stunned and said in surprise, "Almost 250,000 strings of coins? That much?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "This is only yesterday's amount. I think there will be more in the future." Li Er came back to his senses and said, "Do you have enough manpower? Do you need me to send some people over to help you?" Li Zishuan replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I have enough people under me. However, when the time comes to distribute coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes, I will need the help of the county magistrates." Although Xiao Yu was in charge of the Ministry of Civil Affairs and managed the household registration of the entire Tang Empire's people, it was more convenient to find the local county magistrate. After all, a county magistrate was better than a county magistrate. There were more than 20 counties under Cheng and city. In terms of rank and merit, Li Zishuan was indeed higher than those county magistrates. However, everything had to be done properly. Without Li Zishuan's special permission, those county magistrates had no obligation to cooperate with Li Zishuan. That was because they did not have a direct subordinate relationship with Li Zishuan. Li Er nodded and said, "I'll give you an imperial edict. You can take this imperial edict and get all the county magistrates near Cheng and city to cooperate with you." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Is there anything else?" Seeing that Li Zishuan had no intention of leaving, Li Er took the initiative to ask. Chapter 1053. Inside the Hall of Nectar. Li Zishuan said again, "Your Majesty, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it." Li Er said unhappily, "If you have something to say, just say it." "Since when did you know how to do this?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I think that if we want the people to do good for a long time and let the Warm Tang Foundation continue to operate, we have to give out some rewards to encourage the people and rich merchants to donate money." Back then, Zilu was praised by Confucius for saving people from drowning, and Zigong was criticized by Confucius for not receiving gold for saving people. It's not completely unreasonable. Li Er couldn't help but say, "Didn't you give the people who donated a certificate of honor? Isn't that a benefit?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, this is just a small benefit. If we want the rich people to donate money willingly, we have to give them some sincere and tangible benefits. For example, some special treatment, bastard. Are you asking me to become Lu Hong and sell my official position?" Li Er suddenly guessed something and immediately slammed the table and stood up in anger. The Lu Hong he was talking about was Emperor Ling Han, a fatuous emperor who pushed selling officials to the extreme. Some emperors before Lu Hong had also sold officials, but most of them only did it occasionally, and the money they received was usually for the urgent needs of the country. Only this comrade Lu Hong was able to push this shady business of selling official positions to the extreme. The most ridiculous thing was that this comrade had actually opened an official exchange in the West Garden. He had clearly marked the price and openly sold officials. Regardless of talent, character, integrity, as long as one had money, they could buy officials. And the money from selling officials would all go into Emperor Ling Han's own pocket. This guy even unified the market price of officials and personally set the rules for selling officials. He set the price of an official's position to be 10,000 times the official's annual income. For example, an official's position with an annual salary of 2,000 sure was priced at 20 million. His method of selling officials was very innovative, and he was not willing to let go of any opportunity. Even Zhang Wen and the others, who had made great contributions and had a high reputation, had to first pay enough money to the emperor to buy an official position before they could ascend to an official position. Li Erzhing had thought of the possibility of him selling his position, so he scolded angrily. Li Zishuan stared blankly, thinking, when did I ask you to sell your official position? Is it because your imagination is too rich? Your Majesty, I have no such intentions. This official's idea is that every year, we should select 3 people from the people who donated money and give them the title of righteous merchants of the world. It was just a title. Not only would it not damage the prestige of the imperial court, but it would also stimulate the enthusiasm of the wealthy citizens to donate. Moreover, there were precedents before. It's just a few more, right? In order to prevent Old Li from misunderstanding again, Li Zishuan directly told him his plan. Just a title? You brat, it's easy for you to talk. Do you think the title of righteous merchant is so worthless? Li Er said with a dark face. Your Majesty, I didn't say that it was worthless. According to my preliminary estimates, if a wealthy businessman wants to be selected, he will have to donate at least 50 to 60,000 strings of cash. This wasn't cheap at all. Moreover, all the land under the heavens belongs to the emperor, and all the people who live on the land are the emperor's subjects. Businessmen are also your Majesty's subjects. Why should your Majesty be so biased against them? Li Zishuan couldn't help but say. Li Er frowned and didn't say anything. After a while, he said meaningfully, You're here to persuade me today. The division of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants has existed since the spring and autumn period, and it has been like this for generations. How do you want me to change it? Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, this official has never thought of changing the status of the merchants, but this official feels that giving the title of righteous merchant of the world to some merchants who have made outstanding contributions to the Tang dynasty should be harmless. For example, Feng Zhihua from before. Li Er thought for a moment and finally waved his hand and said, all right. All right. I'll give you a place every year. Li Zishuan laughed and said, this official thanks your Majesty on behalf of the millions of merchants and poor citizens of the Tang dynasty. Li Er waved his hand and motioned for a certain someone to scram. Your Majesty. Does this year count? Scram. Hey. I didn't say it doesn't count, I just said scram. That means it counts this year too. Sitting in the carriage, Li Zishuan muttered to himself as he recalled the situation in the sweet dew hall. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. Just as he was thinking, Li Zishuan suddenly heard someone humming a tune outside the carriage. He couldn't help but feel happy. He thought to himself that this modern song had spread quite quickly after it came to the Tang dynasty. However, he didn't know that the reason why this song, Dedication of Love, could spread so quickly was that, other than the special tune itself, the main reason was that the first singer, Fang Fian, was extremely charismatic and sang it very well. While listening to people humming along the way, he unknowingly arrived home. Sir, you're finally back. He jumped out of the carriage and found little Fishy waiting at the door. Li Zishuan smiled and said, what's the matter? Are you looking for me? Little Fishy took out the newspaper from behind and walked to Li Zishuan. She pouted and said angrily, Sir, you're asking the obvious. Why did you insist that I change the headline to this yesterday? Little Fishy pointed at the headline on Datong Daily with a hint of displeasure on her face. Li Zishuan suddenly understood, but he said, oh. This headline. Little Fishy, don't you think this headline has a better meaning? Little Fishy said angrily, Sir, you're still pretending. I did think so yesterday, but I only realized today that I was fooled by you. This headline is exactly the same as the song that was being sung at Hundred Flowers Tower in Ping Kong Fong last night. Now, everyone in the editorial department is asking me if I went to Ping Kong Fong last night to listen to that song. Even Steward Ma asked me this morning. Damn it. Li Zishuan wanted to laugh when he heard that, but he quickly held it back. He held back his laughter and said with a straight face, ahem. Coincidence. It's definitely a coincidence. Those people in the editorial department are really too much. Little fishy, you're a pure and innocent girl. How could they say that you went to that kind of place? The next time I go to the workshop, I'll definitely give them a good scolding. Little fishy's face suddenly turned bright. She said, that's right. Sir, you must give them a good scolding. I didn't go, but they insisted on slandering me. I did want to listen to that song, but there was no one to accompany me. These people are really despicable. Li Zishuan was stunned. He didn't get little fishy's anger at all. What was this little girl thinking all day long? She actually wanted to visit a brothel. Oh my God, was she a demon? Chapter 1054. In the morning, when the doors of the Warm Tang Foundation opened, it welcomed even more donors than the day before. Of course, there were also quite a number of people who came to donate money after listening to the song, Dedication of Love. Speaking of which, the merchants who had donated money yesterday and received a certificate of honor for doing good, all of them had their certificates of honor framed and hung in the most conspicuous place in their shops, attracting the attention of the customers who came and went. When the shopkeepers who did not have a certificate of honor for doing good saw this, they were more or less unhappy, so they came today to get a certificate. Otherwise, if other people had won and they did not, wouldn't they lose out in terms of prestige? Li Zishuan was very happy to see this kind of behavior where people competed even when doing charity. He did not approve of people competing for power and influence, but he approved of people competing for charity. What he wanted was the kind of enthusiasm that if you donate 100 strings of coins, I will donate 200 strings of coins. The Warm Tang Foundation was still popular, but Curious Pavilion was not bad either. In fact, it was even more popular. The people who came to buy the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes yesterday were all believers of Curious Pavilion. They firmly believed that the things from Curious Pavilion were the best, so they bought them as soon as possible. However, after the first batch of testers tried it, people realized that honeycomb briquettes were indeed better than charcoal by a few hundred times. Therefore, basically, people who were not poor came to buy the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. These things were the best tools to survive the winter, boil water, and cook rice. As for those who were really poor and could not afford the coal stoves, they were hoping that the Warm Tang Foundation would come to send warmth. This winter, no one in Chang'an City would be cold anymore. Yo! Uncle Hu, Uncle Miao, Second Master Lu, why are you all here? In the afternoon, Li Zishuan went to the workshop in Plum Village to check on the progress of the production of the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. However, he saw Hu Hanyun, Lu Wanshan, and the other villagers of Plum Village outside the workshop. Moreover, there were also villagers from other villages in his fief. There were at least a few hundred people in total. Young master, it's been cold recently, and there aren't many herbs in the mountains. It just so happens that you need manpower in your workshop. Since we farmers have nothing to do at home, we all came to help. Hu Hanyun was knocking on a piece of coal when he saw Li Zishuan coming over. He stopped what he was doing and replied. Fu Bin and his men were mining happily in Yifang County. Moreover, the goods route from Yifang County to Chang'an had been completely opened. Basically, every 2 days, a large batch of iron ore, sulfur ore, and coal would be shipped here. The sulfur ores were naturally piled up in the warehouse, while the iron ores and coal ores were piled up outside the workshop. Because there were too many of them, they took up space inside. Yes. Young master, you're using the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to do good deeds. Even if we farmers donate money, we won't be able to donate much. If we help young master make honeycomb briquettes, isn't that the same as doing good deeds? Hee hee. Just nice, I can do some work in the winter to warm up my body. Second Master Lu was old, but his body wasn't old at all. He always looked hale and hearty, and it felt like some young men in their 20s or 30s weren't as strong as him. Li Zishuan listened and nodded. That's fine too. One more person means one more share of strength. Moreover, the farmers can also earn more money because of this. Not bad, not bad. At first, Lisa Schwan didn't let Faubert recruit people from his fief. The main reason was that the commoners usually had to go into the mountains to gather herbs. Moreover, recently, every household was basically distributing bean sprouts. He expected that they wouldn't be able to free themselves. However, since the situation was like this now, he didn't have any objections. It was more reassuring to recruit people from his own side than outsiders. Young Master, Xiao Hu, and the others refused to accept wages no matter what. This old man has been trying to persuade them until my mouth is about to break. Just as Lisa Schwan finished speaking, Faubert's voice came from behind. There's actually such a thing? Lisa Schwan was startled. He immediately looked at Hu Hanyun and Second Master Lu and said seriously, Uncle Hu, Second Master Lu, this work is like doing business. How can you only contribute and not receive money? How can I have the face to ask the workshop to hire you to work like this? Old Hu said stubbornly, Young Master. I, Old Hu, have never done business before, and I'm not doing business now. We all owe Young Master a favor, and we're all here to return the favor. We all know how Young Master usually treats us. At this time, it's not a busy farming season, and we have nothing to do at home. We're all here to help and put in some effort. How can we still ask Young Master for money? Don't you think so? Yes. Xiao Hu's words are reasonable. We farmers don't know how to do business, but we understand the fickleness of human nature. What's the point of money? Now that everyone can eat, drink, and wear warm clothes, it's enough. Why do we need so much money? Second Master Lu couldn't help but interrupt. That's right. We have to have a conscience. We can't accept this wage. Yes. We can't accept it. Young Master, please don't try to persuade us anymore. My family has made a lot of money from selling bean sprouts recently. If we really want to calculate it, we should be the ones giving Young Master money, not the other way around. So we definitely can't accept this wage. At the side, the other farmers in Lisa Schwan's fiefdom all shouted loudly. Lisa Schwan smiled helplessly. These farmers were usually quite clumsy with their words, but now, each one of them was better than the other. Moreover, their thoughts were very clear. He didn't know how to persuade them even if he wanted to. All right then. I'll accept the friendship of my fellow villagers. It's fine if you don't accept the wage, but everyone has to eat lunch at the workshop. It's best if you call your wives and children over to eat. There'll be enough food. Some friendships could not be measured with money. It would only be an insult to these friendships, so Lisa Schwan decisively stopped trying to persuade them. Instead, he said half-jokingly. Good. That's not a problem. Haha. I, Old Hu, can eat a few more bowls of rice to my heart's content. Hearing Lisa Schwan's bold and unrestrained words, the other farmers also laughed heartily. When the other farmers who came to work saw Lisa Schwan and the other farmers in the fiefdom, their eyes were filled with yearning. At this time, they, who could get paid, started to envy the farmers in the Han village, Plum village, and Liujia village who couldn't get paid. This was because they also wanted to have such a kind-hearted master. Faubert, ask the people below to improve the food conditions of the construction site. At the very least, we must ensure that there's fatty meat in every meal. After entering the workshop, Lisa Schwan said to Faubert. The corners of Uncle Fu's mouth twitched. This is really... Of all the construction sites in Great Tang, which one would provide meat for every meal? However, he also knew that Lisa Schwan didn't lack money, so he didn't object. Yes, young master. Chapter 1055. That's right, Faubert. The workshop recently gave me 2,200 coal furnaces and 220,000 honeycomb briquettes. I have a use for them. Lisa Schwan thought for a moment before speaking to Faubert. He planned to give 2 coal furnaces and 200 honeycomb briquettes to every farmer in his fief for free. Since the farmers were not willing to accept wages, he could only use this method to give them benefits. Furthermore, it did not add up to much, and he had already donated 20,000 strings of cash to the Warm Tang Foundation. There was no reason for him to only take care of outsiders and neglect his own family, right? Young master wants so many coal furnaces and honeycomb briquettes. Are you planning to give them to the farmers? Faubert thought for a moment and understood Li Zishuan's intentions. Furthermore, after interacting with Li Zishuan for so long, he had more or less figured out Li Zishuan's personality. He knew that Li Zishuan had always been very kind to his own people. Haha. That's right. We can't really let the farmers work for free, right? Li Zishuan said with a smile. Faubert shook his head and did not deny it. In any case, he felt that Li Zishuan was already very kind to the farmers. Even if he did not give them wages, there was nothing wrong with it. Faubert, can the workshop keep up with the iron smelting speed, the furnace speed, and the honeycomb briquettes production speed? Li Zishuan finally asked the question he was concerned about. Faubert nodded lightly. It can keep up. Now that the workshop has recruited close to 5,000 workers, there is no need to worry about the honeycomb briquettes production speed. The furnace is also smelting iron day and night, so we don't lack iron here. As for the furnaces, as long as there is no shortage of iron, the workshop's production speed can keep up with the consumption speed of the interesting pavilion. Now at night, the workshop was ablaze with flames. Because the blast furnace had to work day and night, there was no such thing as light pollution in this era. On the contrary, the people of Plum Village liked this scene and treated it as a unique landmark of Plum Village. Yes. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Li Zishuan nodded. Then, he walked around the workshop again. After making sure that everything was running in an orderly manner, he went home. The next day, Thursday, Yanhuang College's final exam was held as scheduled amidst the cries of the students. At 7:45 a.m., the bell and drums sounded, and all the invigilators in the examination hall began to distribute the test papers. The arrangement of the examination venue and time was similar to that of the previous monthly examination. The only difference was that the invigilation was stricter. Entering the examination hall actually required a body search. Fortunately, all the students in the academy were male. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to search them. In addition, the inspection team from the previous monthly examination had expanded this time. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the other guards of the academy had also joined in. If you asked these guards to teach, they definitely wouldn't be able to do it. But if you asked them to inspect the exam, they wouldn't have any problem with it. Moreover, with their eyesight, they would be even better than the teachers of the academy if they were to invigilate the exam. With more people, it was natural that they would go to each examination hall more frequently. Basically, every half an hour, there would be an inspection team in front of each examination hall. As a result, no student would dare to cheat in such a strict environment. Li Zishuan didn't stay in the academy all the time this time. He came to the academy in the morning to take a look and then went back. First of all, now that every teacher in the academy had their own duties, the academy could run very well even if he wasn't there. His role was only to control the general direction of the academy's teaching. Moreover, he had something to do at home these 2 days, so he had to go back. This morning, Faubert sent someone to deliver the heating pipes and radiators that Li Zishuan had ordered previously. As for the heating boiler, it could be used after a slight modification of the one at home. Although Li Zishuan was eager to experience heating, he still went to the academy to inspect it. After that, he came back with a group of guards and servants to start installing heating in the house. The main hall in the front yard, all the bedrooms in the house, including the maids' and servants' bedrooms, and the 2 study rooms, all needed to be installed with radiators. Under Li Zishuan's command, Peng Feiji, San Bao, and the others started the large-scale renovation of the heating system in the residence. Feiji, take 5 people and carry these 8 radiators to the west courtyard. As for the pipes outside, you guys install them according to the method you used in the front yard, understand? Understood. Xiong de, Xiong air. You 2 brothers, get 2 more people to carry this boiler to the east courtyard. While you're at it, help me install the pipes on the boiler. Remember, the valve on the boiler must be opened. I'll go check later. If it's not done properly, run 10 kilometers. Yes. Marquis. Sanbao, Fu. Take a dozen men with you and move the remaining pipes and radiators to Yunshan Villa. I'll be there in a moment. Yes, young master. Since Li Zishuan had explained the installation method of the heater to everyone in advance and explained the relevant terms to them, Pang Feiji and the others could still understand the modern terms that Li Zishuan mentioned, such as heater, heater pipe, valve, and other modern terms. Under his command, when it was close to noon, a total of more than 40 rooms in the Li residence that needed heating had all been installed with radiators. The heating pipes had also been preliminarily installed, and all that was left was to test run. Old Man Li, Madam Li. There were also the 3 members of the Yi family. They stood at the side, stunned. They couldn't even get a word in because they had never seen such a thing before. They could only watch from the side as Li Zishuan ordered the people to get busy. Little Xian, with just this, you can make the house as warm as spring? Seeing that Li Zishuan was almost done with his work, Li Jingma walked over and finally asked the question that had been in his heart for the entire morning. The rest of the family also looked over. Obviously, they didn't believe that Li Zishuan had made the radiators sound so magical. Hey! Father! If this thing is really heated, not only will it be as warm as spring, it won't even be a problem to make the house as hot as summer. Li Zishuan chuckled. Many things that were impossible in the eyes of the ancients were so natural in the eyes of a modern person like him. Go away. You're bragging again. If it doesn't work, I'll see where you're going to put your face. Li Jingma heard that his son was getting more and more ridiculous. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. Hee. There's no point in saying more. Father, you better watch carefully later. See if your son is bragging. Chapter 1056. Start burning. After personally inspecting all the heating pipes, Li Zishuan ordered. The servants in the house quickly placed the honeycomb briquettes that had been burned in advance into the stove. In order to maintain enough steam, the capacity of the stove was 10 times larger than that of ordinary honeycomb briquettes. Therefore, the amount of coal consumed every day was not to be underestimated. After a while, the sound of boiling hot water could be heard from the pot. Li Zishuan quickly ordered, Feiji, quickly bring some people to check all the heating pipes in the house. See if there are any leaks. If there are, report to me immediately. Pang Feiji bowed and cupped his fists. Yes, Marquis. After that, Brother Chicken immediately brought a group of guards and split up to check the heating pipes that had just been installed. Old Man Li, who was watching from the side, felt a little unbearable. He went back to the main hall in the front yard and squatted in front of the radiator. He wanted to feel if there was any temperature. Drip. He didn't feel any temperature, but he heard the faint sound of water dripping from the heating pipes. After a while, it became the sound of flowing water. It was the sound of flowing water. However, the radiator was still cold. Just as Old Man Li was suspecting that his son's heating was useless, a trace of warmth suddenly came from the cold radiator. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but as time passed, that trace of warmth became more and more clear. In the end, it was even faintly hot. How is it? Father? You should believe me now, right? At this time, Li Zishuan came in with his family from outside. Seeing his father's face full of surprise, he smiled and asked. Previously, Pang Feiji had brought people to check the heating pipes. After confirming that there were no leaks, Li Zishuan was completely relieved. This was because, generally speaking, as long as the pipes didn't leak steam, they could form a closed loop. There wouldn't be a problem with heating. This thing can actually transfer heat. It's just that our main hall is so big, Xian, you only put two radiators. If it's far away, can you feel the warmth? At this time, Li Jingma already believed that radiators could indeed conduct heat, but he did not believe that 2 radiators could warm a room. Li Zishuan did not say anything, but Yi Guizhong spoke up. He had just come over to touch the radiators and heard him say, "Don't worry. Jingma, you really won't turn back until you hit a wall. Just based on how hot this thing is, as long as we close the doors and windows and let it continue to emit heat, the hall will definitely become warm. It's just a matter of time. Old Man Yi had been a Taoist all his life. Although he didn't know the law of conservation of energy, he understood the general meaning behind it. Sure enough, an hour later, when lunch was served, Li Jingma couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead and take off his thick fox fur coat because he actually felt hot. Ah! Mother! Lan is hot too. Lan ran to Madame Li and said crisply. Madame Li had no choice but to help the little girl take off her fox fur coat. The little girl's voice was filled with excitement. This is great. Now I don't have to sleep under a thick blanket at night. Brother, this radiator you made is really amazing. Everyone laughed. To the little girl, the radiator's only advantage was that she didn't have to sleep under a thick blanket at night. Hee hee. Good. Good. This way, as long as we stay in the house during winter, we definitely won't catch a cold. And this radiator is much more comfortable than a fire. Old Madame Yi said with a smile. Speaking of which, during this trip to Chang'an, the three of them had seen a lot of new things. Of course. Grandmother, it's easy to get poisoned if you stay in the fire for too long, but this radiator won't have this problem at all. At most, it will make the air a little drier, but this problem can be solved by putting a basin of water in the house. Li Zishuan said with a smile. When it came to heating in winter, the most comfortable and natural method was the radiator. Even an air conditioner couldn't compare to it, let alone burning charcoal. It's really good. This time, our house can really be as warm as spring in winter. When it comes to enjoyment, the whole Tang dynasty added together can't compare to you, Xian, Old Man Li said with a sigh. You old thing, you're always saying weird things. Don't tell me you didn't enjoy the radiator. Li Zishuan's little face darkened, but Mrs. Li rushed ahead of him and spoke up for him. Yi Guizhong stroked his beard and said with a smile, hee hee. Jingma, little Xian isn't doing this for his own enjoyment. With his current martial arts cultivation, normal cold won't be able to enter his body at all. He's creating conditions for us to enjoy. Old Man Yi finally said something fair. Li Jingma was embarrassed by his slip of the tongue. Li Zishuan didn't blame his father. Li Jingma was his father, so what if he said a few words? Hee hee. Don't just talk about it. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, let's eat. I'll go to Yunshan again in the afternoon and install radiators there. The next morning, almost everyone in the Li residence was in high spirits. Compared to a few days ago, it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. If you ask why, of course, it was because of the radiator. Sleeping in a heated room at night, they didn't even need to warm their beds. They could fall asleep after lying down for a while. However, before they went to sleep, they didn't forget Li Zishuan's suggestion and put a basin of water in their room. It was hard not to be energetic when they woke up in the morning. This radiator is really something. I never dreamed that the house could be as warm as spring in winter. Yeah. When I went back to my room last night, I took off all my clothes, but I didn't feel cold at all. This radiator that young master installed is really amazing. Young master is really good to us. This radiator must be very expensive, but young master installed it for us without even thinking about it. Damn it, there were 6 people who betrayed young master for money last time. Those people should be struck by lightning. That's right. Strike them to death. Now, even if someone wants my life, I won't betray young master and the Li family, let alone give me money. Yes. Even if we die in the future, we won't betray young master. The servants got up early to boil water, cook, and clean the courtyard. The most discussed topic was the radiator that they experienced last night. When they talked about this, the servants were all grateful to Li Zishuan. If the same thing happened in other people's homes, the master would definitely not let the servants enjoy such a good thing like radiators. At this moment, Lian was glad that she didn't betray Li Zishuan, but she also felt a little guilty that she almost betrayed Lisa Schwan. She had mixed feelings. Now, all she could do was serve the master with all her heart, repay his kindness, and atone for her sins. Chapter 1057. Lisa Schwan didn't know what the servants were thinking. Yesterday, he had installed a heater in the servants' room. It was just a humanitarian gesture. Although he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Lisa Schwan still had some modern thinking in his bones. He respected every life form around him. In his dictionary, there was no distinction between upper class and lower class. After getting up and having breakfast, Lisa Schwan went to the academy, while Han Yushi went to the Warm Tang Foundation. Both of them had their own careers now, and they were both in the rising stage of their careers. They could not stay at home every day and leave the academy or the foundation alone. Sitting in the carriage, Lisa Schwan couldn't help but shake his head. His and his wife's current situation was very similar to most couples in the modern world. After breakfast, they had to go to work. The only difference was that they were like bosses. Sometimes, they didn't have to go to work. They had a lot of freedom. When they arrived at the academy, Lisa Schwan was in Yen Silu's office, chatting with Yen Silu and Li Gang. Haha. These 2 days, the students of the academy have been working harder than usual. I was in the cafeteria just now, and I met a student who was eating and reading at the same time. It's really not easy. Yen Silu sighed with a smile. Li Gang shook his head. That's nothing. Last night, this old man had a sudden impulse and went to the student dormitory to check on the dormitory. I found that it was already 9:45 p.m., but some dormitories were still lit up. This old man went in to take a look and saw 6 people neatly lying under the lights, reading books. This old man originally wanted to punish them according to the rules of the academy, but when I thought of how hard they had worked, I directly let them turn off the lights and go to sleep. Sigh, in the end, it's Yamacho's fault for bringing the exam forward so suddenly. The old man didn't blame Lisa Schwan. He mainly cared about his students. At his age, fame and fortune were no longer important to him. The only thing he cared about was passing down his legacy. Yanhuang College was the place where knowledge was passed down. He had long regarded this place as his home and the students of the college as his own children. Sirs, in fact, people are forced to do so. The students are working so hard mainly because they feel a sense of urgency. They are still young, and a little pressure can only be good for them. There is no harm. Lisa Schwan explained. To Lisa Schwan, who had experienced the college entrance examination in his previous life, this was not a big deal. Besides, the earlier the exam, the earlier they could enjoy it. Now that the weather was so cold, wouldn't it be great if a portion of the students could have a holiday after the exam? As for why it's only a part and not all, oh, right. Mr. Yen. After the exam this afternoon, tell the students not to leave in a hurry. I have something to announce. Lisa Schwan suddenly added. Yes. Yen Silla nodded and couldn't help but ask, is Yamacho going to announce the duration of the holiday? Starting from the time of Emperor Wu of Han, there were officially established schools. This was the Imperial College recorded in the history books. The students who studied there were called Imperial College students. At that time, the students had already established a holiday system. The main ones were the farm leave and the holiday. It was a bit like the modern winter and summer vacations. The duration of the holiday was usually 1 to 2 months. Of course, for students who traveled long distances, the time spent traveling to and from school was not included. Yanhuang College's winter vacation was considered late. The Imperial College had already started their holiday half a month ago. Haha. More or less. In the future, our college will call this holiday winter vacation, and the farm leave in the summer will be called summer vacation. In a while, I will make some arrangements for the students. The college had a lot of new concepts and terms, so it didn't matter if there was an extra winter and summer vacation. However, when Lisa Schwan talked about the arrangements for the winter vacation, why did the smile on his face look so creepy? After staying at the college for a while, Lisa Schwan returned to the courtyard to rest. Yesterday afternoon, he had brought some people to install a heater here. It was a good time to go in and enjoy himself. Hey! I have to find some time to install a heater in Li Gang's house too. The old man is so old, how can he stand the cold? After installing the heater, I will ask priest's son to give him a physical examination next year. Li Zishuan was inexplicably startled. He suddenly remembered that according to history, Li Gang had less than 4 years to live. Moreover, the old man was now 81 years old. Let alone the academy, even in the entire Great Tang, people of this age were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. He absolutely had to be taken care of. Therefore, Li Zishuan planned to install a heater in Li Gang's courtyard. In addition, he was thinking of asking Sun Simiao to give Li Gang a physical examination. He sincerely hoped that his arrival could slightly change history and let Li Gang live a long life. Clang, clang, clang. In the afternoon, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly rang out in Yanhuang College. It meant that the students' 2-day final exam was finally over. Stop writing. Stand up. The teachers in the 32 examination halls gave the order at the same time and started to collect the papers. Regardless of whether the students had finished or not, they all obediently put down their pens and returned to their classrooms after handing in their papers. Then, the students started to chat. Some compared their answers, some complained that they did not do well, and some looked forward to a better life during the holidays. Suddenly, the classrooms of each class became noisy. However, not long after, the students regained their silence. This was because their respective form teachers came and brought a notice: all students, gather at the sports field. The students did not find anything unusual. They guessed that Li Zishuan was probably going to tell them some things to take note of during the holidays. However, Li Zishuan's first sentence almost made the students kneel down. Students, although the final exam to test your results for this semester is over, your semester is not over yet. You have more important tasks to do next. Buzz, buzz, without any pleasantries, Li Zishuan immediately laid out his plan. The students were still fantasizing that they could finally finish their exams and go home to relax during the holidays. They didn't expect that their dreams would be mercilessly shattered by Li Zishuan in one fell swoop. The students found it hard to accept and could not help but whisper to each other below the stage. Damn! Does Yamacho mean that they are not going to give us a holiday? No, it's going to be the Chinese New Year in about 20 days. What does Yamacho mean? Please don't give us a holiday. My house is far away. We have to leave early to go home. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it in time for the Chinese New Year. Isn't this too much? Chapter 1058. That's enough. Quiet down. The students whispered among themselves for a while before Li Zishuan used his penetrating voice to stop them. The rowdy crowd instantly quieted down. Li Zishuan continued, I'm not saying that you're not allowed to have a holiday, but there are more important things that you need to do. I'm also not saying that you're not allowed to go home for the New Year. Those who live more than 200 miles away from Chang and can pack up and go home tomorrow. School will officially start on the 25th of the first lunar month next year. As soon as he said that, many of the students' faces lit up. Li Zishuan paused, then continued, as for those who live closer to Chang'an, from tomorrow onwards, you will report to the Warm Tang Foundation. When school started, I told you that Yanhuang College does not nurture useless students who only know how to study. You must apply what you've learned to benefit the country and its people. Sending you to the Warm Tang Foundation is a very valuable opportunity for you to practice. At the same time, what you're doing is very meaningful. I hope that you'll cherish this opportunity. Yamacho, what does the Warm Tang Foundation do? Yeah. Why does the name sound so weird? After listening to Li Zishuan, many of the students were confused. They were not confused because they could not have a holiday, but because they had no idea what the Warm Tang Foundation was. On the day that the Warm Tang Foundation was first established, the students had received news that the final exams would be held on Thursday. Because of that, they did not even have enough time to study, let alone read the newspaper. This included Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen, the two part-time novel writers, who did not have time to read the newspaper. Datong Daily's editorial department was still using the manuscripts that they had sent over last week. Therefore, more than 80% of the students had not heard of the Warm Tang Foundation that had recently become the talk of the town. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard the whispers of the students. However, he quickly recovered and cleared his throat. It seems that everyone has been studying hard recently. It doesn't matter if you don't know about the Warm Tang Foundation. I'll ask Mr. Ma to tell you about it now. Other than being the leader of the Academy's economics department, Ma Zhou was also the head of the editorial department of Datong Daily. Among all the teachers in the academy, the one who knew the most about the Warm Tang Foundation was definitely Ma Zhou. Under Li Zishuan's invitation, Ma Zhou walked up to the rostrum. He did not prepare a speech in advance. If it were someone else, they would definitely be at a loss. However, Ma Zhou was someone who had seen big scenes. How could he be afraid now? Ma Zhou quickly organized his words in his heart. Then, he looked at the students below the stage and said in a clear voice, "Students, the Warm Tang Foundation is a charity department that was personally established by the current emperor to empathize with the people. It uses the donations of the people to help the poor people." Ma Zhou was best at writing and strategy. Under his narration, Li Zishuan became the holy son of heaven who worried about the people day and night, and Li Zishuan became the great philanthropist who would rather use up all his wealth to help the poor. The students could not help but be greatly moved. At the same time, a strong sense of pride rose in their hearts. This was because Li Zishuan was their Yamacho. They felt proud that they were Li Zishuan's students. Alright, now you should understand what kind of department the Warm Tang Foundation is, right? Now, let me talk about your upcoming tasks. After Ma Zhou spent half an hour introducing the Warm Tang Foundation, Li Zishuan continued, "The Warm Tang Foundation has recently launched a warm winter program. By distributing free coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to the poor people in and around Chang'an City, they will be able to afford warmth. Your task is to be responsible for distributing the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. This task is actually not simple at all. First, you have to select the people who meet the requirements and confirm that there is no one who is pretending to be poor because they are greedy for our things. Then, you have to bring people to deliver the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to the people who meet the requirements. Finally, you have to make a record of every donation and summarize the accounts every 1 or 2 days. These tasks are indeed difficult for you, but there is nothing in this world that is impossible for those who set their minds to it. Among you, some of you will take part in the imperial examinations after you graduate from the academy and enter an official career. Some of you may stay in the academy and continue your studies. Some of you may only want to use the knowledge you have learned to settle down in a corner and become a rich man. But no matter what, you cannot forget that you graduated from Yanhuang College. Since you are a student of Yanhuang College, you have an obligation to do something for the Tang Empire and the people of Tang Empire. Many years later, when you look back on this holiday practice, you will definitely not regret the effort you have put in. Good and evil will be repaid, and the heavens will reincarnate. Your good deeds will definitely be rewarded. I hope that you will put your heart into this holiday practice. I hope that you will use your love to warm this city. Use your love to warm this city." After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the entire field suddenly became quiet. At this time, no one had any complaints about Li Zishuan not having a holiday because Li Zishuan's words had touched them. Use your love to warm this city. The Tang people's sense of national honor was actually the strongest in the entire history of China. They loved this land and their people. Now that they had a chance to help their people, how could they not help because of their own selfishness? Yamacho, I want to join too. I don't have to go home for the new year. On the field, among the silent students, such a voice suddenly rang out. This shout was like a fuse, and it was followed by more and more similar shouts. Yamacho, I don't have to go home for the new year. I also want to join this holiday practice. Yamacho, I don't have to go home either. More and more students stood out. They were not locals of Chang'an, and they lived far away from the academy. Li Zishuan had also given them the opportunity to go home for the new year, but at this moment, they felt that some things were more important than going home for the new year. When Li Zixuan saw this, he smiled and said, "Good. Good. Good. I am very happy that so many people are willing to give up the opportunity to go home for the new year to help the Enchanting Foundation. But I still hope that you will think carefully before making a decision. Those who are willing to go home, I will support. Those who are willing to stay at the academy to do good, I will also support. Tonight, think about it carefully, and tomorrow, you will tell your final decision to your class teacher." Chapter 1059. The next morning, when Li Zixuan arrived at the academy, he found hundreds of students gathered in front of the school building. He glanced around and found that the number was about the same as the one at the field yesterday. He could not help but nod to himself. In fact, he placed great importance on the first batch of students from Yanhuang College. This was because the temperament and style of the first batch of students would determine the future of the academy. If they went astray, then the next batch of students would most likely go astray as well. At that time, it would be impossible to correct them even if he wanted to. Fortunately, the first batch of students from Yanhuang College went astray. "Yamacho is here. Quick, stand still." Some students noticed Li Zixuan walking toward them. The noisy crowd immediately quieted down. "Yamacho, other than 2 students who have urgent family matters, the rest of the students are willing to join the warm winter operation." Ma Zhou walked to Li Zixuan's side and said, Li Zixuan nodded, then walked to the front of the group of students. He paused for a moment before saying, "Haha. I'm glad that most of you have chosen to stay. In the next half a month, you will definitely get more than what you put in. Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said yesterday. Let's go now. To the Warm Tang Foundation." "Okay." The students answered loudly. And so, more than 600 students, led by Li Zixuan, left Yunshan and headed toward Chang'an City. At the headquarters of the Warm Tang Foundation, there were already people lining up at the entrance to donate money. Compared to the first and second day of donations, the amount of donations received every day had gradually decreased. This was something that couldn't be helped. When something new first appeared, there would be a period of popularity. After that, people would gradually return to their rationality. In fact, the current situation was enough for Han Yushi and the others to be busy. Collecting donations every day was easy. However, when it came to closing the accounts every night, it was not easy at all. This was because there were many people helping out, but few people knew how to calculate accounts. Most of the time, Han Yushi was the one who personally went into battle. Uncle Wang arranged for someone to go to the workshop and get some more certificates of honor. "I heard from Sanbao that we are running out of certificates of honor here." The workshop was originally a small room used to store blueprints. Han Yushi had transformed it into a study room. At this moment, she was sorting out the accounts while speaking to Wang Zhong. "Yes, madam." Wang Zhong accepted the order and left. Han Yushi lowered her head again, but she suddenly heard a commotion outside. She thought for a moment and recalled what Li Zixuan had told her last night, so she quickly got up and walked out of the door. Sure enough, there were already hundreds of students in the front yard of the workshop. They were all dressed in scholarly robes. When they stood together, they looked really imposing. Those who were about to donate money couldn't help but whisper when they saw this scene. "Wow! Where did these half-grown children come from? Are you here to help?" They seem to be students from Yanhuang College." "What? A student of Yanhuang College? Did Marquis bring these students to help?" Ignoring these people's whispers, Li Zixuan was about to lead these students to the backyard when Han Yushi happened to come out. "Greetings, madam." Before Li Zixuan could say anything, the group of students behind him shouted loudly. It was the first time most of them had seen Han Yushi. Sure enough, seeing was better than hearing about her. The students couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that Yamacho and Madame Yamacho were really a match made in heaven. Han Yushi smiled slightly and said, "No need to be so polite. I'll have to trouble you for the next few days." "It's no trouble at all." The students immediately responded when they heard this. Their voices were so loud that it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He thought angrily in his heart, a bunch of little brats. Why didn't I see you so energetic when I asked you earlier? Okay. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the Drunken Wind Pavilion behind. Li Zishuan waved his hand and led everyone to the Drunken Wind Pavilion behind the workshop. It was his original office courtyard and also the place where he had invented the wireless telegraph. He planned to divide the work and make some strategic arrangements for the students there. Qingke, now the county magistrates of the 22 counties under Cheng, and will cooperate with our work. From today onwards, you will be the first team leader of Operation Warm Winter. You will be responsible for bringing people to contact the county magistrates. You have to quickly draw up a list of the poor in each county. Tell them not to over-report or under-report. Otherwise, if I find out, I will definitely settle the score with them. More than 600 teachers and students were gathered in the Drunken Wind Pavilion. Of course, the house couldn't hold so many people. Li Zishuan simply held an impromptu meeting under a pavilion in the courtyard. Li Tai was the most suitable person to be in charge of contacting the local magistrates. With this little fatty around, how would the county magistrates dare to be sloppy? If you asked them to go east, they wouldn't dare to go west. Li Tai didn't expect good things to come so quickly. He couldn't help but feel energized. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes. Yamacho. I guarantee that we will complete the task." But, how many people are there in the first team? Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "I will allow you to have 100 people. You can choose your own people. Of course, the other students can also recommend themselves. But in the end, both sides have to agree." "Okay. Qingke understands." Li Tai nodded and replied. Li Zishuan continued, "Li Ku, I appoint you as the second team leader of Operation Warm Tang. Qing Chimo will be the vice leader. Your second team's main task is to follow the list provided by Qingke and deliver the coal and honeycomb coal produced by the workshop to the poor people. You can arrange the transportation yourself or ask the students of the academy for help. But you must control the cost. The total operating cost of your second team must not exceed 500 strings of coins. I will allow you to have 400 people in your team. As for which students to choose, you can discuss it later." Li Zishuan felt that it was necessary to let Li Ku control the cost. Otherwise, this child could directly spend money to hire thousands of people to help deliver the goods. Then the rest of the students would be useless. This was not the way to do charity. "Yes. Yamacho." Li Ku frowned, but he still replied in the end. "Okay, Yamacho." Qing Chimo was also a little excited. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan didn't cheat him this time. Li Zishuan then said, "Bruiser, I appoint you as the leader of the third team for Operation Warm Winter. Meng Wenhao and Li Yan will each be the vice leaders. I'll allow your team to have 138 members. You'll be responsible for keeping track of the accounts. First, you'll need to check the accounts of the Warm Tang Foundation every day. Second, you'll need to record every expenditure of the workshop. All the accounts must be done clearly, do you understand?" "Yes, Master." "Yes, Yamacho." The three of them replied in unison. After everything was done, Li Zishuan stood up and said, "Well then, Operation Warm Winter will officially start from now on. Now, you will all be in your teams. Everyone must choose a team. After you are in your teams, follow my instructions and start working." Chapter 1060. Inside the Drunken Wind Pavilion. The students were quickly divided into teams according to the size of their respective teams. The team leaders of each team were all well-known students in the academy. This way, at least they would not be in a situation where they did not know who was better. After the students had chosen their teams, the three teams immediately began to move. Li Tai divided his first team into 22 teams. They went to Cheng and County, Wanyan County, and the 20 counties outside of Cheng and City. He personally led a team to Cheng and County. Bruiser, on the other hand, led his 3rd Brigade to settle the accounts with the Warm Tang Foundation. Li Ku and Qing Chimo led the 2nd team out of the workshop to prepare the carriages. Because Li Zishuan had limited their activity funds, Li Ku and Qing Chimo, who had been pampered since they were young, had no choice but to save money and bargain with others. What? You charge 20 copper coins a day to rent a horse here? Why don't you go rob a bank? Do you think I won't sue you for running a scam? This was Qing Chimo's voice. The shopkeeper's face stiffened. He said in a muffled voice, "Little brother, the entire Shi city is like this. If you don't believe me, you can ask other places. Don't try to blackmail me." Qing Chimo's mouth was smiling, but in his heart, he was cursing. It was not like he had not asked other places, but the prices of the carriages and horses were more expensive than this place. Otherwise, why would he be chatting with an old man here? Oh my. You say I'm blackmailing you? Let this young master tell you, an old horse like yours can only earn 3 copper coins a day at most. Don't think I don't know anything about horses. I've seen the current emperor's white-hoofed shadow, and white-hoofed shadow with my own eyes. 3 copper coins a day is already too much for me. This idiot saw that the old man did not fall for his trick, so he started to boast. The hoofed shadow, green mantis, and Saliot purple that he mentioned were all top-notch BMWs that had accompanied Li Er on his expeditions. Other than these 3, there were also Jianmao Gu, Gua, Shifachi, and Telugu, all of which were Li Er's mounts. In the middle of the Jingguan period, in order to commemorate these 6 warhorses, Li Er ordered Yen Lide and Yen Liben to depict the 6 warhorses in relief, which were placed in the Zhao Mausoleum, and were known as the 6 horses of the Zhao Mausoleum in history. Hearing this, the old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Little brother, since you've even seen His Majesty's beloved warhorse, it means that you're either rich or noble. Tell me, why are you arguing with me over a few copper coins?" Qing Chimo cursed in his heart again. It's true that I'm rich, but I can't spend it now. Just as Qing Chimo was about to go berserk and beat someone up, Li Ku walked over from the other side of the street. "Cho Ox, what's wrong? Have you reached an agreement?" Li Ku asked after he came over. They had split up into several groups to look for carriages and horses. He had just finished talking with the owner of a carriage company and had come over. "Not yet. This shopkeeper is stubborn. Little Ku, you only gave me so little money, there's no way we can talk about this business. It's better for you to talk to him." Qing Chimo curled his lips and wanted to quit. When the old man heard Qing Chimo say that he was stubborn, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He actually wanted to beat someone up now. However, he saw that although Li Ku was young, he couldn't hide his noble aura. He knew that Li Ku's background was not small. He calmed himself down and then cupped his hands to Li Ku, saying, "It's not that this old man is stubborn, but the price that little brother just said is simply impossible. 3 copper coins to rent a horse, not to mention Chang, and, even in Bing Province and New Province, it's impossible to have such a price." The Great Tang had many horse farms in Bing Province and New Province, so the price of horses there was slightly cheaper than in other places. Li Ku didn't feel offended. He smiled kindly and cupped his hands to the old man, saying, "Shopkeeper, we are all students from Yanhuang College. This time, we came out from the academy to help the Warm Tang Foundation, so we came here to look for some carriages to deliver honeycomb coal and coal stoves to the poor people who can't afford to burn firewood. So, can you give us a discount? After all, we didn't bring much money with us when we came out from the academy." Compared to Qing Chimo's careless shouting, Li Ku's gentle and refined way of speaking was undoubtedly more comfortable. The shopkeeper only heard half of it and had a good impression of Li Ku. However, when he heard the purpose of Li Ku and the others looking for carriages, the shopkeeper couldn't remain calm. "Hey! So you're students working for the Warm Tang Foundation? You should have said so earlier. 3 copper coins, right? This old man will rent as much as you want. Just treat it as this old man doing a good deed. Then, thank you very much, shopkeeper." Li Ku smiled and cupped his hands. Qing Chimo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. How the f*ck is this possible? Does that mean that all the effort I've put into talking for so long was all in vain? When he thought of this, Ching Chumo looked at the old shopkeeper with resentment. As if he could feel Ching Chumo's resentment, the old shopkeeper inexplicably shuddered. He looked at Ching Chumo and smiled apologetically. Little brother, you can't blame this old man for this. If you had told me your purpose from the beginning, this old man wouldn't have disagreed no matter what. Ching Chumo snorted and ignored the old man. Li Ku couldn't help but laugh. Shopkeeper, don't mind him. This brother of mine has always been like this. I haven't asked you how many horses you have here. We'll rent them all. The shopkeeper was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Li Ku to have such a big appetite. There are 32 horses in total. Little lord, are you sure you want to rent them all? I'm sure. Shopkeeper, we'll rent them for 20 days first. Here, the rent is 1,920 copper coins. That's the guarantor we hired. Li Ku quickly calculated the rent, and then pointed to a middle-aged scholar who was walking over. The old shopkeeper couldn't help but feel a toothache. If he rented all the horses to Li Ku for 3 copper coins a day, then his loss would be too great. However, he had already bragged earlier. At this time, he couldn't regret it even if he wanted to. He could only accept the money and let the horses go. Ahem. Little lord, since this old man rented so many horses to you at such a low price, can you let Datong Daily mention this old man's good deeds in tomorrow's news? After the handover, the old shopkeeper remembered that Li Ku was a student of Yanhuang College, and the Yamacho of Yanhuang College was the founder of Datong Daily. He had a little evil thought in his heart, so he eagerly asked Li Ku. Before Li Ku could speak, Ching Chumo said in a rough voice, "No. Do you think it's so easy to get into Datong Daily? If you really want to do good, why don't you just give these horses to us for free?" Little Ku, ignore him. Let's go. Call someone else to take the horses. Chapter 1061. Little Ku, is this considered cheating? Ching Chumo could not help but ask on the way back. Li Ku was still riding on his horse. He laughed and said, "How is this cheating? The Yamacho only said that we are not allowed to use our status to get help from our underlings and that the total expenditure cannot exceed 500 strings of coins. They did not say that we are not allowed to bargain with others in the name of doing good. Cho Nyo, things are different now. We have to be careful in everything we do. Otherwise, 500 strings of coins will not be enough." The Li Ku now was a completely different person compared to 4 months ago. At that time, he was living like a prince and only needed to practice martial arts in the palace. Why would he need to worry about money? Why would he need to be careful? Hey! Little Ku, what you said makes sense. How many carriages do we need? Which one should we go to now? Ching Chumo scratched his head and laughed. Actually, as long as they could complete the mission and not be caught by Li Zishuan, he could not be bothered to find out if this was cheating. Li Ku's lips curled into a smile. There's no need for that. We have enough carriages and horses. That's it? Does that mean that Ziffin, Yui Bao Lin, and the rest have already rented carriages? Ching Chumo was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief. The members of the 3rd Brigade had all gone out to look for carriages according to Li Ku's plan. Sun Ziffin and Yui Bao Lin were members of the 3rd Brigade. Haha. This is also a coincidence. Sun Zifan's family opened a carriage company, and the scale is not small, so we rented a lot of carriages from there at a low price. Now all of them added up, it is completely enough. Li Ku said with a smile. He even emphasized the word low price. It was obvious what he meant. f*ck. Sun Ziffin's family owns a carriage business? Why didn't this kid say so earlier? He made us look so hard for carriages. f*ck. No, he should be back at the workshop now, right? I'm going to find him. This kid tricked me. Hiya. Ching Chumo's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief and anger. Yes, anger. At this moment, He felt that Sun Zifen was even more despicable than the old man from the carriage company. After saying that, he slapped the horses but hard, and the man and the horse rushed forward. Hey hey hey! Ugly bull, don't! Li Ku hurriedly urged his buttocks to catch up and dissuaded him. Zifen usually doesn't care about his family's business. He only just remembered that his family has a carriage business. We can't blame him for this. Instead, we have to thank him. It's because of his family's carriage business that we saved more than 20 strings of money. Money, money, money. When it came to money, Ching Chimo felt a headache coming on. He could not help but wonder in his heart, is this still the king of Han, Li Ku? Why do you only care about money? All right then. For your sake, I won't be angry with that brat. Ching Chimo waved his hand. He didn't want to hear Li Ku talk about money anymore. Qingke, how are the preparations on your side? Did you get the list of the poor people in each county? When it was close to noon, all the students returned to the Drunken Wind Pavilion in the backyard of the Warm Tang Foundation. This used to be the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion, so of course, there was a cafeteria. Half of the chefs in the academy's cafeteria had been transferred here by Li Zishuan, so the students had lunch there. At this time, Li Ku was holding a bowl of rice and chatting with Li Tai about work. Oh. I got it all. I'll give it to you after I finish eating. Li Tai's cheeks were puffed up. He used to be a person who lived like a prince, but after being trained by Li Zishuan, he could enjoy eating from a big pot of rice. Especially when he was in the academy's construction team, Li Zishuan's lecture left a deep impression on him. At least from then until now, he had never wasted a meal in public. Good. Our 3rd Brigade's carriages are ready. This afternoon, we'll go from house to house and deliver coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes according to the list. Li Ku said as he stuffed rice into his mouth. Little Ku, I don't think it's nice to say coal stoves. We should call this warmth. Didn't Yamacho say that? We're participating in the Warm Tang Foundation's warm winter operation, so it's only right that we call it warmth. Li Tai's eyes turned as he corrected Li Ku. Li Ku thought about it and also felt that coal, moldy, stoves didn't sound nice. He nodded and said, okay. Then we'll go and deliver warmth to the poor people in the afternoon. Li Tai smiled and said, yes, that's right. But did you hire a coachman? Why would we hire a coachman? A coachman's salary is dozens of copper coins a day. Where would our 3rd Brigade get that much money? Li Ku said subconsciously. Li Tai's eyes widened as if he was meeting Li Ku for the first time. He said, no, little Ku, did I hear wrong? You're stingy with a few copper coins? Are you the little Ku I know? Li Ku said matter-of-factly, what do you mean by stingy? There's no need to waste money. By the way, Qingke, do you have people who lend money to earn interest? Li Tai was puzzled. Yes, I do. But why are you asking about this, little Ku? In ancient times, the rich and powerful all did this kind of business where they lent money to the poor and earned interest. One of the 4 princes of the Warring States period, Meng Changjun, used this business to raise 3,000 mercenaries. Li Ku replied, it's not convenient for us to carry around the 500 strings of coins that Yamacho gave us, and we don't need that much money at the moment. Why don't you get your people to lend 300 strings of coins to people who are short of money? It doesn't matter if the interest is low, as long as it's safe. Li Tai was completely speechless when he heard this. To think that Li Ku was so meticulous in his calculations, he really suspected that Li Ku was possessed by a devil. Ha! Little Ku, you're quite quick-witted. Using money to earn money, not bad, not bad. Li Zishuan, who had just finished eating at home, heard the second half of the conversation between Li Ku and Li Tai and couldn't help but laugh. Although he didn't support Li Ku's business of lending money, he still appreciated Li Ku's idea of using spare money to earn money. Because if an ordinary person was in Li Ku's situation, they would only use the 500 strings of coins in their hands sparingly. Very few people would be like Li Ku, not only saving money, but also earning money. Yamacho. The two brothers heard and hurriedly turned around to greet him. You guys continue to eat, don't worry about me. Yamacho, I'm not breaking the rules, right? I just feel that it's inconvenient to leave the 500 strings of coins with us, so I thought. Liku's face turned red and quickly explained. Chapter 1062. Ha! You're trying to cover it up. Inside the Drunken Phoenix Pavilion, Li Zishuan looked at Liku and said with amusement, I've said before that you're not allowed to use your status to ask for help from others. Now that you're asking Green Sparrow for help, aren't you asking for help from others? Yamacho, Liku's face froze, and he was speechless. Li Zishuan continued, but I'm glad that you know how to increase income and reduce expenditure. You said that it's inconvenient to carry 500 strings of coins around, and that's not unreasonable. But we're Yanhuang College's people, and we have to solve problems when we encounter them. When this matter is over, little Ku, you can think of a way to solve this problem. If you can solve it smoothly, then you'll start a new era, and your name will go down in history. Although it's inconvenient to carry 500 strings of coins was just an excuse that Liku came up with, this was indeed a problem that Great Tang was facing. Not only would a cumbersome currency affect trade, it would also affect the economic development of a country. The Song dynasty was not as strong as Tang, but why was its economy the largest in ancient China? It was because banknotes replaced the heavy metal currency, and it greatly promoted the prosperity of domestic commerce. At that time, the Song dynasty's imperial court collected business taxes every year, and it far exceeded the agricultural taxes. Liku's excuse reminded Li Zishuan of the financial plan he had been planning for Tang, banknotes and banks. These two things must be done in the future. Start a new era? Go down in history? Liku originally thought that he would be reprimanded, but he never expected to hear such a shocking thing from Li Zishuan. His breathing became a little rapid. Yamacho, what method is so powerful? It can go down in history directly? Li Zishuan laughed. You have to think about it yourself. Come find me when you've thought about it. After that, he left with his hands behind his back, leaving a stunned Liku behind. Hey! Little Ku. Don't think about it. Eat first, we still have work to do in the afternoon. Li Tai saw that his brother seemed to have lost his soul, so he pushed Li Ku's arm and said. Oh. Li Ku came back to his senses and continued to shovel rice into his mouth. Tai Zhu, open the door. The people from the Warm Tang Foundation are here to deliver the coal stove. In the afternoon, in the Maojia village of Xinfeng County outside Chang and City, 4 or 5 students from Yanhuang College were driving a carriage. They followed a middle-aged man with a stocky back and a bear-like waist and knocked on a shabby courtyard door. Mao Lijing, our captain, said that it's to send warmth. You can't call for coal stoves. It turned out that this middle-aged man was Li Zheng of Mao Village. Hearing him shout like that, the students behind him quickly corrected him. Haha. Fine. That's called sending warmth. As expected of a scholar, even the way he speaks is different from the people in our village. Mao Lijing didn't get angry. Instead, he gave a simple and honest laugh. Then he shouted towards the dilapidated courtyard, Hey! Tai Zhu, open the door. Someone is here to bring you warmth. Only then did a skinny little girl come out of the courtyard. It was winter, but she was only wearing a few pieces of unlined clothing. Moreover, they were all tattered. If one looked closely, one could see that her 2 legs were trembling. Li Zheng, you're here. The little girl opened the courtyard door and greeted Mao Lijing. Then she timidly began to look at the students behind Mao Lijing. Haha. Dia, where's your father and mother? Mao Lijing walked in with the students of the academy. He looked around and then asked. Li Zheng, my mother went to the mountains to collect firewood. My father's legs acted up again 2 days ago. He's still in bed now. The little girl replied. What? Tai Zhu's legs aren't listening to him again. Sigh. It's not good to have an attack in the winter. Mao Lijing was stunned. He sighed in surprise and then said to the students behind him, Hey, you guys don't know. Taiju accidentally broke his leg when he was hunting in the mountains. Every time it's cold, he can't get out of bed. Therefore, in autumn and winter, it's usually Daya's mother who is busy with the work inside and outside the house. Sigh. Let's not talk about this first. Come in, come in. Dia, go and boil some hot water. Today, we're all literary stars. We're here to bring coal to your family, to bring warmth. After that, Mao Zhang led the group of Yanhuang College students inside. Mao Zhang, you go in first. We'll go and take down the coal stove and honeycomb briquettes from the car. A student said. Only then did Mao Zhang realize that there was a car full of warmth behind him. He patted his head and said, Hey! Look at my memory. I almost forgot about this. You guys are all literary stars. How can you do this kind of rough work? You guys go in and rest. I'll do it. I'll do it. I guarantee it won't be wrong. Although Yanhuang College was in Lantian County, it was very famous. Not to mention Xinfeng County, even hundreds of miles away from Lantian County, there was no one who didn't know about it. Yanhuang College's tall and magnificent building had become the immortal palace in the human world through word of mouth. Students who could get into Yanhuang College were naturally literary stars. Moreover, Li Zishuan, the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, was full of righteousness. He had always taken care of the people in his fief. Everyone knew about his benevolence. Therefore, the people were very respectful to Li Zishuan and Li Zishuan's students. Don't. Mao Zhang. Before we went down the mountain, the Yamacho told us that we have to do it ourselves. We can't let others do it. Thank you for your kindness. The students of the college quickly stopped him. Sigh. Fine. Since that's the case, I won't break the rules of your college. But you guys are so soft and tender. Oh, no, I mean you guys who study all year round. How can you move this? Haha. Mao Zhang, don't worry. We moved this up ourselves. Of course, we can move it down. Half an hour later, the students moved a coal stove and 50 honeycomb briquettes into the dilapidated house. After patiently teaching the little girl how to use the coal stove and repeatedly reminding her to pay attention to the ventilation when burning the briquettes for warmth, the students left under the little girl's sparkling eyes and the man named Tieju's endless gratitude. They still had to hurry to the next house. Big brother, big brother. Wait a minute. Which one of you dropped your money bag? But who knew that the group of students hadn't gone far when the little girl chased after them again. She was holding an exquisite black purse in her hand. The whistling north wind messed up her hair and blew her little face red, but it still didn't stop her footsteps. Huff huff. Big brother, look, which one of you dropped your money bag in the house? Chapter 1063. Haha. Jishuan, what kind of memory do you have? How could you forget the money pouch? Luckily, the girl from the farmer's family was honest. Otherwise, where would you find it later? On the way, the group of Yanhuang College students joked with each other. It turned out that it was Di Jishuan who dropped the money pouch just now. Chu Suoyang's son, Chu Yanfu, was also among them. Di Jishuan just shook his head and smiled when others made fun of him. Jishuan, you deliberately left the money pouch in their house, didn't you? Those who could get into Yanhuang College were not fools. One of the students couldn't help but ask. As soon as the words came out, everyone was stunned. Several pairs of eyes looked at Di Jishuan. Di Jishuan smiled helplessly and said, I also saw that family's life was really difficult. But if I gave them money openly, they definitely wouldn't accept it. So I thought of this idea. I didn't expect that girl to be so honest. Alas. In fact, it's only a few hundred coins. Even if it's lost, it won't hurt at all for you and me. But for that family, it's a life-saving money. We've sent coal furnaces to almost 5 families today. To be honest, I admire Yamacho's wise decision. If we didn't go down the mountain this time, many of us might not know how difficult it is for the common people to live. Alas! As soon as he said this, the group of people who were laughing and joking just now suddenly fell silent. Among them, Di Jixuan and Chu Yanfu were from the families of officials, while the other 3 students were from the families of merchants. They really didn't know what was called suffering in the world since they were young. Mao Tieju's poor family just now also touched them a lot. There were still common people who lived such a poor life. There were still such poor people in the world. Jixuan, you were right. If I had known, I would have secretly hidden some money in their house just now. The student who laughed at Di Jixuan's carelessness just now said in a low mood. Haha. Chinny, it's useless. Even if they can't find the money you hid now, once they find it later, they'll come back to return it to you no matter where you go. Di Jixuan shook his head. The student named Chinny was puzzled and asked, Jixuan, why are you so sure? Di Jixuan didn't explain, but Chu Yanfu laughed and said, enough. Chen Yi. Ji-sun is able to see things clearly and see into people's hearts. In this aspect, you shouldn't doubt him. Haha. Let's go. It's almost time for the next one. Di Jixuan's team was not the only one who encountered such poor people. In the evening, all the students returned to Yanhuang College. Compared to the students of the other 2 brigades, the students of the 2nd Brigade, who were responsible for delivering coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to the poor, were obviously in low spirits. Even Xing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, who were careless, were quiet when they were eating in the canteen at night. Clearly, what they had seen and heard this afternoon had greatly affected these students. Yamacho, the students don't seem to be in a good mood. Coming out of the canteen, Yen Silu said to Li Zixuan. According to Li Zixuan's rules, the teachers of the academy were not allowed to intervene in the whole process of organizing the students to do good deeds down the mountain. They were only responsible for the logistics at most. Therefore, Yen Silu did not know much about the students' experience this afternoon. However, the old teacher had experienced the vicissitudes of life. How could he not see that the students were in low spirits? Li Zixuan stopped in his tracks, nodded and replied, They must have seen too much suffering in the world today. This was also good. There were some things that could only be learned after experiencing it. Only then would one know how to cherish what they had now. And as students of Yanhuang College, it's not good if they only know how to read and ignore the outside world. Yanhuang College exists for only one purpose, and that is to benefit the people of Tang. Yen Silu stroked his beard and sighed. Yamacho is right. These children can't always stay in the academy and study. It's good to let them see the suffering of the people. On the first day, the students of Yanhuang College visited more than 800 poor families and gave away more than 800 coal stoves and 40,000 honeycomb briquettes. Early in the morning of the second day, the students woke up at 5 in the morning, washed up, and ate. At 7:15 in the morning, the students gathered in front of the teaching building and went down the mountain to deliver the warmth. At this time, there was a thin layer of frost on the withered leaves by the roadside. After arriving at the warm Tang Foundation, the students of the 3 brigades immediately went into working mode. They each had their own duties. Those who needed to go to the government to coordinate, those who needed to deliver the warmth, and those who needed to stay behind to keep track of the accounts. The division of labor was clear and orderly. The news of the students of Yanhuang College going down the mountain to do charity in the name of the Warm Tang Foundation had already spread yesterday. Many people knew about it. Today's Datong Daily's headline was, without a doubt, left to this group of students who silently gave their love in the cold wind. The title was, This Winter's Not Too Cold. There was a paragraph in the news that read, They came from Yunshan, and their hearts were filled with the poor villagers. They drove their carriages to visit one village after another, and they sent warmth to one family after another. It was they who warmed this city, and it was they who made this winter not so cold. Their cheeks were red from the cold wind, and they were shivering, but they were still fearless. They still traveled over land and water to deliver their love to the people in need. They are all the students of Yanhuang College. Tisk Tsk. Yesterday, I even met a group of students from Yanhuang Academy who were driving a carriage. These kids are really good. On the streets, some of the people in the city who had read the newspaper sighed. Isn't that so? Why don't you take a look at who the Yamacho of Yanhuang College is? How can the students taught by Marquis be bad? Haha. That's right. When Marquis said that he wanted to build an academy, I felt that the academy built by Marquis would definitely be extraordinary. Looking at it now, it was indeed so. Look at the Imperial College and the Hongwen School. Can they teach such students? Hey! That's definitely not possible. The Imperial College and the Hongwen School are already on holiday. I heard that the students of Yanhuang College were also on holiday, but they volunteered to do this. Many of the children who live far away might not be able to make it back in time for the new year because of this. Whoa! There's actually such a thing? How can it be fake? Sigh. In the future, if my brat can't get into Yanhuang College, I'll beat him to death. This kind of academy is a good one. Unknowingly, Yanhuang College's reputation in the hearts of the people increased again. However, the Imperial College and the Hongwen School were inexplicably implicated. Chapter 1064. While the students were busy sending warmth to the people of Chang and City, Li Zishuan was not idle either. He brought his personal guards to send warmth to the villagers in his fief. No matter if they bought a coal stove or honeycomb briquettes, they would send 2 coal stoves and 200 pieces of honeycomb briquettes. If they did not accept, they would be disrespecting the master. Young master, the house is so big. 1 coal stove is enough. Isn't it a waste to send 2? What's there to waste? It doesn't matter if the house is small. 1 stove can be used to boil water and cook rice. The other stove can be used to warm the fire. It's so cold today. Don't let these 3 children freeze. Quick, Sanbao, move the coal stove in. We have to hurry to the next house. Hey! Don't. Young master, it's better for this old man to move it himself. We can't tire your men out. Sanbao chuckled and said, Second Master Han, it's not tiring. Sanbao won't tire himself out with this kind of work. Let me do it. After unloading the coal stove and honeycomb briquettes in Second Master Han's house, the small team continued to send warmth to the next house. When they went out, they met Hu Han Yun, who had heard the news and rushed over. Young master, it's so cold today. Why did you come over personally? Even if you want to send things to the villagers, you don't have to do it yourself. Han Lijing was now at Hedong Road. Old Hu was now the acting Lijing of the Han family manor. If there was any trouble in the manor, he would be the first to know. This time, Li Zishuan was really planning to visit every single household in his fief. When he heard this, he smiled and said, Hee hee, Uncle Hu, since I have nothing better to do at home, why don't I come out to deliver some gifts to the villagers and exercise my muscles a little? Old Hu sighed helplessly. He thought for a while and said, Hey! Young master, the villagers appreciate your kindness. But there are more than 1,000 villagers in your fief. If you send them one by one, how long will you be able to do it? In this old Hu's opinion, you can leave the Han family manor and the Plum village to this old Hu. Everyone was the first to follow young master. Even if young master didn't go personally, everyone would still appreciate your kindness. His suggestion was mainly to lessen the burden on Li Zishuan. Among the 8 villages under Li Zishuan's control, the Han village and Plum village had the largest population. Without these 2 villages, Li Zishuan would have a much easier time. Haha. Uncle Hu, I appreciate your good intentions. However, this matter is not urgent. If I can't finish running in 1 day, I'll run for 2 days. If I can't finish running in 2 days, I'll run for 3 days. I can't just go to one house and not go to another, right? It just so happens that the academy doesn't have classes now, so I still have time. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Actually, he wasn't doing this because he had nothing better to do. Previously, when he was conferred the title of Marquis, Li Er had rewarded him with some land. Later on, he had merged into a few villages. Because he was busy with work, he didn't go there much, let alone know the villagers. As for those few villages, Wang Zhong had been taking care of them for him. Now that the academy had stopped classes, he could finally take some time out to walk around his fief. At the same time, he could also get to know the villagers in his house. Seeing that Li Zishuan was so insistent, Hu Hanyun knew that he couldn't persuade him anymore. He said, "Hey. Since I've met young master, there's no need to trouble young master to personally send them to my house. I'll move them back myself." After saying that, he walked up and lifted a coal stove with one hand. The strength of his hands was not ordinary. Haha. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony with Uncle Hu. Li Zishuan laughed and said to Ah Fu, who was beside him, "Ah Fu, help Uncle Hu carry these honeycomb briquettes back. We'll go to the next house first. Catch up with us later." "Yes, young master." Ah Fu carried a bag of coal and left. Li Zishuan said to Pang Feiji, "Let's go." Next house. Although there were many villagers in the Han family village, they lived in close quarters. Therefore, Li Zishuan ran from house to house and was done by noon. Lunch was naturally settled at the academy. The academy had indeed transferred half of the chefs away, but the other half were still cooking for the teachers who stayed in school. After resting at the academy for a while, Li Zishuan ordered Pang Feiji to bring some people to the workshop to get some things. Then, they went to the 9th house in Yunshan, Li Gang's house. Li Gang was one of the earliest professors in Yanhuang College. Of course, he had the right to live in this house. When Li Zishuan separated the houses, he gave the 9th house to Li Gang. The number 9 represented longevity and health. He had put in a lot of effort in this. "Grandfather, why isn't it snowing this year?" "And Ren, why are you looking forward to it snowing?" "It's fun when it snows." "When it snows, and Ren can snowball." "Ha. And Ren, you think it's fun when it snows, but those poor people who can't afford to wear clothes will freeze to death when it snows. Do you still want it to snow now?" Grandfather, why don't they have clothes to wear?" "Can't Ren let them wear his clothes?" "Haha. If you let them wear your clothes, what will you do?" "And Ren will hide in the blanket and not go out. Then, he won't freeze." Ha ha ha. As they approached the 9th courtyard, due to Li Zishuan's astonishing hearing, he was able to hear the conversation between the grandfather and grandson from far away. He couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in his heart. What an adorable and sensible child. At this moment, he felt that his decision to set up the Warm Tang Foundation and Operation Warm Winter was absolutely correct. If even a child had the ambition to protect the poor people of the world, as an adult with a high position, if he still remained indifferent despite having the ability to do so, then wouldn't he have lived 2 lives in vain? Little Ren, you don't have to hide in the blanket. Those poor people have a fire to roast them now. They won't freeze to death. Li Zishuan pushed open the courtyard door and smiled at the cute little boy in the courtyard. "Yamacho. Wow. It's brother Xiao Xian." Li Gang got up and looked at Li Zishuan in surprise, but Li Anren had already jogged over to greet him. He had met Li Zishuan many times, and his grandfather always praised Li Zishuan in front of him. This made him have a good impression of this big brother Li Zishuan. Haha. "Little Ren, long time no see." Li Zishuan smiled and patted Li Ren's head. Then, he looked at Li Gang and said, "Mr. Li, have you eaten?" Li Gang chuckled and replied, I've eaten. Why does Yamacho have time to think about an old man like me?" Li Zishuan pointed at the carriage of pipes behind him and said with a smile, "I thought that it would be a little cold recently, so I brought people over to install a heater in Mr. Li's house. This way, when it snows, Mr. Li and little Ren won't be cold." Chapter 1065. Heater? What is heater? In the 9th courtyard of Yunshan, Li Gang looked at Li Zishuan and asked curiously. Mr. Li, this heater is something that can make the house as warm as spring. Compared to burning charcoal, the warmth provided by this thing is more comfortable and safer. you will be able to feel it after it is installed. As Li Zishuan spoke, he called for Pang Feiji to bring people to install the heater in Li Gang's house. These people were all experienced now and could do it without his command. Thank you, Yamacho. Li Gang was touched. Regardless of whether the heater was good or not, just the fact that Li Zishuan had brought people here and put in so much effort was enough to move him. Brother Xiao Xian, can these iron pipes make the house warm? But it's clearly cold when I touch it. Li Zishuan had said that it was magical, so he ran over to touch the heater pipe, but Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Of course it's cold now. And Ren, wait for a while. After they install it, you can touch it again. It definitely won't be cold. Oh. Then I'll touch it later. Compared to the Li residence, which occupied a huge area, the courtyard in Yunshan was not considered big. Therefore, Pang Feiji and the others used less than 2 hours to install the heater in Li Gang's house. Li Zishuan ordered, light it. Try to see if it leaks. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji went to light the heater with ease. After about half an hour, the heater finally started burning. Li Zishuan's people quickly entered the house to check the pipes. After a while, after confirming that all the pipes were fine, Li Zishuan said to Li Gang, Mr. Li, it's done. In the future, you just need to instruct the servants to put honeycomb coal in the boiler after a period of time, and it will ensure that the house is always warm. Now, Yuan and Ren can go in and experience it. Although Li Gang had studied Confucianism all his life, he had been in Yanhuang College for so long. Even if he wasn't proficient in engineering, he could still understand some of the things related to engineering. When he saw Pang Feiji and the rest install the heater, Li Gang could roughly guess the operating principle of the heater. Hee. Yamacho's creativity is unprecedented. On behalf of Mai and Ren, this old man would like to thank the mountain head for his trouble. Li Gang politely cupped his hands and said, Mr. Li, don't be in a hurry, let's try it first. Li Zishuan extended his right hand and made an inviting gesture. Okay. And Ren, let's go. Let's go in. Li Gang pulled his son and walked into the house. While they were gossiping outside, the heater in the house had already heated up. Although it was not as warm as spring, they could still feel the warm air blowing against their faces when they walked in. Obviously, the inside of the house and outside of the house were two different worlds. Wow! Grandfather, this house is so warm. Li Anren exclaimed and said excitedly. This thing works too fast. Li Gang was also a little surprised. He turned to look at Li Zishuan, his face full of shock. Although he had roughly guessed the operating principle of the heater, he didn't expect it to work so quickly. Hee. It will be even warmer in a while. I have some other things to do in the afternoon, so I'll take my leave first. If there's anything wrong with the heater, just send someone to let me know, sir. After seeing that everything was fine, Li Zishuan said goodbye. He still had to go to Plum Village in the afternoon to send warmth to the villagers. Okay. Take care, Yamacho. Li Gang nodded. Brother Xiao Xian, why don't you have a cup of hot water before you go? At this time, Li Anren walked over with a cup of hot water that was emitting white steam. Li Zishuan was afraid that the child would accidentally burn himself, so he hurriedly stepped forward and took the teacup, saying, Anren, be good. You're all grown up now, so you have to take care of your grandfather, okay? Okay. And Ren will definitely. After coming down from Yunshan, Li Zishuan went to the workshop to get a few carts of warmth and continued to send warmth. The students of Yanhuang College weren't idle either. Needless to say, the students of the 2nd Brigade had been rushing around in their carriages since morning. Unlike Li Zishuan's situation, the villagers on the list they got from the government rarely lived together, so they had to travel a long distance to deliver the warmth. Naturally, it wasn't as convenient as Li Zishuan's method of delivering the warmth from door to door. After more than a day of hard work, the 1st Brigade was almost done contacting the government. Li Tai now had a list of the poor people in more than 20 counties near Chang'an. In total, there were about 20,000 households. What was even more amusing was that Li Tai even received a list of poor people from some counties not near Chang'an. They hoped that Li Tai could ask the foundation to help them. Li Tai could only put the list aside helplessly. Their mission now was mainly in Chang'an City and the 20 counties around Chang'an. According to the current speed of the 2nd Brigade's warmth delivery, it would take at least a month to send all the poor people on the list. There were less than 20 days left until the new year. Li Tai wanted to help all the poor families before the new year. Therefore, in the afternoon, he brought more than 100 people from the 1st Brigade and joined the 2nd Brigade. More than 500 students followed the name list and started their journey of sending warmth again. Li Tai could do this mainly because Li Zishuan had already completed the task of collecting the list for the 1st Brigade. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Including the first day, the students had actually been warm messengers for 4 days. In these 4 days, the speed of their warmth gradually increased. On the first day, they sent 800 families. On the second day, they sent 1,200 families. On the third day, they sent 1,500 families. On the fourth day, they sent 2,000 families. In total, they sent 5,500 families. On the morning of the 5th day, when the students gathered in front of the teaching building, Li Zishuan looked at the group of children. Although they looked tired, their eyes were full of determination and perseverance. He couldn't help but say loudly, "I know that these 4 days have been very hard for you. You have traveled mountains and rivers, you have braved the cold wind, and many of you have blisters on the soles of your feet. But until now, no one has quit. You are all good. I, Li Zishuan, am very proud to have a group of students like you. Do you still remember what I said at the beginning of school? I said that the purpose of Yanhuang College was to establish a heart for heaven and earth, and establish a life for the people. Now you have done it. What you are doing now is to establish a heart for heaven and earth, and establish a life for the people. This year's winter in Chang'an City is not too cold because of your efforts." Chapter 1066. Set your heart for the heavens and earth, set your life for the people. Inherit the lost knowledge of the past, and create peace for all ages. These were the famous words of the Northern Song Dynasty's Confucian master, Zhang Zai. During the 2nd year of the Northern Song Dynasty Shenzong, Zhang Zai became a professor at Chongwen Academy. Later, his brother, Zhang Jin, was convicted of opposing Wang Engshi's reform. Zhang Zai resigned and returned to his hometown, where he made a living by lecturing and writing books in the local Chongsho courtyard. After Zhang Zai's death, people changed the name of Chongsho Courtyard to Henku Academy in his memory. Zhang Zai's famous words were magnificent and had a large structure. China's modern philosophy master, Feng Yulan, called them the 4 lines of Henku. Looking at Zhang Zai's life, he was summoned twice and became an external official 3 times. He wrote books and established a school, but he was poor all his life. After his death, he was so poor that he didn't even have a coffin to bury himself. Fan Wenjingong wrote in the famous book, Yang Tower Records, that those who live high in the temple worry about the people, those who live far away worry about the ruler. Henku Academy's Mr. Henku was an official when he advanced and a sage when he retreated. He used his actions to open up a new era of Confucianism. History was always fair. Those who see the vanity of the world as passing smoke and have the people of the world in their hearts, although they may have been poor when they were alive, after brushing away the dust of history, behind them will stand a historical monument that will be honored for generations to come. This was the logic of history. Although Li Zishuan founded engineering, he didn't completely oppose Confucianism. He admired some of the great Confucians from the bottom of his heart. He was also very willing to accept some of the advanced ideas in Confucianism. Zhang Zai's 4 lines of Henku was used by him as the school's motto. The sea can accommodate hundreds of rivers, and the tolerance is great. If engineering wanted to develop for a long time, it needed a soul. If it only relied on the accumulation of skills, it couldn't be passed down. And if a new school of thought wanted to have a complete soul, it was not something that could be done in a day. This was a long-term process of accumulation. Li Zixuan was not a big shot who specialized in philosophy or education in his previous life. What he could do now was to absorb the cultural essence of other schools of thought to enrich his knowledge. This was also the reason why he had invited famous scholars like Li Gang and Yen Silu, as well as leaders and elites like Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei to teach at the academy. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. These two sentences were like two bowls of incomparably delicious chicken soup for the soul, causing the souls of the students to be sublimated in an instant. All of a sudden, the exhaustion on their bodies seemed to have been swept away. All of them were full of energy and fighting spirit as they went down the mountain to do good deeds. Li Zixuan continued to send warmth to the villagers in his fief. There was only one village left, and he estimated that he would be able to finish running it by the morning. Now, the villagers in his fief could be said to have completely become Li Zixuan's diehard fans. If they heard someone say anything bad about Li Zixuan while walking outside, they would stop in their tracks and argue with the other party for a long time. This was the aspiration of the people, this was the invincible benevolence. The next day, under Ma Zhou's arrangement, Li Zixuan's speech to the students yesterday morning was edited by Ma Zhou and published on the Datong Daily's headlines. The title was, Establishing a Heart for the Heavens and Earth, Establishing a Life for the People. Marquis Yong, Anne's hope for all the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. There was a paragraph in the news that read, The heavens and earth have no heart, but people have hearts. The heart of a person is to be born with a benevolent heart of universal love and help the people, and the heart of a saint like the Grand Duke. Using rational cognition to think about the principles of all things in the heavens and earth, this is establishing a heart for the heavens and earth. Mencius said, Those who do their best, know their nature. Know their nature, and know the heavens. Keep a heart, nurture a nature, and so do the heavens. Live a long life, cultivate the body to wait for it, and so establish a life. A sage's aspiration is to establish a life for the people and our compatriots, so that there is nothing in the world that cannot be found. Only then can it be complete, and cannot be satisfied with just oneself or a few gentlemen settling down and living their lives. Such an atmosphere is establishing a life for the people. Recently, there was a lot of news on Datong Daily about Yanhuang College's students running around and helping the needy. The people now had a good impression of Yanhuang College. After they saw this headline, although they didn't quite understand what Ma Zhou meant by writing a bunch of people, they felt that it was very awesome. This was probably what it meant to not understand clearly. But when the scholars saw this news, they couldn't remain calm. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. What great courage! What a broad-minded mind! In a 3-story house near the Imperial College, Kong Yingda was holding the latest issue of Datong Daily. His hands were trembling. Other than shock, there was also a trace of regret on his face. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people? This person has such a big tone. Grandfather, who said this? A youth beside Kong Yingda raised his head and asked. Sigh. Kong Yingda sighed and shook his head without saying anything. At this point, there was no point in thinking too much. Li Zixuan was already walking further and further away from the Confucian school. This was a person who was gradually establishing a sect. In the past, Kong Yingda didn't particularly care about this new school of thought. This was because he felt that although it was the opposite of Confucianism, it only had a skeleton and didn't have a soul. Even if it could create a lot of advanced tools, it couldn't compare with Confucianism that had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. But now, Kong Yingda felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. This was because Li Zixuan was injecting a soul into engineering. And in this soul, there was a shadow of Confucianism. Inclusive, learn from others' strong points, and could be used for oneself. This kind of opponent was often more terrifying than those talented and arrogant opponents. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. What kind of place is Yanhuang College? After reading the headlines on Datong Daily, the scholars couldn't help but have such doubts in their hearts. Previously, they had regarded engineering as a different kind of school. But now, why did it have a hint of Confucianism in it? Imperial Palace, Suite du Hall. Li Er's lips curled into a smile. Haha. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. Guanyin maid, this kid has such a big tone. Zhang Sun tightened the fox fur coat on her body and tilted her head to look at the newspaper in Li Er's hand. After a while, she smiled and said, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is very knowledgeable and ambitious. He's really a talent for governing the country. I congratulate Your Majesty on getting such a talent. Li Er couldn't help but laugh. Haha. If that kid hears Guanyin maid praising him like this, his mouth will definitely be crooked from laughing. Chapter 1067. Husband, I've been looking at the Warm Tang Foundation's accounts for the past 2 days and found some problems. When it was almost noon, Han Yushi took an account book and found Li Zishuan in West Courtyard. There were only 2 alleys between Yongla Lane and Annie Lane, where the Warm Tang Foundation's headquarters was located. Now that a group of top students from Yanhuang College had joined the foundation, the pressure on Han Yushi instantly disappeared. She didn't even need to do the accounting. This was because the people from Yanhuang College were very good at accounting. Compared to them, she was a layman. Therefore, Han Yushi didn't need to stay at the Warm Tang Foundation all day. Under normal circumstances, she only needed to go once or twice a day. Moreover, the 2 places were close to each other, so it wouldn't take long for her to go back and forth. Oh. Wife, what problem did you find? Li Zishuan, who was leaning against the couch and reading a book, raised his head and asked in surprise. Han Yushi held the account book, bent down, and said, Husband, look. The Warm Tang Foundation has received nearly 400,000 strings of cash so far, but according to the list Qin Ke got, the poor people we need to help only add up to about 20,000. If we spend 200 copper coins per household, it'll only add up to 5 or 6,000 strings of cash. Compared to the total amount of donations, this is just a drop in the bucket. Li Zishuan frowned. He really hadn't considered this problem at the time. Recently, he had let his wife and students manage the charity business under him, so he didn't know much about the 20,000 poor families. After thinking for a while, he muttered to himself in confusion, What's the matter? Could it be that what I said back then scared the county magistrates? Previously, when he assigned the task to Li Tai, he said that he had to instruct the county magistrates to draw up a list of the poor as soon as possible. They are not allowed to over-report or under-report. Otherwise, he will definitely settle accounts with them. Li Zishuan couldn't help but wonder if the county magistrates were following the principle of, the less trouble, the better, and only reported the people who were too poor to live. He couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. The main reason was that the population of Chang and City and the 20 or so counties around Chang and City added up to at least 3 to 4 million people. It was impossible to say that there were only 20,000 poor people. Thinking up to this point, Li Zishuan opened his mouth and said, Wife, let Qin Ke bring a few people and negotiate with the various county offices. Order the county magistrates to compile a more detailed list of the poor commoners. As long as they can't afford to buy coal stoves or honeycomb briquettes, they must all be on the list. Not a single one can be left out. These few days, I will personally go to each county to check. If I find any missing people, I will report it to His Majesty. The Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs will also lower the results of their examination this year. The so-called examination was the examination of the achievements of the officials in China's ancient imperial court. It was also called the examination of achievements, examination of merits, etc. The examination of achievements originated from Yaoshan. It was followed by many generations and recorded in many historical books. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the examination system was already very perfect. Especially with the establishment of the imperial examination system to elect officials, the examination system for officials was further perfected. It had a very positive effect on the improvement of the governance of the officials at that time. From the examination system established in the beginning of the Tang dynasty, civil and military officials and exiled officials above the 9th rank had to go through a small examination every year. Every 4 years, or 3 or 5 years, a big examination would be held. The contents of the examination were 4 virtues and 27 virtues. It could be seen that the examination was very detailed. Li Zishuan's move could not be said to be not ruthless. He directly grasped the weakness of the local officials. Unless you had no ambition and only wanted to be a small county magistrate forever, you would definitely care about the examination of the imperial court every year. Husband, are you saying that the county magistrates all over the country underreported? Han Yushi blinked and asked. Li Zishuan grunted and nodded. I estimate that they underreported by at least 3 to 4 times. Of course, this is only one problem. Other than underreporting, I feel that we should slightly increase the aid given to the poor people. We can give them more clothes or food. After all, this autumn harvest has reduced the production of many places. Wife, what do you think? Yes, yes. This concubine thinks so too. Han Yushi nodded excitedly. Li Zishuan smiled and said, even so, there will definitely be a lot of money left. But that's fine. This year, we will help the poor people around Cheng and city. Next year, we will help the people even further away. Besides, if there is a natural disaster in the future, the money from the Warm Tang Foundation will become life-saving money. Speaking of natural disasters, Li Zishuan's eyes suddenly became deep. He was no longer the young boy who had just arrived in Cheng, and without any foundation. His status was higher and his ability was greater. Correspondingly, he could do more things and play a greater role. This natural disaster, I'm definitely going to take care of it. If Li Zishuan had only wanted to help his own family survive the locust plague, then he now wanted to help the entire Tang Empire survive the locust plague. After living in the Tang dynasty for almost a year, he had completely fallen in love with this era and the people of this era. The Tang dynasty was a complex that Chinese people could never get around, and Li Zishuan was no exception. It was because of this that he had previously pushed for the imperial court's policy of reducing taxes by raising chickens, and the policy of exchanging grain with the South. Yes. Then I'll go to the foundation now to make the arrangements. Han Yushi did not know that Li Zishuan's thoughts had drifted far away. She responded and prepared to leave. Li Zishuan quickly pulled her back and said, Hey. It's already noon, let's go after lunch. Anyway, Qing Ke is probably not back yet. Yes. Husband, you're right. Then let's have hot pot for lunch. I think father, mother, and grandmother all like it. Yes, yes. I like it too. I feel like the whole family is very happy eating hot pot together. After saying that, Han Yushi went to the kitchen to ask the cook to prepare. Now, Li Zishuan did not need to do it personally in the Li mansion to eat delicious hot pot. However, the mutton rolls still needed Li Zishuan to cut them personally. This was because there were not many people in Cheng, and who were as good at cutting as Li Zishuan. An hour later, in the main hall of the Li mansion, the whole family gathered together to eat hot pot. This time, Qing Yaojin did not join in the fun, but the 2 brothers came. Gosh! What are you guys eating? It smells so good. Xiao Xian, are you there? Qing Ke, what a coincidence. You're here too. He didn't know if Li Qingxian and Li Tai had made an appointment, but they just so happened to meet at the entrance of the Li estate's main hall at this time. Chapter 1068. Greetings to Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness King Wei. The people eating hot pot in the room were interrupted by the 2 people's exclamation. Yi Guozhong and old Madame Yi had never seen Li Qingxian before. After Yi Yuzhu whispered to them, they quickly stood up and bowed to Li Qingxian and Li Tai. No need to be so polite. No need to be so polite. This must be the previous head of the Yi clan of Nanyang, right? This one has heard of you before. Yi Guozhong was flattered and said, to be known by Your Highness the Crown Prince, this old man is honored. Li Qingxian quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, hee hee. This one and the Marquis of Yong, and are good friends, so head ye need not be so polite. Eat. Everyone continue to eat. Li Tai could finally get a word in. He licked his lips and said with a greedy expression, Yamacho, what is this eating method? It looks so satisfying. If it wasn't for Li Qingxian being here, Li Tai would have already sat down and started eating without a care for his image. However, in this situation, he had to be reserved and restrain himself. Otherwise, Li Qingxian, as the eldest brother, would definitely scold him. Li Zishuan glanced at the little fatty who was about to drool and said, Qingke, if you haven't eaten lunch, then come and eat with us. Hee. Haven't eaten. Then I won't be polite. Xiao He, I'll have to trouble you to bring me a pair of chopsticks. As expected, Li Tai unceremoniously moved a stool and sat next to Li Zishuan. For the sake of food, this guy's tone of speaking to Xiao He was 3 times more polite. Lan gave a dissatisfied humph, because Li Tai had pushed her away from Li Zishuan. While you're at it, help him get a bowl of dipping sauce. Li Zishuan added from behind. If there was no dipping sauce, this unlucky child probably wouldn't be able to take a bite. Then he remembered that Li Qingxian was still standing to the side, so he turned his head and asked, Qingxian, have you eaten lunch? If not, why don't we eat together? In this room, he was the only one who dared to invite Li Qingxian, the crown prince, to eat at the same table. The main reason was that he came from the modern era and didn't have much concept of hierarchy in his bones. Furthermore, he had always treated Li Qingxian and Li Tai as friends. I'll eat. Oh. I haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together then. Li Tai was just about to say eat when he saw Li Tai dip some bean sprouts into the pot and dip them in Lan's dipping sauce bowl. Before Lan could react, Li Qingxian quickly put them into his mouth. Li Qingxian couldn't help but feel the gluttony in his stomach, so he quickly corrected himself. Good. Then, Xiao He, go and help me get 2 bowls of dipping sauce and 2 sets of chopsticks. Li Zishuan nodded and instructed Xiao He. Xiao He took the order and left. At this time, Lan'er screamed, Ah! Smelly brother Qingke, you stole Lan'er's dipping sauce. Yi Guizhong was so scared that he almost couldn't hold his chopsticks. Although Li Tai was Li Zishuan's student, he was still the king of Wei. How dare a little girl talk to him like that? Who knew that Li Tai's face didn't show any anger at all? Instead, he didn't feel ashamed and instead felt proud. With a shameless attitude, he said, Haha. At most, I'll let Lan'er dip it back later. Li Tai was very happy to be mischievous. Lan'er pouted and said, Humph. Brother Qingke is so shameless. The sensible old lady quickly held Lan'er's hand and said, Come. Lan'er, be good. Grandmother still has more dipping sauce here. Use grandmother's. No. Grandmother, you eat. Lan'er has more here. Lan'er very sensibly refused. Li Qingxian looked at Li Tai and shook his head helplessly. He didn't criticize him because he felt that although the current Li Tai was a little mischievous, he was more sunny than before. In the past, Li Tai would give people a cold and gloomy feeling. After a while, Xiao He brought 2 bowls of dipping sauce and 2 pairs of chopsticks. The 2 brothers, Li Tai and Li Qingxian, started to eat without holding back. Although they had never eaten hot pot before, they imitated Li Zishuan's family and ate with relish. Oh! Is this mutton? Why is it so delicious? I can't feel the smell at all. Wow! It's really mutton. Even the imperial chefs in the palace can't compare to this knife skill, right? When did your cook become so good, Yamacho? Everyone in the Li family liked to eat meat. The 2 brothers immediately launched an attack on the mutton. After tasting the deliciousness of the hot pot mutton, the 2 of them immediately exclaimed. Li Zishuan glanced at the 2 brothers and said lightly, What cook? I cut this myself. You 2 are in for a treat today. Li Tai couldn't help but give a thumbs up with his left hand and said, Yes. Yamacho is Yamacho. You're good at everything. Little fatty didn't stop when he was flattering. His chopsticks were constantly moving back and forth between the mutton plate and the hot pot plate, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat it if he was too slow. After tasting it, Li Qingxian didn't crave it as much. He wasn't a person who particularly valued good food, but he still found the way the family ate around a stove very interesting. After a while, he ate a lot. This meal was undoubtedly the most special meal Li Qingxian had eaten in the past 10 years. In the past, when he was in the Eastern Palace, he ate most of the time alone. Sometimes, he would eat with Li Heir and Empress Zhangsun, but at that time, the family was sitting upright and eating in a proper manner. There was a lot less flavor. In Li Zishuan's house, he truly felt the taste of home. Everything was so warm and harmonious. Little Xian, can you teach me how to make this hot pot? I want to bring it back and let Imperial Father and Imperial Mother try it. After the meal, Li Qingxian leaned comfortably on the armchair and asked directly. He had a fantasy in his heart. He imagined that his Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, Imperial Brother, Imperial Sister, and his Imperial Grandfather could also eat hot pot together like Li Zishuan's family. Li Zishuan didn't plan to use the hot pot's secret to earn money. He smiled and replied, "Why not? Qingxian, when you return to the palace, send a chef over. My kitchen maid will teach him. As for this mutton roll that is as thin as a cicada's wing, you have to find someone with good knife skills. In my opinion, Steward Zhao is definitely up to the task." The dignified head eunuch, a martial arts expert in the Grandmaster realm, was arranged by Li Zishuan to be a chef. If Zhao Song knew, he would probably cry but have no tears. Li Qingxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he touched his nose and said, "We'll talk about it later. Steward Zhao is already very tired from being in charge of my Imperial Father's safety. How can I trouble him for such a small matter?" That's not right. Yamacho, why is your house so warm? Li Tai, who was lying on the armchair picking his teeth, seemed to have realized something was wrong and asked in surprise. Chapter 1069. Previously, when Li Tai and Li Qingxian entered the house, Li Zishuan and his family were sitting around a coal stove and eating hot pot. Although the two brothers felt that the house was very warm, they only thought that it was because there was a stove in the house. Recently, coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes had become very popular. They had seen it before, so they weren't very surprised. However, after the coal stove was removed, the temperature in the house didn't drop at all. It was still as warm as before. This made Li Tai feel strange. That's right. Xiao Xian. Is there a heater somewhere in your house? Why is it so warm? After Li Tai's reminder, Li Qingxian also reacted. He sat up straight and asked. He. There isn't a heater in this house. Qingke, you've taken chemistry class before. You should know that a heater can poison people, right? Li Zishuan shook his head and laughed. Li Tai rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, "There is such a saying. However, if there isn't a heater in this house, why is it so warm? Yamacho, don't keep us in suspense." Li Qingxian nodded in agreement. He also looked at Li Zishuan curiously. Li Zishuan pointed at the row of heaters behind Li Tai and said, "There. Go and touch that piece of metal and you'll know why." When Li Tai heard this, he couldn't help but retract his hand. "You want me to touch a cold piece of metal in the middle of winter? Isn't that asking for my life? I'm very afraid of the cold." Li Qingxian saw Li Zishuan's solemn vow and felt that Li Zishuan wouldn't deliberately trick him. He stood up and took 2 steps forward. Then, he reached out to the metal heaters. The expected cold didn't come. Instead, it was a very comfortable warmth. This warmth was even a little hot. What's going on? Not only is this lump of metal not cold, but it's also hot. This is really strange. Even though Li Qingxian was mentally prepared, he was still very surprised at this moment. This clearly went against common sense. Let me try. Hearing this, Li Tai immediately perked up. The little fatty walked to Li Qingxian's side and placed his white and fleshy palm against the radiator. Sure enough, what he felt was warmth and not coldness. His eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Yamacho, I understand. It's because of this iron lump that your room is as warm as spring, right?" Lana rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "TSK. What a lump of iron. This thing is called a radiator. There's a heater in it, so of course the house will be warm." "Radiator?" Li Tai was stunned. He didn't have time to fight back against Lan's disdain. He turned to Li Zishuan and said, "Yamacho, do you have any extra radiators? I want to install this in the imperial residence as well." Li Qingxian also nodded vigorously and pleaded, "Yes. Little Xian. This radiator is really useful. Do you have any more? I'll take it back and install it in the palace as well. During this winter, father, mother, and Chang'e all suffer. I was planning to raise money for father and mother to repair the palace. Now it seems that this radiator is enough." Li Zishuan originally made this radiator for his family to enjoy. He gave it to Li Gang out of respect for the old man's scholarly character. He also planned to prepare another set for the Qin family. He didn't expect that before he had time to prepare, the two brothers, Li Tai and Li Qingxian, came to ask for it. However, he couldn't not give it to them because he wasn't worried about whether Li Qingxian would suffer or not. He, who had transmigrated from the modern world, knew that Li Qingxian would sit on the throne for many, many years. However, it was different for Zhang Sun and Chang'e. These two extremely virtuous women also contributed a lot to the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. According to history, they couldn't escape the fate of death. According to historical records, one of them died in the 10th year of Jingguan at the age of 36. The other died in the 17th year of Jingguan at the age of 23. Li Zishuan admired Empress Zhangsun and Princess Chang'e very much. He didn't want these two women to die early from illness. Empress Zhangsun's influence on Li Qingxian didn't need to be mentioned. Since ancient times, when a country was about to prosper, there would be a wise ruler and a virtuous empress. Empress Zhangsun protected righteous subjects and lived up to Guanju's beauty. As for Li Lizzie, as the pearl in the emperor's palm, she didn't take advantage of her parents' doting to become arrogant. After marriage, she was filial and respectful. When the court officials couldn't persuade her father to cede land to meritorious subjects, she stood out to help at the crucial moment and put an end to the hidden danger of the Tang dynasty's provinces being divided. In Li Zishuan's view, these two women died because of their illness. They were the two biggest regrets of Jingguan's golden age. From the modern era to the Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan saw the two women he admired. One treated him like an elder, while the other was like his own little sister. He didn't want these two women to die from the bottom of his heart. Previously, he had asked Han Yushi to teach Chang'e Tai Chi. He didn't know if this little girl persevered every day. In fact, even if she persevered every day, Li Zishuan didn't have the confidence to cure Chang'e's illness through Tai Chi. Illness was similar to asthma. It was a stubborn disease that couldn't be cured in modern society. All Li Zishuan could do was try his best to reduce the frequency of Chang'e and Zhangsun's illness. Winter was the peak season for asthma. The cold air irritated the respiratory tract mucosa and could easily cause asthma. Therefore, the imperial palace also needed heating. Qingxian, this radiator needs to be customized with the heating pipe, and the heating pipe needs to be planned according to the specific size of the building. You can install heating in the palace, but you have to provide Faubert with some size data. Otherwise, if the heating is not suitable, it will easily cause problems. Li Zishuan said. This was considered to be an agreement to Li Qingxian and Li Tai's request for heating. However, unlike modern advanced production processes and technology, the heating pipe made by the workshop was custom-made and formed in one piece. With the workshop's current technology, it was still a little troublesome to make the modern air valve that connected the pipes. Therefore, if Li Qingxian and Li Tai wanted to install heating, it had to be custom-made. This was also one of the reasons why Li Zishuan didn't plan to use heating to make money. This was because the heating technology he made was relatively backward and not suitable for mass production. It wouldn't be too late to promote the heating business when the technology matured in the future. Li Qingxian was stunned. He said awkwardly, if that's the case, I'll go back to the palace and ask father. The architectural drawings of the imperial palace were confidential. How could they be easily leaked to outsiders? Li Tai laughed and said, haha. Then I'll go talk to Faubert in the afternoon and ask him to build a heating for me first. This guy didn't have so many scruples. As long as he could enjoy it, it was fine. Chapter 1070. Yongla Lane, Li Manor's main hall. After agreeing to Li Qingxian and Li Tai's request to install a heater, Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, maybe we can do this. Qingxian, send a craftsman to the workshop to find Faubert. Faubert will teach him the specific production and installation methods of the heater. Then, the craftsman will take the lead to install the heater in the palace. Because Li Zishuan did not plan to do a heater business, he did not mind teaching the crudest and most primitive heating method to Li Er's people. Li Qingxian's eyes lit up. He was very touched and said, thank you. But don't worry, Xiao Xian. Even if the craftsman knows the method to make the heater, he won't leak it. This child was quite loyal. He knew that he could not ruin Li Zishuan's business because of his own selfish desires. Li Zishuan smiled carelessly. Then, he looked at Li Tai and said, Qingke, did you come to find me at noon? Li Tai was stunned. It took him a while to remember the purpose of his visit. He quickly sat up and said to Li Zishuan, yes, yes, yes. There is indeed something. Yamacho, after so many days of running around, the students of our academy have almost run to all the families on the list given by the local government. But when everyone was delivering the coal stoves, they found that many people who were not on the list were having a hard time. And I heard from the people of the 3rd Brigade that the Foundation still has a lot of money left. Yamacho, can you expand the range of the coal stoves? Li Zishuan could not help but think that it was a coincidence. He had just talked to Han Yushi about this in the morning, and this little fatty had come at noon for the same thing. However, the little fatty had really profited from this trip. He had gotten a hot pot and a heater. Thinking of this, he said, I already know about this. I already know about this matter. I think that the officials of the various prefectures and counties didn't want to be meddlesome, so they only put the names of those whose families were especially poor on the list. I plan to ask you to bring some students to the county yamen and order them to do a thorough check. If there are any missing students, I will report it to His Majesty and ask the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs to lower their exam this year. Li Tai waved his fist and said with an indignant look, hey! I was wondering what was going on. It turned out that some officials were not doing their jobs. Yamacho, wait for me. I'll go look for them. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, hey! Stand. Wait. Li Tai halted in his tracks upon hearing this. Li Zishuan continued, it was originally a good deed to accumulate virtue and do good deeds. Qingke, don't use your status to ruin it. That won't happen. Apart from this, there is one more thing. Qingke, you said earlier that the Foundation has a lot of money left in its account, so I plan to send some clothes and food to the poor people in the future in addition to coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to help them through the winter. Li Tai immediately laughed when he heard this. Haha. That's good. Yamacho, you don't know, but there were many students who saw how pitiful those poor people were, so they gave some money to those people. These few days, not only did the students put in effort, but they also gave money. Haha. Li Zishuan couldn't help but praise the first batch of students from Yanhuang College. Their character was really not bad. Tell the students to report all the money they gave to the people these few days. Let the 3rd Brigade do the tabulation. When this matter is over, I will return all the money to them. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said generously. Haha. That's good. Yamacho, I'll go back to the Foundation first. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Li Tai said his goodbyes and left. Li Zishuan looked at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian looked embarrassed and said, ahem. If it wasn't for Qingke, I would have forgotten that I came here today to talk to you about something. Li Zishuan smiled and said, what is it? Li Qingxian said slowly, recently, when I was in the palace, I often heard news of Yanhuang College's students running around to help the needy. Father is usually very busy and may not have the time to pay attention to these things, but as the heir to the throne, he also wants to do something for this matter. Xiao Xian, do you still need manpower? The East Palace has 100 guards, 30 eunuchs, and more than 50 carriages at your disposal. He didn't come here to freeload today. This was his main purpose for coming to the Li family. However, he was attracted by the hot pot and the heater and forgot his purpose. Li Qingxian had already put it this way. How could Li Zishuan still have any reason to disagree? He smiled and said, sure. It just so happens that the tasks on the shoulders of the students will become heavier. Qingxian, the people in your East Palace will be assigned to Qingke later. One more person meant one more force. Moreover, the guards in the East Palace could be considered martial arts experts. One guard was almost equivalent to 3 students. After the warm people expanded, the foundation just happened to be lacking manpower. With the help of the East Palace, they would be able to complete the warm winter operation before the end of the year. Good. Then I'll take my leave first. Li Qingxian stood up and cupped his hands. He originally came here to send people off, but in the end, it could be said that he gained a lot. Not only did he get the recipe for the hot pot, but he also got the heater. This trip was really worth it. After Li Qingxian left, Mo Zhong came to inform him that Sun Simiao was looking for him. Li Zishuan could only sit in the carriage and go to Yunshan. Selling sesame cakes. Fragrant and crispy sesame cakes. 3 copper coins for 1. 3 copper coins for 1. Just as the carriage left Yongla Lane, Li Zishuan heard the voice of an old woman hawking outside the carriage window. He couldn't help but be startled. Logically speaking, this kind of wandering peddler rarely came out in winter. Moreover, it was selling sesame cakes. That was even more impossible. Sesame cakes cooled quickly in winter. In this era, there was no cheap way to keep them warm. Who would buy them? This sesame cake was baked with sesame and flour. Among them, the Tang dynasty's Chang and Fuha squares production was more outstanding. The poet Bai Ji once wrote, "Sesame cakes imitate the capital in every aspect, crispy and fragrant from the oven." Later on, it gradually evolved into sesame cakes. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan quickly asked San Bao to stop the carriage. He jumped down from the carriage and curiously looked in the direction of the old woman hawking sesame cakes. The scene in front of him immediately stunned Li Zishuan. He saw that the old woman was pushing a wooden cart. On the cart was a coal stove. On the stove was an iron pot that emitted waves of steam and fragrance. In front of her was a line of people who came to buy sesame cakes. Damn! Wasn't this similar to those peddlers in the future who pushed a cart on the street and sold roasted sweet potatoes from the stove on the cart to passers-by? In the end, it was because honeycomb coal had replaced charcoal and became a more economical fuel. If it wasn't for this old woman wouldn't be pushing a cart out to sell sesame cakes. Otherwise, she would have to spend a day burning charcoal to pay for it. Hey! This young master has inadvertently opened up a new business for the people. Li Zishuan thought proudly in his heart. Chapter 1071. Young master, here's the sesame cake you wanted. On the streets of Yongla Lane, Li Zishuan saw that there was more than one vendor by the roadside. On a whim, he asked San Bao to buy him a sesame cake. Since he hadn't eaten his fill in the afternoon, he wanted to try the sesame cake from the Tang dynasty. More than half of the mutton from lunch went into Li Tai's stomach. Li Zishuan took the sesame cake from San Bao. It was slightly hot to the touch. He opened it and took a sniff. He smelled the aroma of roasted flour and sesame. He smiled and said to San Bao, "All right. Let's go to Yunshan." After that, he boarded the horse carriage and was ready to enjoy the authentic Tang dynasty sesame cake in the carriage. "All right. Young master," San Bao replied. Soon, the horse carriage started moving again. Most of the roads from Chang and to Yunshan were paved with cement. The road was wide and flat. The horse carriage sped along and arrived at Yunshan in less than half an hour. Li Zishuan had already finished his sesame cake. He got off the horse carriage and walked towards the third courtyard where Sun Simiao was staying. The courtyard was very lively. Other than Hu Jing, Professor Wang, Professor Qin, and their 2 disciples were all there. Yo! Yamacho is here. In the courtyard, Professor Wang, Professor Qin, and the rest greeted Li Zishuan when they saw him. It's quite lively here today. Li Zishuan smiled and greeted everyone. He then looked at Sun Simiao and asked, Taoist Master Sun, I heard that you were looking for me? Sun Simiao stroked his beard and smiled. Yes, there is. Xiao Xian, take a seat first. Li Zishuan found a stool and sat down. Sun Simiao continued, Xiao Xian, recently, the students of Yanhuang College went down the mountain to help those in need. I've heard about it. I'm very glad that Taoism has a junior like you. Li Zishuan was stunned. Sun Simiao's words meant that he thought that he was doing so much to increase the reputation of the Tao sect. However, the actual situation was not like that. He had asked his students to do this because he could not stand the sight of so many poor people around him. In addition, it was also convenient for his students to gain experience. He had never thought of increasing the reputation of Taoism. Although he was also a member of the Tao sect and had a good impression of the Tao sect, those were 2 different things. When he was doing this, he did not have such thoughts. Priest's son, I just want to help the poor people around me. This has nothing to do with factions. Haha. No matter. Being compassionate to others and forgiving to others, you have done this after all. Sun Simiao waved his hand with a smile and said, Little Xian, you're leading your students to do good deeds at the foot of the mountain, but I can't always be idle on the mountain. She actually told me an idea yesterday. I think it's not bad, so I want to share it with you. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, Priest's son, you want to go down the mountain to provide free medical treatment for the poor people, right? Actually, free medical treatment had a long history. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, there was a plague epidemic in Changsha. The governor of Changsha, Zhang Zhongjing, who was also known as the medical sage by later generations, personally sat in the court and provided free medical treatment for the people. Since then, doctors in ancient times were known as sitting in the court when treating patients. Sun Simiao nodded with a smile and said, Haha. That's right. I have the same idea. Little Xian, what do you think? Yamacho, now that the academy is on holiday, and we have nothing important to do at the academy, we would also like to provide free medical treatment with Dr. Sun. Just treat it as giving our 2 students a chance to gain experience. Professor Qin interrupted at this time. Li Zishuan frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, No problem. Priest's son, Professor Wang, Professor Qin, if you want to go down the mountain to provide free medical treatment for the people, I support. When the time comes, all the medical expenses will be covered by the Warm Tang Foundation. Also, the academy's guards can go down the mountain with you, so you can take care of each other when the time comes. These people were all old antiques in the academy. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were the living treasures of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan was not at ease with them going down the mountain to provide free medical treatment. What if a few, unruly, pestered them endlessly and hurt them? Haha. Since this is little Xian's good intentions, then this poor Taoist will not decline. I plan to follow Brother Qin, Brother Wang, and the others to the 22 surrounding provinces and counties. I will also stay near the county government of each province and county for a day, so I hope that little Xian can help me spread this news in advance on Datong Daily, so that the poor people who need medical treatment will not miss it. This last sentence was Sun Simiao's main purpose. He did not look for Li Zishuan for the medical expenses. He thought back to when he was wandering the world alone, with no one to sponsor him with medicinal herbs. Didn't he save so many poor people by himself? The main reason was that he now had 2 Xinglin experts by his side to help him. He wanted to save as many poor people as he could, so he needed Li Zishuan to help him advertise on Datong Daily. If not for this, he would have already brought Hu Jing down the mountain to provide free medical treatment. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "All right. Priest's son, tell me about your free medical treatment itinerary in a while, then I will ask Mr. Ma to put it in the most prominent position on Datong Daily. As for the county yamen, I'll send someone to contact them. In my opinion, you might as well do a volunteer clinic in the county yamen. It's winter, and it's not a good idea to do a volunteer clinic on the streets." Sun Simiao waved his hands and said, "No need, no need. We can't delay the local government from handling the case. I have been living in the open all these years and I am used to it." Li Zishuan said, "How can you do that? It is almost the new year, and the local government probably won't have any cases. Besides, didn't the medical sage do the same back then? It even became a story that was passed down from generation to generation. It's settled then." In Li Zishuan's opinion, if a godlike figure like Sun Simiao went to the counties to provide free medical treatment for the people, the county officials would be very happy. Because in their areas of jurisdiction, fewer people would die of illness, and for them, their political achievements would be much better. After settling this matter, Li Zishuan went down the mountain directly and went to the workshop to find Ma Zhou. Since he had promised Sun Simiao, he had to help advertise this free medical treatment in the newspaper. When he arrived at the workshop, Li Zishuan found Ma Zhou in the editorial department of Datong Daily and told him about Sun Simiao's free medical treatment plan in detail. After hearing it, Ma Zhou agreed. In the end, Ma Zhou said with a smile, "Marquis, something interesting has happened at Datong Daily recently." "What is it?" Li Zishuan asked curiously. 2 days ago, the authors of Zhang Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator and The Long Way to Immortality came to find me. They said that they wanted to donate all the money they received this month and next month to the Nguyen Tang Foundation. From this, you can see how influential the Nguyen Tang Foundation is now. Chapter 1072. Oh. There's such a thing? Inside the Datong Daily editorial department, Li Zishuan was a little surprised after hearing Ma Zhou's words. He only knew that the Warm Tang Foundation's charity, Storm, had spread to the palace, to the homes of the civil and military officials, to the private merchants, and to the common people, but he didn't expect it to spread to the novel circle. This indeed showed that the Warm Tang Foundation's charity effect was very impressive. However, the authors of Zhang Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator and The Long Journey to Immortality, Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen, were both students of Yanhuang College. It was very likely that they had been influenced by helping the poor in various provinces and counties, so they donated money to charity. This didn't really explain the problem. Outsiders might not know that Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were the authors of these 2 novels, but how could Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou, the 2 most powerful people in the Datong Daily editorial department, not know? Li Zishuan wouldn't criticize his students for writing novels while attending school to earn money, as long as it didn't affect their studies. Moreover, he had also written novels when he was in university in his previous life, but it was a flop. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to worry about finding a job when he graduated. Tomorrow, put a paragraph at the top of the Datong Daily, Dahua Jianghu, to publicize Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen's charity work. Tell all the authors that if anyone is willing to donate their rewards like them, Datong Daily will not take any commission and will donate the full amount. According to the rules, the editorial department will take a 50% commission for the rewards received by the authors. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said. Ma Zhou smiled and replied, "Yes. Marquis." Li Zishuan chatted with Ma Zhou for a while. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, Brother Ma, the headline on Datong Daily today is very good. Brother Ma, you have a deep chest and a poetic mind. No wonder Mr. Li Gang has been praising you." Ma Zhou was stunned, then he waved his hand and said modestly, "Marquis is overpraising. It's not that Ma Zhou wrote it well, but that Marquis said it well." Ma Zhou was enlightened and benefited a lot from those 2 sentences, establish your heart for the heavens and earth, establish your life for the people. Haha. Brother Ma, you're too modest. I can't write that splendid essay of yours. Li Zishuan smiled and walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "Actually, there are 2 more sentences after these 2 sentences." "Oh. Please enlighten me, Marquis." Ma Zhou's eyes lit up, like a hungry man seeing a peerless beauty. He stared at Li Zishuan with burning eyes. Li Zishuan sighed and said softly, "The complete 4 sentences should be, establish your heart for the heavens and earth, establish your life for the people, inherit the lost knowledge for the past saints, and establish peace for all ages." After that, he shook his head and walked out of the door, leaving Ma Zhou in a daze. Mr. Wang? Why are you here?" After leaving the Datong Daily Editorial Department building, Li Zishuan inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar figure coming out of the ironworks yard in the west. He couldn't help but be curious. He chased after him and found that it was Wang Ji. He couldn't help but ask, "Oh. So it's Yamacho." Wang Ji's hair was disheveled and his beard was unshaven. He looked like a prisoner who had just been released from prison. His appearance was completely different from the glorious image that a teacher of the academy should have. When he saw that the person who called him was Li Zishuan, he hurriedly tidied up his messy hair and said, "Yamacho, I heard that a big blast furnace was built in the workshop, but I was too busy with the academy's affairs to take a look." Later, when the students finished their exams, they were dragged down the mountain by you, Yamacho, to help the needy. I wanted to take a look and verify some of the chemical reactions recorded in the textbook, Chemistry. Li Zishuan was speechless. No wonder it was not easy to meet Wang Ji in the academy recently. It turned out that this old man came to the workshop. Looking at his sloppy appearance, he probably ate, drank, and slept in the workshop. How much hatred did he have to work so hard? "I'm just verifying some chemical reactions." "Mr. Wang, you don't have to be like this," Li Zishuan pretended to be puzzled. Wang Ji's expression was awkward. He laughed and said, "Ahem. I've been a little busy recently and forgot to clean up. Sorry for my rudeness. But with Yamacho's current state, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover like the rest of the world, right? Moreover, compared to those people who look good on the outside but are rotten on the inside, I'm much better." Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. This old man had been in the academy for so long, when did he become a little shameless? Was he influenced by the bearded man? Oh. That's right. Yamacho. I've recently discovered something new. Come and take a look. Suddenly, Wang Ji patted his head and said excitedly. Li Zishuan was just about to ask what it was when old Wang pulled him by the arm and walked quickly to the workshop's office building. After going up to the 3rd floor, they turned left and right again. The 2 of them walked to the door of a room. Wang Ji said as he opened the door, "This is a room that I asked Manager Fu to specially use to test some chemical reactions. Recently, according to the teaching materials, I found someone to help me burn some tools. I've been doing experiments in this room for the past few days." While they were talking, the door had already opened. Li Zishuan almost thought that he had transmigrated back to the modern world because the table in the room was filled with glass containers of various shapes, such as distillation bottles, beakers, measuring cylinders, test tubes, and so on. Also, Li Zishuan even saw an alcohol lamp. This old man really knows how to make a mess. At this moment, Li Zishuan really admired Wang Ji. When he was writing the academy's chemistry teaching materials, he only drew some rough outlines of the experimental equipment and briefly introduced the principles of some chemical reactions. He didn't expect the students to understand all the chemical reactions in the book. He felt that it would be good enough if the students could understand the nature of matter through the chemistry class. In other words, the chemistry teaching materials he wrote were incomplete. Due to the lack of experimental materials and equipment, the whole course lacked a lot of experimental evidence. Most of the time, it was only limited to theoretical explanations. Of course, such a chemistry couldn't be considered complete. But even if it was incomplete, he still wanted to introduce this course. He wanted to present the theory first and leave some of the specific things in it for future generations to verify when the conditions were right. For example, the periodic table of the elements that he proposed. At this time, the students might not think much of it, but in a few decades or 200 or 300 years later, people would definitely be amazed by the periodic table of the elements. He wanted to introduce the knowledge of chemistry to the Tang dynasty and be a prophet in this field. Chapter 1073. Ahem. Yamacho, this room is a bit messy, please don't mind it. But everything that should be here is here. Take a look. This is the beaker that you mentioned in the chemistry textbook, this is the measuring cylinder, this is. In a room in the workshop's office building, Wang Ji introduced the experimental equipment in the room to Li Zishuan with great familiarity. In fact, there was no need for him to introduce them. Li Zishuan knew better than anyone else. If one paid close attention to Wang Ji's tone, one would notice that when it came to chemistry, his attitude towards Li Zishuan became more respectful. This was because in the field of knowledge, the one who was more knowledgeable was the teacher. Li Zishuan was better than him in this field, and that was a fact. Very good. I can see that Mr. Wang has been working hard these days. Li Zishuan looked at the experimental equipment in the room and nodded in admiration. Wang Ji heard this and immediately grinned. Ha! In the end, it's all thanks to your workshop, Yamacho. Without the help of those craftsmen, no matter how capable I am, I wouldn't be able to create so many things in such a short period of time. He was right. Li Zishuan was definitely the one who contributed the most. If he hadn't invented the method of burning colored glaze, Wang Ji wouldn't have been able to make any of the experimental instruments in front of him. Hee. Mr. Wang is too humble. Li Zishuan laughed and then asked, Mr. Wang, have you been living in this room for the past few days? This was because he saw a very simple wooden bed in the corner of the room. When he thought about how this old man in front of him was doing experiments day and night in this cold weather, Li Zishuan felt a little sad. A scientific worker shouldn't be treated like this. But this was Wang Ji's usual style. When Yanwang College was first established and recruited the first batch of teachers, Wang Ji wanted to win the bet with Yan Silu and prove that he was worthy of the high salary of the college and the position of the head of the chemistry department. He crazily studied the chemistry textbook day and night for nearly a month and finally won the bet with full marks and proved his ability. After the exam, the old man fell into a coma for a day and a night. This showed that this was a stubborn old man, but at the same time, a very capable old man. This old man was sometimes very cruel to himself. Ugh. This is fine, as long as there's a place to lie down, it doesn't matter where I sleep. Yamacho, you don't have to worry about me. Wang Ji only wanted to show Li Zishuan his research results. He didn't have time to care about his living situation. Li Zishuan said decisively, no. The body is the body. The body, the capital, Mr. Wang. If you continue like this, you'll definitely fall sick in a few days. I'll ask Faubert to send someone to install a heater in your room. Heater? What's a heater? Wang Ji, who was only focused on various chemical equations, obviously didn't notice that the workshop had recently produced several heaters, so he asked curiously. Let's not talk about this first, Mr. Wang, you'll understand when it's installed. Li Zishuan waved his hand and then got to the point. Mr. Wang, just now outside, you said that you recently discovered something new. What is it that made you so happy? Wang Ji immediately became spirited. He quickly walked to the experiment table and took a small glass bottle with a label. There was still half a bottle of colorless liquid in it. Then he smiled and took the glass bottle in front of Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, this is it. What's this? Li Zishuan took it with one hand and asked subconsciously. But before he finished, he had already seen the H2SO4 label on the bottle. The doubt on his face suddenly turned into surprise. Sulfuric acid? Wang Ji nodded proudly and stroked his beard. Yes. That's right. It's sulfuric acid. Geezer Wang had painstakingly studied the chemistry textbook, so Li Zishuan wasn't surprised at all that the old man could say the name sulfuric acid. But now Wang Ji actually said that he had made sulfuric acid, which made Li Zishuan feel very incredulous. Mr. Wang, how did you make sulfuric acid? The foundation of the modern chemical industry was 3 acids and 2 bases. It could be said that without 3 acids and 2 bases, there would be no modern chemical industry. And sulfuric acid was one of the important components of 3 acids and 2 bases. If Wang Ji really made sulfuric acid, it would be awesome. The 3 acids were sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, and nitric acid. The 2 bases were sodium hydroxide and sodium carbonate. Wang Ji took out a small box from the drawer and a small paper bag from the wooden box. When the paper bag was opened, a small pinch of green powdery substance was revealed. Wang Ji smiled and said, "Yamacho, this is it." This old man placed the green vitriol on a flame to heat it up and discovered that it would produce a kind of gas. Furthermore, this gas is very soluble in water. After this old man used the chemical equation to calculate, this solution is very likely sulfuric acid. Green alum. Isn't this thing a water crystal of ferrous sulfate? Li Zishuan was stunned. He suddenly remembered that according to the chemistry books in his previous life, you can indeed make dilute sulfuric acid by burning green alum. The chemical equation was 2FeSO4 7H2O equals, high temperature, Fe2O3 plus SO2 plus SO3 plus 14H2O. Sulfur trioxide dissolved in water is dilute sulfuric acid. But where did Wang Ji get the green alum? Mr. Wang, with doubts in his heart, Li Zishuan was just about to ask where Wang Ji got the green alum from. Suddenly, the memories of his previous life made him realize that green alum was a kind of Chinese medicine in ancient times. Wang Ji must have gotten it from Sun Simiao. Tang Benchao and Compendium of Materia Medica both had records of green alum's medicinal properties. It could be used to treat typhoid, malaria, and other diseases. Yamacho, you guessed right. This green alum was borrowed by this old man from divine Dr. Sun. Wang Ji seemed to have seen through Li Zishuan's thoughts and said with a smile. As for the borrowed, he mentioned, it must be that he did not return it. Sun Simiao reacted after a while. He would probably find trouble with Wang Ji. Mr. Wang is really a genius. You actually thought of using green alum to make sulfuric acid. Admirable, admirable. Li Zishuan was sincerely convinced. This chemical reaction might not be difficult for a modern person like him, but Wang Ji, an ancient person, could actually make dilute sulfuric acid by himself. That was really amazing. At any time, creation was much more difficult than innovation. Wang Ji laughed and said, "You're too kind. This is all thanks to your chemistry textbook, Yamacho, that gave me a lot of inspiration. Also, some of my experiences in my early years also gave me a lot of help." Chapter 1074. In one of the episodes of the TV series, The Palace, the female lead, Luo Qingchuan, recalled a quote from a teacher in a modern school. Sulfuric acid has been around since ancient times, but it wasn't called sulfuric acid back then. It was called green vitriol, and it wasn't used in industrial production. It was usually used to treat diseases like typhoid and dysentery. According to historical records, thieves in ancient times would burn the green vitriol collected from pharmacies and make it into a liquid. The liquid would corrode the walls of rich families and steal from them. Sulfuric acid had been widely used more than 1,000 years ago. Although green vitriol could be used to make sulfuric acid, there was something wrong with the description in the TV series. According to the Compendium of Materia Medica, green vitriol was a traditional Chinese medicine that could treat diseases like typhoid and malaria. However, green vitriol couldn't be burned, so it was definitely wrong to use it to make sulfuric acid. In the first chemistry laboratory, in Tang Dynasty, the latter half of Wang Ji's sentence made Li Zishuan curious. He asked, "What happened in your early years?" "What did you do in your early years, Mr. Wang?" Wang Ji blushed and said, "I used to be a Taoist priest in my early years, and I used to make elixirs." Li Zishuan widened his eyes and looked at Wang Ji as if he was looking at an alien. He asked, "Mr. Wang, you used to make elixirs?" He only knew that Wang Ji was good at writing and used to be a Taoist priest, but he didn't expect this old man to be an alchemist. The academy had really picked up a treasure, a ghost. A ghost. Wang Ji was embarrassed. He coughed and said, "Ahem. That's all in the past, Yamacho, don't mention it again. Don't mention it again." Now that Wang Ji had studied chemistry, he finally understood how ridiculous his alchemy was. The elixirs he made were just poisonous pills. If it weren't for Li Zishuan asking about it today, he would definitely not have mentioned the matter of refining pills all those years ago. In his opinion, this matter should be considered a stain in his life. Li Zishuan pursed his lips into a smile and said, "Haha. Then I won't mention it." "Mr. Wang, please continue." Wang Ji glanced at Li Zishuan with hidden bitterness before he continued. "Back then, when this old man was refining pills, I once threw green vitriol into the furnace. As a result, a small piece of the furnace was corroded. A few days ago, this old man suddenly thought of this matter. Combined with the chemistry textbook that Yamacho wrote, I felt that the reason why the furnace was corroded was probably because the green vitriol was decomposed under high temperature, producing sulfuric acid." Li Zishuan had a complicated expression on his face. In his previous life, he had read a post on Tieba saying, "Why did Western alchemy develop into chemistry, while Eastern alchemy only left behind some illusory elixirs?" In fact, this conclusion was a little too one-sided. The alchemists of ancient China were not completely useless. They invented gunpowder, sulfuric acid, and discovered oxidation reduction, metal displacement, and acid-base neutralization reactions. For example, the Eastern Jin dynasty's alchemist Guhong successfully summed up the saying, "Cinnabar is burned into mercury, and when it accumulates, it becomes cinnabar." This was the first time that humans had used chemical methods to obtain a substance that was exactly the same as a natural product. It could be said to be a great creation. From the Han dynasty to the Tang dynasty, many alchemists recorded that copper could be replaced by iron in a sulfuric acid solution. This method was called the copper immersion method. It did not require high-temperature smelting to obtain copper powder. It was easy to operate, and the cost was lower. It was the world's earliest metal displacement reaction. In the Tang dynasty, during the Kaiyuan era, the alchemist Gu Gongzi recorded in his Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Pill Scripture, the 9th volume of the Refining Stone Gallbladder Essence Extraction Method. It was the dry distillation of stone gallbladder, CuSO4, 5H2O, to obtain sulfuric acid. This was the world's earliest documented sulfuric acid production case. Western alchemists, on the other hand, originally refined copper, iron, lead and other base metals into precious gold and silver to increase their wealth. In the Middle Ages of the West, alchemists believed that all metals were composed of mercury and sulfur. Mercury was the origin of all metals, sulfur was the common component of all combustible substances, and gold and silver contained the purest mercury and sulfur. Therefore, in their view, the difference between ordinary metals and precious gold and silver was mainly in the ratio and purity of mercury and sulfur. Using a kind of philosopher's stone, the nature of the metal could be changed, and the base metals could be transformed into precious metals. This kind of philosopher's stone was revered as the wise man's stone. It was sacred and had magical properties. Countless alchemists went through thousands of mountains and rivers, and tried their best to find the legendary wise man's stone. In this way, alchemists had been engaged in this kind of useless labor in the mineral, plant, and animal world for a long time. From the ancient Greek era to the Middle Ages, people spent more than 1,000 years on alchemy experiments. In the end, the dream of refining stone into gold did not come true. However, 1,000 years of pursuit did not make them give up their dream. Therefore, from this point of view, the alchemy of the Western Middle Ages represented the spirit of scientific inquiry. Perhaps this was why the alchemy of the West, after continuous development, finally found its home on the path of science, while the alchemy of our country and the Arab countries, although developed earlier, remained in the primitive form of chemistry. Looking at Western alchemy dialectically, it could be seen that Western alchemy, from the early days of blindly chasing stone into gold, developed to the later days of exploration and knowledge of natural substances, had ups and downs, and finally died out. However, without the early alchemists' painstaking exploration, it was likely that there would not be modern chemistry. The 16th century English philosopher Francis Bacon once made a fair and reasonable evaluation of the contribution of alchemy to science. He said, "The painstaking perseverance of alchemists in searching for gold has led their descendants to many useful inventions and beneficial experiments, and indirectly led chemistry to the bright road." To some extent, the ancient Western alchemists and Eastern alchemists were a group of ancient chemistry super geniuses. However, many alchemists' life goal was to refine elixirs, so many of their useful inventions were not widely used for a long time, such as gunpowder. Now, Wang Ji had gradually evolved from a traditional alchemist to an alchemist who was constantly seeking knowledge. His life goal was no longer to refine elixirs, but to seek knowledge in exploration. Many people may not believe it, but the titan of physics, Newton, in addition to the dazzling titles of physicist, mathematician, and dynamicist, he also had a little-known title, which was alchemist. Yamacho, this old man has a question. When sulfur is directly burned, why can't sulfur dioxide continue to react with oxygen in the air to form sulfur trioxide? Chapter 1075. Sulfur burned in the air to produce sulfur dioxide. Wang Ji was wondering why he couldn't use the reaction between sulfur dioxide and oxygen to produce sulfur trioxide and sulfuric acid. Not only had he thought about it, but he had also done a lot of experiments recently, all of which ended in failure. Li Zishuan heard this and couldn't help but secretly praise Wang Ji. This old man was very talented in the field of chemistry. He could even comprehend by analogy. "Mr. Wang, it's not that sulfur dioxide can't continue to react, but if they want to react further, they need a catalyst. This is mentioned in the second volume of Chemistry. Using sulfur dioxide to produce sulfuric acid was the most commonly used method in modern industry. The raw material was pyrite, the main component was ferrous sulfide, which was calcined at high temperature to produce sulfur dioxide. Under the action of the catalyst and high temperature, sulfur dioxide formed sulfur trioxide, which was absorbed by 98.3% sulfuric acid to produce pyrosulfuric acid. Finally, water was added to produce sulfuric acid. Catalyst? What kind of catalyst can catalyze the reaction between the two? In the first volume of Chemistry, there was an introduction to catalysts, but Wang Ji didn't know what catalysts could catalyze the oxidation of sulfur dioxide. Platinum or vanadium pentoxide? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said lightly. Platinum? Vanadium pentoxide? Yamacho, where can I buy these two things? Wang Ji frowned and asked. Li Zishuan smiled helplessly and said, "Ah. These two things aren't sold anywhere. Especially the first one, as far as I know, it's very rare in the whole world. As for vanadium pentoxide, it can be extracted from the ammonium metavanadate in the vanadium ore, but as of now, no one in Tang Dynasty knows the use of the vanadium ore, let alone where the vanadium ore is." Wang Ji immediately said anxiously, "Yamacho, it doesn't matter if no one knows. We can send people to look for it. With this catalyst, we can produce sulfuric acid in large quantities. The current method of producing sulfuric acid from green alumina isn't suitable for mass production." He had heard Li Zishuan mention the importance of sulfuric acid several times before. After spending so much time together, Wang Ji deeply understood a principle: if Li Zishuan said it was important, then it must be important. Li Zishuan said that platinum and vanadium pentoxide could catalyze the further reaction of sulfur trioxide with oxygen, so it must be possible. Unlike normal students, Wang Ji, who had read the chemistry textbook and had personally done a lot of experiments, was completely convinced by Li Zishuan's knowledge in chemistry. At this time, Li Zishuan closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Wang Ji quickly shut his mouth and did not dare to disturb him again. Actually, Li Zishuan was trying to recall which area had the most vanadium ores on the mineral distribution map from his previous life. If it wasn't for the fact that he now had super abnormal spiritual power, he wouldn't have been able to recall this thing at all. After a full quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan finally opened his eyes and said, "What Mr. Wang said just now makes sense. The vanadium mine is very important to the workshop's future technological advancement. We must send someone to look for it." I've just deduced that there should be a lot of vanadium mines in the Jiannan circuit. The so-called Jiannan circuit mainly referred to the modern-day Sichuan region. Back then, after the Qin dynasty destroyed Ba and Shu, they implemented the system of prefectures and counties in Sichuan. Ba and Shu prefectures were established in the former Ba and Shu prefectures. In the 5th year of the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, the Sichuan region was designated as Yi province. In the 1st year of Zhongguan, Li Er abolished the system of prefectures and changed Yi province to Jiannan circuit. In modern-day China, vanadium mines were distributed in 19 provinces, cities, and autonomous regions. Among them, Sichuan had the most, with nearly 13 million tons of vanadium ore reserves. Searching for vanadium ores was a time-consuming and laborious task. However, it wasn't only Wang Ji who wanted to send people to look for them. Li Zishuan also wanted to send people to look for vanadium ores as soon as possible. As a modern person, no one understood the importance of sulfuric acid more than him. Putting aside the daily necessities derived from sulfuric acid like pigments, detergents, and cosmetics, for now, Li Zishuan felt that if the Tang dynasty could produce sulfuric acid in large quantities, it should first be used in fertilizers, metallurgy, and petroleum industries. These 3 industries were all inseparable from sulfuric acid. When the conditions were ripe, they could also use sulfuric acid to introduce batteries. With sulfuric acid, it would be much easier to manufacture electric scooters. Going off topic, the production of nuclear fuel for nuclear reactors, the preparation of titanium, aluminum, and other alloy materials used in reactors, as well as titanium alloys used in rockets, supersonic jets, and man-made satellites were all directly or indirectly related to sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid was really the cornerstone of the national defense industry. When Wang Ji heard Li Zishuan say that there was a vanadium mine in the Jiannan circuit, he couldn't help but be delighted. He exclaimed in admiration, "Could it be the disciple of spiritual master Ling Su? This old man admires Yamacho's geomancy." Old Wang thought that this result was really calculated by Li Zishuan. In addition, he had also heard about Fu Bin's previous trip to Hedong circuit to look for vanadium ores. Therefore, he was even more impressed with Li Zishuan. Haha. All right. Mr. Wang, you go ahead with your work. Let's talk about the vanadium mine after the new year. You also have to pay attention to your rest during this period. Don't tire your body out. Li Zishuan felt a little guilty under Wang Ji's fanatical and worshipful gaze and hurriedly ran away. Although sulfuric acid was very important, the new year was equally important. The Chinese people's feelings towards the new year had not weakened for thousands of years. Li Zishuan didn't want to send people to Sichuan to look for vanadium ores at this critical juncture near the end of the year. Ma Zhou was very efficient. In the afternoon, he had written a beautiful article about the free medical consultation. After Li Zishuan read it, he couldn't help but secretly sigh, how can a golden fish be a fish in a pond? This small temple of his would probably not be able to accommodate a great Buddha like Ma Zhou in a few years. There were some things that he could change, but there were some that he couldn't. A person like Ma Zhou who was full of talent would definitely become a country's prime minister in the end. The next day, Datong Daily's headlines announced that with the support of the Warm Tang Foundation, Sun Simiao and 2 former doctors from the Imperial Physician Department were planning to hold a free medical consultation in the surrounding counties of Chang and City. When the news spread, thousands of people cheered. Regardless of whether it was modern or ancient times, there were many people who couldn't afford to fall sick. They didn't even dare to fall sick because sometimes, a seemingly insignificant illness could very well drag down an entire family. Now that Sun Simiao, the Tang Empire's publicly recognized miracle doctor, was planning to hold a free medical consultation, many families with patients would be reborn because of this free medical consultation. How could the people not be happy? Those who knew the news spread it everywhere. In an instant, the people of Chang and City and its surrounding areas were beaming with joy as if it was the new year. Chapter 1076. This morning, Sun Simiao and his group arrived at the Lantian County Yamen first. This was the first stop of their volunteer medical treatment trip. They chose this place mainly because it was close to Yunshan. The county magistrate of Lantian County had already received the news, so he personally came out of the yamen to welcome them. There were desks, tables, and chairs in the yard of the county yamen. Everyone entered the county yamen. Sun Simiao and the other doctors took their seats one by one, while Mo Zhong and the other academy guards stood on both sides. Sun Simiao smiled and said, "County magistrate I'm ready. Don't delay your work." County magistrate he was a middle-aged scholar in his 40s. He had a small beard on his chin and did not have a big belly like the other officials. He looked like an easygoing person. Haha. It's fine. It's fine. There haven't been any cases in the yamen recently. I've also learned some medical knowledge since I was young. Today I can learn from Dr. Sunday. It won't delay my work. Li Zishuan had sent people to greet the county magistrates of the 22 counties in Chang, and yesterday afternoon. They must treat Sun Simiao and his group well and ensure the safety of Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and the others. Lantian County was where most of Li Zishuan's fiefdom was located. Strictly speaking, county magistrate he was a subordinate of Li Zishuan. Today, all the yamen runners were present. No matter what the reason was, they were all summoned back by county magistrate he. It could be said that the yamen was on full alert today to prevent any troublemakers from offending Sun Simiao. Yes. Since that's the case, please let the people waiting outside in. Sun Simiao frowned slightly. Due to his long years of cultivation and traveling, he did not like to deal with local officials. He was not used to county magistrate he's enthusiasm. No problem. County magistrate he answered and turned to the runner behind him. Arrest her son, let the people outside the yamen line up and come in. After that, he gave the latter a look, indicating that he should be more vigilant and prevent any bad people from mixing into the crowd. Yes. Constable's son agreed loudly and nodded almost imperceptibly. Line up, don't squeeze. There was already a sea of people outside the yamen. The commoners were squeezed into the crowd with their families. None of them wished to miss today's free medical consultation. If they missed it, it wouldn't just be a matter of waiting a year. Seeing that the officials of the yamen were finally willing to let them go, the commoners cheered. The previously crowded and noisy crowd immediately lined up into 2 columns and began to enter the yamen for treatment. Elder, where are you feeling unwell? Divine Dr. Sun, this old woman's leg hurts day and night, please take a look. Not long after, the free clinic officially began. In front of Sun Simiao sat a white-haired old lady. Behind the old lady stood a woman. She must be her daughter-in-law or daughter. Does it hurt here? No. Here. Right. Does it hurt here? Ouch, it hurts a little too. Sun Simiao stood up and walked to the old lady. He pinched a few spots on the old lady's right leg. After confirming the location of the injury, he sat back down and said, "The main reason for this is that your body is too damp. Coupled with the cold weather, it's only natural that such symptoms would appear. I'll prescribe you a cream to remove dampness and remove cold. Apply it to your leg when you go back." The old lady and the woman behind her were overjoyed. They thanked him profusely. "Thank you, Divine Dr. Sun. Thank you, Divine Dr. Sun." Sun Simiao smiled. After a while, he finished writing the prescription and said, "Please go to the side to get the herbs." Next. The two were stunned. After looking at Hu Jing and the pile of herbs behind him, they finally understood that Sun Simiao was not only treating them and writing prescriptions, he was also giving them herbs for free. "Thank you, Divine Dr. Sun." The two of them were moved to tears. They thanked Sun Simiao again and almost knelt down before him. Sun Simiao waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the Emperor and those who donated money to the Warm Tang Foundation." In the palace, after the morning court, a doctor from the Imperial Physician Department asked to see Li Er. He told Li Er about Sun Simiao and the others, tour for free medical treatment on Datong daily. He also asked Li Er to allow the doctors from the Imperial Physician Department to join in. When Li Er heard the news, he immediately agreed. Therefore, when it was close to noon, the doctors from the Imperial Physician Department brought more than 50 students from the Imperial Physician Department to the Lantian County Yamen to join in the free medical treatment team. When the citizens heard the news, they couldn't help but kneel in front of the palace and chant, "His Majesty is benevolent." At this time, seeing so many doctors entering the county Yamen, the citizens who came later and were at the back of the line finally stopped worrying that they wouldn't be able to get their turn. "Divine Dr. Sun, my wife caught a cold a few days ago. Today, her forehead suddenly became hot. Please give her some medicine to save her." In the afternoon, a middle-aged man carried a woman whose eyes were closed and whose face was red. He staggered to Sun Simiao and cried bitterly. Sun Simiao's eyes narrowed. He said, "Then quickly help her sit up. This poor Taoist will take her pulse." However, the man's expression changed. He said, "Taoist son, my wife has a fever without a doubt. Why do I need to take her pulse? You can just give her some medicine to reduce her fever. Besides, men and women shouldn't touch each other. What if the so-called fever is what people in modern times call a fever? How dare you?" Seeing that the man was becoming more and more outrageous, County Magistrate he finally couldn't help but scold him. At this time, County Magistrate he really wanted to take the man down and interrogate him. However, he also knew that there were many citizens here. If he were to take the man down rashly, it would likely cause panic. After thinking about it, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Where did you come from? How dare you speak so rudely in front of this official and divine Dr. Sun? Doctors don't differentiate between men and women. If you're afraid of treatment, why did you bring your wife here to see a doctor?" The man lay on the ground and complained with snot and tears, "Lord, it's not that I'm being nosy. It's just that my wife doesn't like to be touched by other men. Now, my wife's cold has worsened. Her fever hasn't subsided and she's unconscious. I beg Lord and Divine Dr. Sun to be kind and give my wife some medicine. I beg the two of you." Hearing him cry so miserably, many people in the yard began to whisper. Obviously, some of them had begun to sympathize with the man. County Magistrate his face froze. At this time, he also believed that the man was evil. However, the other side was Sun Simiao. If he stood on the man's side, wouldn't he be disrespecting Sun Simiao? However, if he didn't do so, once the people's hearts changed, he would lose his official position. Chapter 1077. Haha. What's so difficult about that? You, come and take the pulse of this madam. In the front yard of the Lantian County Yamen, when County Magistrate he was caught in a dilemma and didn't know how to choose, Sun Simiao glanced at the unconscious woman in the man's arms and said coldly, "Hey. That's right. As the saying goes, a famous teacher produces a brilliant student. Dr. Sun's medical skills are outstanding. Since this young lady is under Dr. Sun's tutelage, her medical skills will definitely not be bad." County Magistrate his eyes lit up as he said with a smile. The most important thing was that this way, he didn't have to be caught in the middle. "Yes, Master." Hu Wei responded and handed the work in her hands to a student from the Imperial Physician Department. Then, she walked towards the sick woman. Hu knew that the middle-aged man would quickly hug the woman in his arms tightly at this time, guarding against Hu Wei as if she was a bad person. He said, You're not allowed to come over. You're not allowed to take my wife's pulse." County Magistrate his face darkened and said unhappily, "How can you be so ungrateful? Previously, you said that your wife doesn't like to touch the opposite sex. Dr. Sun and I both understand that. But now, this young lady is taking your wife's pulse. What are you objecting to?" The man's face was a little flustered at first, but then he forced himself to calm down and said, She's just a little girl who's still wet behind the ears. What does she know about medical treatment? I can't let her take care of my wife. Otherwise, when she's not good enough, she might diagnose my wife with other diseases. She's a righteous person. Letting her take care of my wife is like disregarding human life. You. Presumptuous. County magistrate, he was so angry that smoke was almost coming out of his 7 orifices. He pointed at the man and secretly looked at Sun Simiao and Hu Wei's faces. Seeing that the two of them weren't angry, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then, he said sternly, "As far as I know, Miss Hu is Dr. Sun's last disciple. She has treated many people and can be said to have superb medical skills. Don't be unreasonable here, or don't blame me for being rude to you." Actually, at this moment, County Magistrate, he already felt that there was something wrong with the man in front of him. However, it was only a feeling. He had no evidence. Otherwise, he would have ordered the bailiffs to arrest him. Seeing that County Magistrate, his tone was not good, the man's voice suddenly weakened a little, but he still didn't want Hu Gong to check his wife's pulse. He argued, even if she is Dr. Sun's disciple, she is only in her teens. How can her medical skills be so good? I don't want her to come see me. Divine Dr. Sun, if you really have the heart of a bodhisattva, then please give me some antipyretic medicine. If you don't want to give me the medicine, I'll take my wife to the doctor in Chang'an City. Sun Simiao narrowed his eyes and remained unmoved. At this moment, Hu Gong smiled and said, "Brother, it's not that my master doesn't want to prescribe medicine for you, but as a doctor, he can't prescribe medicine without personally diagnosing the patient. If my master prescribes medicine only based on your one-sided statement, then he is disregarding human life. Moreover, not all fevers are caused by a cold. As far as I know, heavy humidity, night sweats, internal injuries, blood and qi not flowing smoothly, and visceral dysfunction can all cause fevers. So brother, if you really want the best for your wife, then let me check your wife's pulse." As soon as she said this, Dr. Wang, Dr. Qin, and the other doctors of the Imperial Physician Department couldn't help but nod their heads. They secretly praised Sun Simiao's ability to teach his disciple, which was as good as his medical skills. However, the man wasn't in such a good mood at this moment. He still stubbornly said, "I don't care. What do you know about medical treatment as a little girl? What do you know about checking the pulse?" County Magistrate, he flew into a rage and was about to order the arrest when Hu Gong beat him to it and said, "Brother, you keep saying that I'm young and don't know how to treat illnesses, then I have to introduce myself." Then, she looked at the bustling commoners in the courtyard and said loudly, "Fellow villagers, my name is Hu Gong. Before April this year, I was just a blind girl who couldn't see anything. Fortunately, my master saved me and I became his disciple. Although I don't dare to say that I've saved all the people in the world, I've actually cured at least a few hundred people. In August this year, my master and I traveled to Liang province and there was a plague there. It was my master and I who helped the local medical officials and suppressed the plague. So, brother, tell me, do I have the qualifications to treat your wife?" Hu Jing's beautiful face, coupled with her extremely clean voice, made the people present feel as if they had experienced a spring rain. Those who were in a bad mood also felt their moods lighten up at this moment. Wow! This girl is amazing. She's been studying medicine for less than a year and she can actually cure a plague. Tisk! Aren't you spouting nonsense? How can Dr. Sun's disciple be bad? I remember now. Isn't this the fairy doctor who was rumored in Liang province? Fairy doctor? Yes. That's her. Some of the commoners recognized Hu Gong and the crowd immediately exclaimed. When the middle-aged man heard the discussions and cheers, his face was as black as ink. He could no longer speak. "Brother, if you don't believe me, then I'll treat you first." Hu Gong laughed. "Treat me? I'm not sick. I'm going to bring my wife to Chang'an City to seek treatment. Get out of the way." The man picked up the woman in his arms and was about to leave. "Brother, your lips are purplish red, which means that your liver has been burning and your temper has been irritable recently. Are the 3 inches below your side often swollen and painful? And you don't have an appetite?" Hu Gong blurted out. When the man heard that, his body trembled and he could not help but stop in his tracks. Hu Gong continued, "Other than that, your mouth and tongue have been dry recently. You've been eating less and your chest feels stuffy. This is very likely a symptom of depression." Ridiculous. What stingy atmosphere, I've never heard of it. This little girl is spouting nonsense again. The middle-aged man angrily rebuked. The few doctors present shook their heads. Hu Gong chuckled and explained, as the saying goes, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the major meridians and small meridians circulate endlessly day and night. It must rely on the qi in the chest to mediate. In the human body, there is a stream of qi in the chest that governs the breathing of the lungs. It supports the whole body and boosts the spirit. This is the qi, also known as the qi. Spirit, qi, and spirit. All three are indispensable. Clap, clap, clap. Good. 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 Priest's son, you've taken in a good disciple. Dr. Qin, who was sitting at the back and watching the development of the situation, could not help but clap his hands and exclaim, "You've been studying medicine for less than a year and you're so familiar with medicine. You have such talent in medicine. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority." Haha. Chapter 1078. Wow. The fairy doctor is indeed amazing. Why do I feel that this person is here to cause trouble? This person looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. The middle-aged man's ignorance was publicly slapped in the face by Hu. The commoners discussed animatedly while the middle-aged man's face turned green and white. He was about to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Constable's son, who was guarding the door, seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed as he instructed his subordinates. Then, he quickly walked to County Magistrate He and whispered a few words into his ear. County Magistrate He was startled. Then, his eyes spat fire as he scolded in a low voice, "Bastard! Why didn't you say so earlier?" Just as Constable's son was about to open his mouth to explain, he heard Hu say something earth-shattering, shocking everyone in the courtyard. "Also, this big brother, your wife is only asleep. Why did you say that she's sick?" Asleep? These 3 words were no different from a deep-water bomb that blew up the tranquil courtyard of the yamen. What does the fairy doctor mean? What does she mean by asleep? Could it be that this woman isn't sick at all? Is this man here to cheat the medicine? But this woman's face is red and there are beads of sweat on her forehead. It's obvious that she has a fever. The commoners were dumbfounded as they discussed animatedly. Nonsense. You bunch of quacks. I'm going to Chang and to get medicine for my wife. A bunch of quacks. The man's expression changed greatly as he roared angrily. Then, he carried the woman in his arms and turned to rush out of the yamen. Humph. Men. Capture this person for this official. County Magistrate He's face was covered with frost as he ordered hatefully. Yes. There were already many people in the courtyard and there were 4 or 5 yamen runners at the door. In such a short time, the man was still carrying the woman in his arms and could not rush out no matter what. Under the watchful eyes of the yamen runners, the middle-aged man was caught before he could escape. "Let me go. My lord, don't believe this girl. She's slandering me. My wife really has a fever. Let me go quickly. I still have to save my wife." The man was still unwilling to give up and tried to gain the sympathy of the public by pretending to be pitiful. But at this time, the wife he was talking about had been pulled away. Who actually supported the woman to lean against the chair. Taking this opportunity, she took the woman's pulse. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face turned pale with a whoosh. "Let go. You damned girl, quickly let go of my wife. Murder. You're treating human lives like grass." The middle-aged man tried his best to break free from the yamen runner's hold, but how could his small body fight against these burly yamen runners? Thus, he could only act shamelessly like a woman. "All right. This big brother, I'm not treating human life like grass. Earlier, I saw that your wife's chest was rising and falling very regularly, which proved that her breathing was very even. She didn't seem to be suffering from a fever at all, so I guessed that your wife wasn't sick at all. Just now, I took your wife's pulse and found that her pulse is stable and her body is very good. He just took some knockout pills. At this moment, who actually walked over with a cold look in his eyes as he spoke to the man who had been pinned down by the bailiffs. Knockout pills? Everyone was stunned again. County magistrate, he couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, "Gwaziming, how dare you? You actually swindled your way to the county yamen. You're looking down on me. Gwaziming? Is that the scholar Gwa who drinks and gambles every day and eventually lost all his ancestral wealth? Ha! If county magistrate didn't remind me, I wouldn't have known. Now that he reminded me, you don't say, this person looks quite like Gwaziming." "What do you mean by look like?" "They're obviously the same person. But why would this guy want to drug his wife and trick divine Dr. Sun?" Sigh. What else could it be? Isn't it because he wants to swindle a few sets of herbs to treat fever from Dr. Sun? If he takes them out and sells them, he can at least earn a few hundred copper coins. Hiss. This son of AB** TCH is really a bastard. How could he do such a wicked thing? If old Master Gwa's spirit is in heaven, wouldn't he be angered to death? That's right. Dr. Sun was kind enough to treat us for free, and this son of AB** TCH actually did such a despicable thing. If my son is as useless as this scholar Gwa, I'll beat him to death. Sigh. That young lady is also a pitiful person. She hasn't even enjoyed a few days of happiness after marrying into the Gwa family, and the Gwa family's wealth has been squandered away by this Gwaziming. This Gwaziming would beat her up every time he gets drunk. How pitiful. Sigh. That's right. Now this young lady of the Gwa family has been drugged by this bastard, and then brought here to swindle and embarrass herself. This Gwaziming is really heartless. Beat him to death. Beat this bastard to death. County magistrate, he only knew the true identity of this middle-aged man after Constable Sun's report. His scolding caused many of the commoners in the crowd to recognize Gwaziming. After a series of discussions, Gwaziming's dark history was instantly exposed. The commoners were even more enraged, and each of them wanted to rush up and beat Gwaziming to death. The atmosphere in the county office was a little tense. County magistrate, he saw the situation and quickly shouted, "Everyone, stop. Men, take this Gwaziming to the prison and wait for trial." Yes. The bailiffs lifted Gwaziming from the ground and escorted him to the back door of the county office. In fact, these bailiffs wanted to beat Gwaziming up even more than the commoners, but they knew that even if they wanted to beat him up, they couldn't do it in front of so many commoners. Otherwise, if the commoners came over and beat him up, he would definitely be beaten to death. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. "Dr. Sun, I'm really sorry. I was careless and almost fell into this unruly commoner's trap." After Gwaziming was taken away, county magistrate, he coughed twice and bowed apologetically to Sun Simiao. "No worries. As long as you didn't waste the Nguyen Tang Foundation's donation for no reason." Sun Simiao waved his hand and said. Seeing that Sun Simiao didn't have any intention of blaming him, county magistrate, he sighed in relief and said, "I heard from Constable Sun that Gwaziming was originally from a scholarly family. However, he later got addicted to alcohol and gambling. After his father passed away, he became even more uncontrollable and quickly squandered away all the family's wealth. Who knew that after squandering away all the family's wealth, he still didn't know how to restrain himself? Not only did he look for people to borrow money, he even swindled people into the county office. This is really outrageous." Hu Meng glanced at the woman lying on the chair and sighed faintly, "It's just that I pity this sister. She was ruined by a man like Gwaziming. County magistrate, please help her more in the future." County magistrate, he smiled and said, "Haha. Of course, of course. However, there's one thing that I don't understand. Please enlighten me." Hu Meng raised her head and said, "County magistrate, you want to ask why this madam's face is so red, right?" County magistrate, he gave her a thumbs up and said, "Miss Hu is really smart. You got it so quickly." Actually, county magistrate, he wasn't the only one who wanted to know. Everyone else wanted to know too. As expected, everyone in the courtyard pricked up their ears. They wanted to know the truth of the matter. Hu Meng pursed her lips and said, "Actually, it's not as complicated as you think, County Magistrate. This madam's face is just a little more rouge." "Rouge? Pfft, County Magistrate," he choked and almost vomited blood. When the doctors and students from the Imperial Physician Department heard this, they were even more embarrassed. They had studied medicine for so many years, but they were almost fooled by Guoziming's little trick. Chapter 1079. The farce finally ended with Guoziming's arrest. The people continued to line up for medical treatment, but while they were lining up, many people didn't forget to condemn Guoziming. The news reached the Li residence. During dinner, Yi Guozhong sighed and shook his head. "It's hard to predict people's hearts. This is what it means to predict people's hearts. Sometimes, you want to be a good person, but you will always meet people with ulterior motives." Li Zishuan was silent for a moment, then said, "But in this world, there are always many good people. We can't give up the persistence in our hearts because of a few rats." Old Madame Yi laughed and clapped her hands. "Haha. Xiao Xian said it well. I always believe that the heavens are watching everything that people do. Some evil is not unpunished, but it's not time yet. Some kindness is the same. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. This is the truth." Yi Fashion nodded and said, "I agree with grandmother and cousin. No matter how evil others are, we just need to stay true to our hearts." Mrs. Li rubbed her nephew's head with a smile and said, "All right. Don't talk anymore. Eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Everyone put down the topic and began to eat. After dinner, Li Zishuan and Han Yushi returned to the west courtyard, but they didn't go to bed immediately. Han Yushi took out an account book and began to flip through it. Li Zishuan stood at the side and watched. After a while, he frowned and couldn't help but say, "Wife, we spent more than 7,000 strings of coins today." "Yes. Why are you so surprised?" Dr. Sun brought a group of doctors from the Imperial Medical Department for a day and used so many herbs. Don't they need money? Han Yushi felt that her husband was making a fuss about nothing, so she said. Li Zishuan smacked his lips and sighed, "Tisk tsk. I know that herbs cost money, but I didn't expect it to be so expensive. This is more expensive than sending coal stoves and clothes." He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that whether it's in ancient times or modern times, seeing a doctor is quite expensive. At the very least, it's much more than the usual expenses of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Han Yushi rolled her eyes at her man and said, "This is still because Daoist Sun and a group of imperial physicians tried their best to replace some of the expensive medicinal herbs when prescribing medicine. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been 7,000 strings of coins." Speaking of which, who had actually helped the Nguyen Tang Foundation reduce their losses? "Husband, this child is becoming more and more promising. Uncle Hu and Aunt Lu don't have to worry about them anymore." While Han Yushi was rejoicing over the recent emergence of talents in the Han village, Li Zishuan's focus was different. When he heard that Hu had actually helped the foundation save 2 or 3 strings of money, he was immediately surprised. 2 or 3 consecutive hits? Wasn't it just a few decoctions for febrile diseases? Is it that expensive? Speaking of which, in modern times, a cold medicine costs only $1, right? Now that he had finished 2 or 3 rounds of medicinal soup, what he was eating wasn't medicinal soup, but immortal herbs. Han Yushi pursed her lips gloomily and then said angrily, "Does husband think that fever is so easy to treat? It's very difficult for a normal doctor to treat it. In our Tang Empire, who knows how many people die from fever every year? Daoist Sun's medical skills are top-notch. The decoctions that he prescribes, not to mention the medicinal herbs, are worth more than 2 or 3 strings of coins." Oh. Li Zishuan instantly understood. In the past, he had heard that febrile diseases were considered serious illnesses for ancient people. If they were not treated well, they might even die. He didn't expect it to be true. After thinking about it, he thought to himself, "Looks like there's a problem with the medical skills of this era. A small prescription for a cold decoction hasn't been popularized yet. It's not good to keep it to oneself. Medical skills must be constantly exchanged to improve. Old Sun probably hasn't started writing his 1,000 gold prescriptions yet, right? I have to hurry him up and give him some advice while I'm at it. When the time comes, once he settles down to write his book, he won't have time to wander around. He can also leave behind a medical canon for all the doctors in Tang Empire. Hee, it's killing two birds with one stone. Hey! Hubby. While he was lost in thought, Li Zishuan felt his arm being shaken twice. He took a closer look and realized that it was Han Yushi calling him. He came back to his senses. Oh, my wife, what's the matter? Han Yushi rolled her eyes and had no choice but to repeat herself. She said, I'm asking hubby, you used Leather Knight to write a record of a mortal's journey to immortality in the newspaper. Now, do you want to donate some money? Hubby, what were you thinking about just now? Why were you so lost in thought? Donate money? Oh. My wife, did you read today's Datang Daily? When Li Zishuan heard this, he knew that Han Yushi had read the notice on a Datang Daily, Dahua Jianghu, about the author donating money to the editorial department. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was his wife addicted to doing charity? She was asking him for money instead. But when he thought about it, it was quite interesting. He had two identities now. Han Yushi was asking Leather Knight for money. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with that. Wife, those authors are donating the rewards they receive this month or next month. Your hubby has finished writing the novel, but I haven't received any rewards. How should I donate? The main reason was that he felt that the foundation wasn't short of money now. Otherwise, he would definitely donate all the rewards he received. When Han Yushi heard this, she snorted. Who said there's no more? I heard from Steward Ma that although hubby's novel was finished last month, there were still many people who gave hubby rewards this month. Up until now, there were already a few thousand strings of coins. Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. Then, he looked at Han Yushi's cute wrinkled nose and couldn't help but scratch her nose. He said dotingly, okay. I'll do as you say. My wife, you can tell Steward Ma yourself. Sigh. My wife, you're really a little money grubber. The Nguyen Tang Foundation hired you as the vice president. They really picked up a treasure. Haha. Didn't they pick up a treasure? How could the manager of a charity foundation use his own family's money for charity? Han Yushi grabbed Li Zishuan's hand and said unhappily, hubby. Aren't I just accumulating merit for our future children? Li Zishuan shuddered. His head moved closer to Han Yushi's face and he said nervously, my wife, you're pregnant. He remembered that the safety measures had been done quite well recently. That shouldn't be. Han Yushi was stunned. When she came to her senses, she was instantly embarrassed and said, hubby. I'm talking about the future. You. What are you talking about? What's there and not there? Li Zishuan let out a big sigh of relief and said, phew. That's good. When Han Yushi heard this, she glanced at Li Zishuan faintly and sighed softly in her heart. Chapter 1080. In the west garden of the Imperial Palace, Li Er had just finished reviewing memorials from the Sweet Nectar Hall. He saw that Zhang Sun was wrapped in thick clothes and that there were 2 stoves burning in the room. He guessed that Li Qingxian or Li Tai had told her about the need to open the windows for ventilation. The west window was half open. When Li Er pushed open the door and entered, the air on both sides formed convection. The cold wind blew past Empress Jiangxuan's ears with a whoosh, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Seeing this, Li Er couldn't help but laugh. Haha. After tomorrow, the heating in this bedroom will be finished. At that time, Maid Guanyin won't feel cold anymore. Your Majesty, the heating that Qingxian and Qingke mentioned 2 days ago, is it really that amazing? Empress Jiangsun resisted the cold and stood up to help Li Er take off his cloak as she asked. Li Er helped Jiangsun sit down on the couch and said with a smile, Qingxian and Qingke both personally experienced it at Li Zishuan's home. How could it be fake? If I hadn't been so busy recently, I would definitely have gone to that kid's home to experience it. Empress Jongsun covered her mouth and laughed. Your Majesty is joking again. However, I have discovered that Your Majesty seems to be especially close to the Marquis of Yong'an. Li Er was startled and speechless for a moment. He retorted, is that so? Maid Guanyin, you said it the other way around, right? Who in the imperial court doesn't know that I often reprimand that brat? Empress Jongsun laughed softly and didn't refute. She thought in her heart, only when you close the door deeply will you reprimand him. Just based on your attitude toward the Marquis of Yong, and only Qing Jijia, Qin Xiong, and the other founding generals can compare to you. Li Er saw that although Empress Jongsun didn't refute, it was clear that she didn't believe him. He smiled helplessly and didn't make any more excuses. Instead, he skipped the topic and continued, haha. Let's not talk about anything else. The hot pot we ate tonight was truly delicious. Haha. Li Qingxian and Li Tai not only did they introduce heating into the imperial palace, they also introduced hot pot. Compared to heating, which required time to produce, hot pot was something that could be made easily. Ever since Li Qingxian returned to the palace with the secret recipe for the hot pot yesterday afternoon, Li Er had actually eaten 3 hot pot meals. In other words, old Li's 3 meals a day were all hot pot. This was simply insane. This hot pot is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, this method of cooking the vegetables before dipping them in the sauce not only retains the freshness of the ingredients, but also allows the ingredients to be infused with flavor. Changle had never eaten mutton before. She didn't expect that because of the hot pot, she had eaten a lot in the past 2 days. In this concubine's view, the Marquis of Yong'an's skill in gourmet cuisine is truly unmatched in the entire Great Tang. Speaking of hot pot, Empress Jongsun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The taste was only one aspect. The liveliness of eating hot pot with the whole family was what she missed the most. When Li Er heard that, his mood was great. It was only to hear him laugh loudly and say, haha. Then tell the imperial chef to prepare the ingredients every day. In the future, I will accompany Maid Guanyin to eat hot pot every day. When Empress Jongsun heard that, she was secretly delighted. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and said, but in this way, won't Steward Zhao be burdened? Hearing her say that, it seemed that the great Grandmaster Zhao Song was actually doing as Li Zishuan had predicted. He was actually doing the work of cutting mutton. Li Er thought for a moment and said, aren't there still 2 imperial concubines? When the time comes, they will take turns with Zhao Song. When Jongsun heard that, she was speechless. In the entire world, only Li Er could be so extravagant to have a Grandmaster Master as a chef. Sun Simiao's tour of free medical treatment had improved the people's impression of the Warm Tang Foundation. The next day, even more people went to the Warm Tang Foundation. Especially the people who had been treated at the Lantian County Yamen yesterday. They had received free medicine from Sun Simiao and the other imperial physicians. Today, they all came to express their sincerity. In the past, when the people in the family fell ill, they would usually go to the temple to pray to the gods. If the family recovered, they would go to the temple to fulfill their vows. What they were doing now was similar to praying for blessings and fulfilling vows. The only difference was that they were not doing it at the temple, but at the Warm Tang Foundation. The people could not afford to donate large amounts of money, but they were a group of people who knew how to be grateful. Sun Simiao and the others were treating them for free. Even if they could not afford to donate tens or hundreds of strings of coins, they would still donate tens or hundreds of coins to ease their hearts. Moreover, they felt that donating here was more meaningful and genuine than going to the temple to fulfill their vows. In terms of treating illnesses, Sun Simiao seemed to be more powerful and effective than the gods and Buddhas. As a result, the temples in and around Chang'an city received less money from incense offerings. The monks guarded the gates all day long, hoping for a few big customers. Did you guys notice? On the Merit Monument, all the famous families in Chang'an city have come to donate money, but why didn't I see the Chui family donating? In front of the Warm Tang Foundation, someone pointed at the huge monument and asked in confusion. Back then, not long after the Warmtang Foundation was established, Li Zishuan ordered the craftsmen to build a huge monument in front of the gate. It was called the Merit Monument, and it was used to record the names of those who had donated more than 1,000 strings of coins to the Warmtang Foundation. The person had only said it casually, but as soon as he said it, many people subconsciously searched for the Chui family's name on the monument. After a few minutes, the people were not surprised to find that there was no one related to the Chui family on the monument. Therefore, they were instantly enraged. Even poor people like them were willing to donate money to the Warmtang Foundation, but why was a top family like the Chui family doing nothing? There really is no Chui family. The Chui family is one of the 5 families, the role model of all scholars in the world, but they are so heartless and cold-blooded. This is so disappointing. A down-and-out scholar could not help but beat his chest and stomp his feet after looking at the monument. Originally, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes had a very high reputation in the minds of scholars. However, the scene today made many people recognize the reality of the situation. The Chui family was also stingy, cold-blooded, and heartless. What bullsh*** T Chui family? They are one of the 5 families. How stingy. That's right. The Chui family's young masters and young mistresses have hundreds of servants. They live a luxurious life, and they can't even bear to donate 1,000 strings of coins. His Majesty and Her Majesty have already donated a few thousand strings of coins. Bah! After donating, I will go to the Chui family's gate and spit on them. I want to go too. The Chui family is rich but heartless. They will suffer retribution. Originally, it was just a curious question, but in the end, it quickly turned into a public rage. Moreover, this rage would soon burn the Chui clan's headquarters in the capital. Chapter 1081. Most of the people who came to donate money today came from Lantian County. They should have gone back from Yenqing Gate in the east of Chang and City, but they did not do so. After they donated money, they did not go to the East Gate. Instead, they went south. A group of people went straight to Dunhua Square. Dunhua Square was where the Chui family's stronghold in the capital was located. Bah! The Chui family is rich but heartless. Bah! The Chui family is cold-blooded and heartless. Bah! The Chui family is heartless. Bah! The Chui family is shameless. Usually, people would often hear jokes about how one spit from each person could drown you. The Chui family now had a real experience of being baptized by the people's spit. Although the Chui family's threshold was high, and even if all the people in Chang and City spit at them, the Chui family had been standing for thousands of years. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? A 1,000-year-old family was also very concerned about their reputation. Unruly people. A bunch of unruly people. Men. Chase all those unruly people away. If they don't want to leave, beat them up. In the backyard of the Chui family, Chui Shanfu's wife, Wang Shi, roared angrily. Her husband, Chui Shanfu, had been sent to Lingnan by Li Er. She was not in a good mood this month. Now, those unruly people in her eyes were causing trouble in front of the Chui family. How could she not be angry? Madam, do you want to wait for grandfather to come back? The butler of the Chui family asked carefully. His surname was Wang, and he had married with Wang Shi. He was considered Madame Wang's direct descendant. The Chui family's grandfather, Chui Junshuo, had gone to a manor in the south of Chang and City to recuperate because of the cold weather in Chang and City. Although it was cold there was a natural hot spring there. No need. Even if grandfather is at home, he will not allow these unruly people to cause trouble in front of the Chui family. Wang Shi's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Yes, madam. The butler took the order and left. A moment later, a group of servants holding a stick suddenly rushed out of the Chui family's main gate. They ran like wolves and tigers to the people who came to spit and shouted, "Where did these unruly people come from? Why don't you open your eyes and see where you are? Is this something you can come and make trouble for?" If you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude. Yes. Get lost. Look at your poor appearance, don't dirty our Chui family street. The servants were all fierce and arrogant. As the servants of a top aristocratic family, they indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. However, their arrogance was used in the wrong place today. Ha! A bunch of lackeys who only know how to rely on their master's power. Under the feet of the emperor, could it be that you still dare to hit people? I will stand here today and see if you dare to hit me. A young man who looked like a scholar took a step forward and scolded arrogantly. His name was Yu Dehang, and he came from a farmer's family in Lantian County. Yesterday, he accompanied his mother to the county office to participate in the free clinic. Today, he also came to the city to fulfill his vow. In the past, his dream was the same as most people's. First, he wanted to pass the imperial examination, then marry a woman with 5 surnames. But today's incident made him a little disappointed in the legendary 5 surnames 7 sects. The dignified 5 surnames prominent family was nothing more than this. Their hearts were also black. The arrogance and despotism of these evil servants made his heart burn with fury. Thinking back to the Li family's courteous attitude at the Warm Tang Foundation, he started to hate the Chui family more than anything else. Wow! Xiao Jing, you've done well today. Even though your uncle Zhong used to laugh at you for not being able to pass the county-level examinations, but based on your tough attitude today, you will always be a county-level scholar in your uncle Zhong's heart. No, you will be the top scholar. A burly man came up to Yu Dehang and laughed loudly. Uncle Zhong, Yu Dehang's small face reddened as he looked at the burly man in annoyance. After being yelled at by you, everyone here knows that I won't be able to pass the county-level examinations. Scholar Yu is right. You dare to hit people under the feet of the emperor? What does our spitting on the street have to do with the Chui family? Does this street belong to the Chui family? Seeing that someone had stepped forward, the people behind did not back down and started to jeer as well. Humph. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Madam has ordered that if these unruly people don't leave, take a stick and beat them away. The leader of the servants shouted angrily and then took the lead to hit Yu Dehang with the stick. F***ck. You bunch of dog slaves, how dare you hurt people on the street? See if I don't fight with you. Go. Fight with them. Yongla Lane, Li Mansion. Hee hee. Young master, this is what happened. Sanbao did not expect that the people would notice that the Chui family's name was not on the merit monument. The group of people in front of the Warm Tang Foundation's entrance was quickly noticed. Sanbao hurried back to inform Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this, but when he saw Sanbao's gloating face, he put on a straight face and said, "What? Are you happy that the people are causing trouble for the Chui family?" Sanbao replied instinctively, "Of course I'm happy. Young master. Previously, that old fart from the Chui family kept causing trouble for you, and now finally. Young master." Sanbao was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized that Li Zishuan's tone was not right, so she quickly shut up. Li Zishuan snorted and flicked his sleeves. Humph. It's true that I have a grudge against the Chui family, but I never thought of letting these poor people stand up for me. They don't even care about the food and clothing of their own families. Do you think they can go against the Chui family? In the end, it won't be a lose-lose situation. Instead, they will be completely wiped out. For their families, it will be one disaster after another. Li Zishuan's purpose in establishing the Warm Tang Foundation was to help the poor. However, if the people were to fight against the Chui family, the ones who would be hurt would be the poor people like them. In that case, wouldn't he be helping the poor for nothing? If it were a transmigrator, they would definitely be secretly happy at this moment and might even be secretly adding fuel to the fire. This was because smart people love to kill with a borrowed knife, eliminate dissidents, and reap the benefits of others. However, Li Zishuan, as a transmigrator, did not want to be such a smart person. He did not want to use the weak knife of the people to fight against the giant rock that was the Chui family. Some people often said that a general success was built on thousands of bones. However, Li Zishuan knew that he could not be so cold-blooded. Clap, clap, clap. Good. Xiao Xian, I am very happy that you can think this way. Yi Guizhong, the crazy eavesdropper, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He clapped his hands and sighed. The grudges between the Chui family and the Li family are all between them. In this matter, no matter what, we cannot drag the people into it. Chapter 1082. San Bao, get the horse ready. I want to go to the Chui family. Yongla Lane, Li family. After understanding the situation, Li Zishuan shouted at San Bao. San Bao became nervous and said worriedly, Young master, it's dangerous for you to go alone. San Bao, get the rest of the family to go with you. Li Zishuan said crossly, when I, the young master, am in danger, what can you all do if you go? Stop talking nonsense and get big white out. Young master. San Bao's martial arts may not be as good as yours, but San Bao has thick skin and a lot of meat. He can block arrows for you. San Bao said unwillingly. Get lost. I'll beat you up if you keep talking nonsense. Li Zishuan was touched, but he still scolded him mercilessly. San Bao had no choice but to leave. Yi Guizhong sighed and said, Xiao Xian, I won't stop you if you want to go to the Chui family. But don't act rashly. The Chui family has been standing strong for thousands of years. Their background and hidden strength is not something you and I can imagine. So don't fall out with the Chui family unless you have no other choice. Li Zishuan frowned and said, Grandfather, don't worry. I know the severity of the situation. Just as he finished speaking, San Bao brought the horses over. Pang Feiji walked over and cupped his fists. Marquis, let me accompany you. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, No need. I'm just going to take a look. You stay here. After he finished speaking, he mounted his horse and rode out of the mansion. Behind him was Li Jingma and his wife, who had rushed over after hearing the news. The two of them asked Yi Guizhong about Li Zishuan's whereabouts. Pang Feiji saw that there was nothing else for him to do and left to patrol. However, what no one noticed was that after this fellow patrolled around the Li residence twice, he quietly slipped away. As for where he went, only the heavens knew. Dunhua Square, in front of the Chui family. This small skirmish had developed into a full-scale conflict. The poor commoners who had been fighting with the Chui family's guards could only retreat as they fought. However, not long after, they received wave after wave of reinforcements. Those were the commoners from the other counties who had come from the Warm Tang Foundation to support them. As a result, the Chui family's servants were not enough. The servant who shouted the loudest quickly asked the rest to hold the fort while he went in to get reinforcements. Chui Shanfu's wife, Wang Shi, was furious when she heard this. She sent out all the servants in the residence and swore to chase away all these unruly people. However, most of the servants of the Chui clan were used to living a comfortable life in the Chui clan. How could they be a match for these villagers who had been through hardships every day? Not long after, the Chui family's servants were all wounded. Of course, many of the commoners were injured as well. Fortunately, the people on both sides did not kill them. Thus, although they were injured, they were far from being seriously injured to the point of dying. Humph. What a bunch of trash. Zhao Quan, Madam is not satisfied with your performance. She wants you to scram. Just as the Chui Manor's servant was about to lose, a big man wearing a blood-red cloak suddenly walked out from the Chui Manor. That big man was carrying a large saber, and there was a long scar on the right side of his face, looking extremely terrifying and sinister. Behind him, there were more than 10 martial artists in martial arts attire. Every one of them was holding a sword. These were not ordinary servants. They were the Chui family's guards. Or it could be said that they were part of the Chui family's warriors. Oh. It's Master Wan. That's great. Madam has finally sent you out. You have to avenge us. This bunch of unruly people are too much. The servant's name was Zhao Quan. When he heard someone scolding him, he did not get angry. Instead, he went up to them and said. The man neither agreed nor disagreed. He stretched out his hand and pulled Zhao Quan behind him. Zhao Quan could be heard grumbling in dissatisfaction, "You can't even beat a bunch of bumpkins. You're really a disgrace to the Chui family. Scram. I will teach you how to deal with unruly people." Okay. Master Wan. The morale of the Chui family's servants rose by a lot. On the other hand, those commoners who came forward to spit, when the scarred-faced big man walked out with a knife, most of them instantly became timid. After all, they could spit and kick people. But using a knife to kill and fighting to the death was not their forte. Moreover, even if you gave them a knife, they would not dare to go up and chop people. How is it? Do you want to scram yourselves, or do you want me to use my knife to send you scram? That martial artist surnamed one walked over with a big knife and said with a light smile. When the commoners saw his arrogant look, their faces were filled with anger. But now that things had come to this, they were obviously not the Chui family's guards' match. So even if they were pointed at and scolded, most of the commoners did not dare to say anything. But it was easy to meet with accidents in life. There were still some people who were not afraid of power. Humph. Stop trying to scare people here. I don't believe that in broad daylight, you bunch of dog slaves dare to use a knife to commit murder. The little scholar Yu Dijin stood out at the crucial moment. At this time, he seemed to have a backbone. After Yu Dehang said that, the commoners all felt that it was reasonable. This was the foot of the emperor. If the Chui family's martial artists really dared to go to the extreme, then the Chui family's future in Cheng and would definitely not be good. That's right. Isn't it just holding a knife? You bunch of slaves dare to kill people? Many commoners followed behind Yu Dehang and started to jeer. That martial artist surnamed one was despised by the commoners and his face instantly turned green and white. After a moment, this fellow's mouth flashed a trace of a sinister smile. Fortunately, it was a life and death struggle. Humph. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This is what you asked for. Surnamed you, I will let you go to heaven today. In your next life, don't think of fighting with the Chui family. After saying that, the big man held the big knife with both hands and actually chopped towards Yu Dehang's body. If this knife hit the porcelain, then it would really be a cut in half. Yu Dehang's entire body would be split in half. Dehang, quickly dodge. The crowd immediately let out cries of surprise. Some of the commoners even closed their eyes, waiting for the screams of the big knife piercing into the flesh. As the person involved, Yu Dehang's eyes were wide open. At this moment, he wanted to run, but he knew that he could not run away. His speed could not catch up with the big man's speed. Do I regret? Yu Dehang asked himself in the last few breaths of the statement. I don't regret. I, Yu Dehang, am worthy of the heavens and earth, worthy of my conscience. Thinking of this, Yu Dehang also closed his eyes and quietly waited for the arrival of death. Chapter 1083. Kung. Just as Yu Dehang was waiting for death with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt a gust of wind by his ear, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Following that, he heard a man's voice beside him, "Humph. In broad daylight, who gave you the guts to hurt people on the streets?" No matter how stupid Yu Dehang was, he knew that he was saved. He opened his eyes in joy and saw a man younger than him, holding a cold gleaming long sword, blocking the heavy blade of the warrior surnamed Wan. Following that, the man lightly waved the long sword and the warrior surnamed Wan was sent flying far away. With a peng sound, like a sandbag, he slammed heavily into the Chui family's dark red iron gate. Master Wan. Master Wan. Are you all right? The Chui family servants and warriors were shocked as they surrounded him and asked with concern. Pei. I'm fine. The warrior surnamed Wan pushed away the surrounding people who were trying to help him and walked in front of Li Zishuan. With a ferocious face, he said, "Where did this little kid come from? How dare you meddle in the Chui family's business? Are you tired of living? If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to me. Maybe I'll let you die with dignity. Noisy. The young man frowned. No one saw how he made his move, and the warrior surnamed one was sent flying again. Pung. No one knew if the young man did it intentionally or not, but the warrior surnamed one crashed into the same spot again. The Chui family's main gates suffered 2 consecutive heavy blows and finally could not take it anymore. With a loud boom, the Chui family, which had been glorious for close to 1,000 years, was smashed down for the first time. In front of the Chui family's gate, the people who were watching the show, the people who participated in the fight, the Chui family servants and warriors were all stunned. Everyone only had one thought at this moment: crazy. Crazy. The Chui family's main gate was smashed down by someone. This was a slap to the Chui family's face. Marquis Yong'en. He's Marquis Yong'en. What? You said this young man is Marquis Yong'en? How is that possible? It's really Marquis Yong'en. I've seen him many times. I can't be wrong. Oh my God. The Marquis of Yong'en actually smashed the Chui family's main gate. Bullshit. Don't you know how to F***king talk? It was clearly that warrior surnamed one who smashed the Chui family's door. What does it have to do with the Marquis of Yong'en? These words were spoken by Yu Deheng. Being in the eye of the storm, no one could understand the shock in his heart at this moment. Originally, he thought that he was going to die, but at the critical moment, he was saved by a young man who fell from the sky. Especially when he found out that the young man who saved his life was Li Zishuan, one of the most popular nobles in the imperial court, he felt his soul tremble. Because the name Marquis Yong'en was even greater than the heavens in Lantian City. There were tens of thousands of people in Lantian City, and no one had not received Li Zishuan's kindness. But when he heard that Li Zishuan had smashed the Chui family's main gate, he subconsciously quivered. Although he worshipped Li Zishuan, but he knew that with Li Zishuan's current power, he was definitely not the Chui family's match. Hence, he came up with an idea to help Li Zishuan get off the hook. This idea seemed very childish, but Yu Deheng could only think of such a childish idea in a short period of time. Because he was anxious to correct others, he couldn't help but swear. Hey! Deheng is right. It was obviously the Chui family's own people who smashed the main gate, and it has nothing to do with the Marquis of Yong'en. That burly man surnamed Zhong was first stunned, but immediately followed up with a loud voice to echo. That's right, it was the Chui family who smashed it, and it has nothing to do with the Marquis of Yong'en. No matter how stupid the commoners were, they knew what they should say. In a moment, the voices of the crowd gradually became unified, and there was no second voice to be found. All the servants and warriors of the Chui manor were shocked and angry at this moment. They were shocked because this young man in front of them was actually the recently famous Marquis Yong'en. They were angry because this group of commoners actually dared to lie with their eyes wide open, treating them as if they were blind, or played with. Marquis Yong'en? Even if you are Marquis Yong'en, you cannot knowingly break the law. Warrior Wan spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, climbed up from the ground, and walked to Li Zishuan about 3 feet away, and said angrily. It was just that his tone of voice was already much better than before. Clearly, he was scared of being beaten up by Li Zishuan. Ask your master to come out, you are not fit to speak to this marquis. Li Zishuan glanced at him, and said indifferently. It wasn't that he was acting like a big shot, but he really couldn't be bothered to speak to this kind of brute who only knew how to be used as a tool. You! The warrior surnamed Wan was instantly humiliated. His face alternated between green and white. However, Li Zishuan mercilessly interrupted him. What? You don't accept it? Then pick up your sword, and come forward to fight. Otherwise, quickly go back and ask your master to come out. Finally, Warrior Wan's face changed, and he didn't dare to say anything else, and immediately ran back to the Chui family in a sorry state. What is your name? Where do you live? Li Zishuan turned around, looked at Yu Deheng, who he saved earlier, and asked with a smile. Yu Deheng was taken aback, because the current enthusiastic Li Zishuan was like a completely different person from before. "Oh, Marquis, my name is Yu Deheng, and I live in Lantian County's Yu family village. Just now, I am indebted to Marquis for saving me, and I am extremely grateful." Yu Deheng, who recovered from her shock, cupped her hands towards Li Zishuan. "Yu family village?" If she didn't remember wrongly, Yu family village should be more than 10 miles north of Lu family village, which was the northernmost part of Lantian County. This village just happened to not belong to Li Zishuan's fief, so it was no wonder that Li Zishuan found this young man unfamiliar. "Yu Deheng, why didn't you dodge when that burly man tried to chop you?" Li Zishuan smiled and asked. Yu Deheng's mouth twitched, and she bitterly smiled. "To tell you the truth, Marquis, I didn't expect that guy to be so lawless, daring to kill someone on the street. I was caught off guard, and couldn't escape even if I wanted to." When she said this, some of the commoners not far from them suddenly burst into laughter. Li Zishuan also couldn't help but laugh. "Haha. You are quite honest." There was one thing he didn't say, and that was that the warrior from before didn't really want to chop Yu Deheng, and was only testing her. When his wind-chasing sword caught the warrior's blade, he understood, and it was because of this that he spared the warrior's life. "I was wondering who it was." "So it's the Marquis of Yong'an. But even if you are a marquis personally conferred by the emperor, you still shouldn't smash my Chui family's door, right?" While the two were talking, an upper-class lady wearing a purple fur coat walked out from the Chui family. She had a pair of phoenix eyes, and that upper-class lady came in front of Li Zishuan, and said in a cold voice. Li Zishuan patted Yu Deheng's shoulder, indicating for him to leave, and then turned around to look at the upper-class lady. "You are the one who sent the Chui family to kill the commoners?" Chapter 1084. In front of the Chui residence. Two people who should not have interacted with each other in their lives were now facing each other, as though they were at each other's throats. Wang Shi hatefully said, "So what if it's me? This bunch of unruly people gathered in front of the Chui residence to cause trouble, can't we chase them away?" If it was someone else, Wang Shi would have already ordered people to chase them away. But the person in front of her was Li Zishuan. This name had appeared more than once in the Chui family. He made the two young masters of the Chui family. One was exiled to Cheongzhou, the other was chased back to Zhengzhou, but the Chui family's old grandfather still could not do anything to him. As such, Wang Shi had no choice but to deal with him carefully. Gathering people to cause trouble? What trouble did they cause? Li Zishuan crossed his arms in front of his chest, and asked while knowing the answer. Wang Shi snappily said, "What good things did they do, Marquis Yong, and can just ask them." "Why ask me?" Li Zishuan laughed, and casually said, "It's just spitting on the street. How big of a deal can it be? This street doesn't belong to the Chui family, right? Besides, if Madame Chui is really angry, just let the people from Wuhou government come and take them away. Why did you instigate your servants to maliciously harm people? If I was a step late, there would be people's blood splattered on the spot. The current emperor is ruling the country with benevolence, but your Chui family is so blatantly harming people's lives. You are not putting the emperor in your eyes, how should you be punished?" Wang Shi frowned, her face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. She softly scolded, "Wan Jin Gang. What did I tell you before? You can only chase people away, you can't intentionally harm people. What did you do?" The warrior surnamed One had a pig's face. He hurriedly explained to Wang Shi, "Madam, I'm innocent. This subordinate was just trying to scare that scholar. I didn't mean to take his life." Clap clap clap. Wang Jingang's voice fell, but Li Zishuan clapped his hands, only to hear him say, "Haha. Act. Good acting. Madam Chui, in front of so many people, can you not act like this? Under the watchful eyes of so many people, can't you tell right from wrong?" Although he knew in his heart that Wan Jin Gang really did not have the intention to kill Yu Deheng, he had to put the blame on Wan Jin Gang. Because this was the only way to reduce the scope of the war and avoid completely falling out with the Chui family. "Look. I'm helping you by beating up your men. Otherwise, if someone dies, your Chui family will have to go to court, and it won't end well with the emperor. Therefore, today's matter should end here. That was what it meant. Right now, Li Zishuan really didn't want to start a war with the Chui family. Yes. Wan Jinggang was spouting nonsense. Just now, his knife was about to chop Yu Dehang's head. How could it be just to scare her? That's right. That one fellow is trying to kill someone. The commoners cooperated and shouted behind Li Zishuan. Wang Shi clenched her teeth, secretly hating that Wan Jinggang really didn't know how to do things. If you want to kill someone, just do it secretly. But now, he actually did it openly in front of the Chui family and was caught by Li Zishuan. This made the Chui family, who was originally in the right, instantly fall into a passive position. Audacious. You actually dare to gather in Chang and city to cause trouble, quickly stop. Just as Wang Shi was unable to vent her anger, a large group of martial marquis suddenly appeared on the streets. The one leading them was actually Yuqi Jingda. The dignified Right Martial Marquis General Wei had personally come. Before he arrived, his voice was heard. Yuqi Jingda shouted loudly. Following his shout, the Right Martial Marquis men immediately surrounded everyone in front of the Chui family's door. From the start of the matter till now, it had been close to half an hour before the Martial Marquis government people finally arrived. Uncle Yuqi. You're here. Seeing an acquaintance, Li Zishuan clasped his hands in greeting. Yuqi Jingda softly made an N sound and didn't exchange too many pleasantries. With a businesslike expression, he said to Li Zishuan and Wang Shi, Li Zishuan. This general received news that someone gathered here to fight, is there such a thing? Li Zishuan wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he looked at Wang Shi with a faint smile. He believed that if Wang Shi wasn't stupid, she should know what to say. As expected, Wang Shi's expression changed. She then bowed towards Yuqi Jingda and said, replying to General Yuqi, it was the Chui family's people who didn't know any better and almost injured a commoner. This attracted the attention of the commoners. The Chui family will definitely restrain the servants in the future. N. Madame Chui's meaning is that the Chui family's servants actually used weapons in Chang'an City? Yuqi Jingda frowned and said unhappily. The Tang people revered martial arts. The imperial court didn't explicitly state that commoners weren't allowed to carry swords. But in Chang'an City, openly using weapons was definitely not allowed. This was slapping Yuqi Jingda's face as the capital's Public Security Bureau chief. Wang Shi quickly said, there was no large-scale use of weapons. It was just a servant and a commoner who had a dispute. General Yuqi, please don't be angry. Not only did Li Zishuan want to turn the matter into a small one, Wang Shi also wanted to. Because she had previously admitted that Wan Jinggang was under her orders, and Li Zishuan had caught Wan Jingang's weakness of wanting to kill commoners in public. One must know that now was a time of peace. Li Er, this king, cherished the commoners very much. If one really looked into it, their Chui family wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from Li Er. As for the commoners, they had a fight with the Chui family's servants today. Although the Chui family's servants were a little domineering and deserved to be beaten, the cause of the matter was still because they came over to spit in front of the Chui family's door. Now that they could turn the matter into a small one, they could also accept it in their hearts. Moreover, in the process of the previous fight, they didn't suffer any losses. After all, such a good thing like beating up the Chui family's servants and not being arrested by the officials didn't happen every day. No matter what, openly using weapons in Chang'an City is definitely not allowed. Madam Chui, please hand that person over. I want to bring him back to the Wuhou government for questioning. Yuqi Jingda looked around and muttered to himself for a while before speaking. Wang Shi was indignant, but she couldn't show it on her face. After a while, she said, General Yuqi, the Chui family will punish him severely after this matter. There's no need to trouble General. Yuqi Jingda's tiger eyes focused and said coldly, N. Madam Chui doesn't intend to hand him over? Fine. Then I won't force it. At most, old grandfather Chui will make another trip to the palace. The day before Chui Yunhan was exiled to Cheongzhou, Cui Junshuo personally went to the palace to plead with Li Er. Wang Shi's expression finally changed. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "General Yuchi, please wait. The Cui family is willing to hand him over." At this point, in order to prevent the Cui family from getting into bigger trouble, Wang Shi could only abandon the rook to save the king.